Section 10 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Arrival at Baalbek. The Heart's Intermissions. My second arrival at Baalbek was very different from the other. The manager had come in person to meet me at Pont-à-Couleuvre, reiterating how greatly he valued his titled patrons, which made me afraid that he had ennobled me, until I realized that, in the obscurity of his grammatical memory, titré meant simply attitré or accredited. In fact, the more new languages he learned, the worse he spoke the others. He informed me that he had placed me at the very top of the hotel. "I hope," he said, "that you will not interpolate this as a want of discourtesy. I was sorry to give you a room of which you are unworthy, but I did it in connection with the noise, because in that room you will not have anyone above your head to disturb your tympanum. Don't be alarmed. I shall have the windows closed so that they shan't bang. Upon that point I am intolerable." The last word expressing not his own thought, which was that he would always be found inexorable in that respect, but quite possibly the thoughts of his underlings. The rooms were, as it proved, those we had had before. They were no humbler, but I had risen in the manager's esteem. I could light a fire if I liked, for by the doctor's orders I had left Paris at Easter, but he was afraid that there might be fixtures in the ceiling. "See that you always wait before alighting the fire until the preceding one is extinct. The important thing is to take care not to avoid setting fire to the chimney, especially as, to cheer things up a bit, I have put an old china pottage on the mantelpiece, which might become insured." He informed me with great sorrow of the death of the leader of the Cherbourg bar. He was an old retainer, he said, meaning probably campaigner, and gave me to understand that his end had been hastened by the quickness, otherwise the fastness, of his life. For some time past I noticed that after dinner he would take a doss in the reading room, take a doze, presumably. The last times he was so changed that if you hadn't known who it was, to look at him he was barely recognizant, presumably recognizable. A happy compensation, the chief magistrate of Caen had just received his badge as commander of the Legion of Honour. Surely to goodness he has capacities, but seems they gave him it principally because of his general impotence. There was a mention of this decoration, as it happened, in the previous day's Echo de Paris, of which the manager had as yet read only the first paradox, meaning paragraph. The paper dealt admirably with Monsieur Caillot's policy. "I consider they're quite right," he said. "He is putting us too much under the symbol of Germany," under the thumb. As the discussion of a subject of this sort with a hotel-keeper seemed to me boring, I ceased to listen. I thought of the visual images that had made me decide to return to Baalbek. They were very different from those of the earlier time. The vision in quest of which I came was as dazzlingly clear as the former had been clouded. They were to prove deceitful, nevertheless. The images selected by memory are as arbitrary, as narrow, as intangible as those which imagination had formed and reality has destroyed. There is no reason why, existing outside ourself, a real place should conform to the pictures in our memory rather than to those in our dreams. And besides, a fresh reality will perhaps make us forget, detest even, the desires that led us forth upon our journey. Those that had led me forth to Baalbek sprang to some extent from my discovery that the Verdurins, whose invitations I had invariably declined, and who would certainly be delighted to see me if I went to call upon them in the country, with apologies for never having been able to call upon them in Paris, knowing that several of the faithful would be spending the holidays upon that part of the coast, and having for that reason taken for the whole season one of M. de Cambremer's houses, La Raspallière, had invited Madame Putbus to stay with them. The evening on which I learned this, in Paris, I lost my head completely, and sent our young footman to find out whether the lady would be taking her Abigail to Baalbek with her. It was 11 o'clock. Her porter was a long time opening the front door, and for a wonder did not send my messenger packing, did not call the police, merely gave him a dressing down, but with it the information that I desired. He said that the head lady's maid would indeed be accompanying her mistress, first of all to the waters in Germany, then to Biarritz, and at the end of the season to Madame Verdurins. From that moment my mind had been at rest, and glad to have this iron in the fire. I had been able to dispense with those pursuits in the streets, in which I had not that letter of introduction to the beauties I encountered, which I should have to the Giorgione, in the fact of my having dined that very evening at the Verdurins with her mistress. Besides, she might form a still better opinion of me, perhaps, when she learned that I knew not merely the middle-class tenants of La Raspalière, but its owners, and above all Saint-Loup, who, prevented from commending me personally to the maid, who did not know him by name, had written an enthusiastic letter about me to the Cambremer. He believed that, quite apart from any service that they might be able to render me, Madame de Cambremer, the Legrandin daughter-in-law, would interest me by her conversation. "She's an intelligent woman," he had assured me. "She won't say anything final," having taken the place of sublime things with Robert, who, every 5 or 6 years, would modify a few of his favourite expressions, while preserving the more important intact. "But it is an interesting nature. She has a personality, intuition. She has the right word for everything. Every now and then she is maddening. She says stupid things on purpose to seem smart, which is all the more ridiculous as nobody could be less smart than the Cambremer. She is not always in the picture, but taking her all round, she is one of the people it is more or less possible to talk to." No sooner had Robert's letter of introduction reached them than the Cambremer, whether from a snobbishness that made them anxious to oblige Saint-Loup, even indirectly, or from gratitude for what he had done for one of their nephews at Doncières, or, what was most likely, from kindness of heart and traditions of hospitality, had written long letters insisting that I should stay with them, or, if I preferred to be more independent, offering to find me lodgings. When Saint-Loup had pointed out that I should be staying at the Grand Hotel Baalbek, they replied that at least they would expect a call from me as soon as I arrived, and if I did not appear, would come without fail to hunt me out and invite me to their garden parties. No doubt there was no essential connection between Madame Putbus's maid and the country round Baalbek. She would not be for me like the peasant girl whom, as I strayed alone along the Méséglise way, I had so often sought in vain to evoke with all the force of my desire, but I had long since given up trying to extract from a woman, as it might be, the square root of her unknown quantity, the mystery of which a mere introduction was generally enough to dispel. Anyhow, at Baalbek, where I had not been for so long, I should have this advantage, failing the necessary connection which did not exist between the place and this particular woman, that my sense of reality would not be destroyed by familiarity, as in Paris, where, whether in my own home or in a bedroom that I already knew, pleasure indulged in with a woman could not give me for one instant, amid everyday surroundings, the illusion that it was opening the door for me to a new life. For if habit is a second nature, it prevents us from knowing our original nature, whose cruelties it lacks, and also its enchantments. Now this illusion I might perhaps feel in a strange place, where one's sensibility is revived by a ray of sunshine, where my ardour would be raised to a climax by the lady's maid whom I desired, We shall see in the course of events not only that this woman did not come to Baalbek, but that I dreaded nothing so much as the possibility of her coming, so that the principal object of my expedition was neither attained nor indeed pursued. It was true that Madame Butbus was not to be at the Verdurins so early in the season, but these pleasures which we have chosen beforehand may be remote if their coming is assured, and if, in the interval of waiting, we can devote ourselves to the pastime of seeking to attract while powerless to love. Moreover, I was not going to Baalbek in the same practical frame of mind as before. There's always less egoism in pure imagination than in recollection, and I knew that I was going to find myself in one of those very places where fair strangers most abound. A beach presents them as numerously as a ballroom, and I looked forward to strolling up and down outside the hotel on the front with the same sort of pleasure that Madame de Guermantes would have procured me if, instead of making other hostesses invite me to brilliant dinner parties, she had given my name more frequently for the lists of partners to those of them who gave dances. To make female acquaintances at Baalbek would be as easy for me now as it had been difficult before, for I was now as well supplied with friends and resources there as I had been destitute of them on my former visit. I was roused from my meditation by the voice of the manager, to whose political dissertations I had not been listening. Changing the subject, he told me of the chief magistrate's joy on hearing of my arrival, and that he was coming to pay me a visit in my room that very evening. The thought of this visit so alarmed me, for I was beginning to feel tired, that I begged him to prevent it, which he promised to do, and as a further precaution to post members of his staff on guard for the first night on my landing. He did not seem over fond of his staff. I am obliged to keep running after them all the time because they are lacking in inertia. If I was not there, they would never stir. I shall post the lift boy on sentry outside your door. I asked him if the boy had yet become head page. He is not old enough yet in the house, was the answer. He has comrades more aged than he is. It would cause an outcry. We must act with granulation in everything. I quite admit that he strikes a good aptitude, meaning attitude, at the door of the lift, but he's still a trifle young for such positions. With others in the place of longer standing, it would make a contrast. He's a little wanting in seriousness, which is the primitive quality, doubtless the primordial or most important quality. He needs his leg screwed on a bit tighter. My informant meant to say his head. Anyhow, he can leave it all to me. I know what I'm about. Before I won my stripes as manager of the Grand Hotel, I smelt powder under Monsieur Paillard. I was impressed by this simile, and thanked the manager for having come in person as far as Pont-à-Couleuvre. Oh, that's nothing. The loss of time has been quite infinite, for infinitesimal. Meanwhile, we had arrived. Complete physical collapse. On the first night, as I was suffering from cardiac exhaustion, trying to master my pain, I bent down slowly and cautiously to take off my boots. But no sooner had I touched the topmost button than my bosom swelled, filled with an unknown, a divine presence. I shook with sobs, tears streamed from my eyes. The person who came to my rescue, who saved me from barrenness of spirit, was the same who, years before, in a moment of identical distress and loneliness, in a moment when I was no longer in any way myself, had come in and had restored me to myself, for that person was myself, and more than myself, the container that is greater than the contents which it was bringing to me. I had just perceived, in my memory, bending over my weariness, the tender, preoccupied, dejected face of my grandmother, as she had been on that first night of our arrival. The face not of that grandmother whom I was astonished and reproached myself to find that I regretted so little, and was no more of her than just her name, but of my own true grandmother, of whom, for the first time since that afternoon in the Champs-Élysées on which she had had her stroke, I now recaptured, by an instinctive and complete act of recollection, the living reality. That reality has no existence for us so long as it has not been created anew by our mind. Otherwise the men who have been engaged in a titanic conflict would all of them be great epic poets. And so, in my insane desire to fling myself into her arms, it was not until this moment, more than a year after her burial, because of that anachronism which so often prevents the calendar of facts from corresponding to that of our feelings, that I became conscious that she was dead. I had often spoken about her in the interval, and thought of her also, but behind my words and thoughts, those of an ungrateful, selfish, cruel youngster, there had never been anything that resembled my grandmother, because in my frivolity, my love of pleasure, my familiarity with the spectacle of her ill health, I retained only in a potential state the memory of what she had been. At whatever moment we estimate it, the total value of our spiritual nature is more or less fictitious, notwithstanding the long inventory of its treasures, for now one, now another of these is unrealizable, whether we are considering actual treasures or those of the imagination, and, in my own case, fully as much as the ancient name of Guermantes, this other, how far more important item, my real memory of my grandmother. For with the troubles of memory are closely linked the heart's intermissions. It is no doubt the existence of our body, which we may compare to a jar containing our spiritual nature, that leads us to suppose that all our inward wealth, our past joys, all our sorrows, are perpetually in our possession. Perhaps it is equally inexact to suppose that they escape or return. In any case, if they remain with us, it is, for most of the time, in an unknown region where they are of no service to us, and where even the most ordinary are crowded out by memories of a different kind, which preclude any simultaneous occurrence of them in our consciousness. But if the setting of sensations in which they are preserved be recaptured, they acquire in turn the same power of expelling everything that is incompatible with them, of installing alone in us the self that originally lived them. Now, inasmuch as the self that I had just suddenly become once again had not existed since that evening long ago when my grandmother undressed me after my arrival at Baalbek, it was quite naturally not at the end of the day that had just passed, of which that self knew nothing, but, as though there were in time different and parallel series, without loss of continuity, immediately after the first evening at Baalbek long ago, that I clung to the minute in which my grandmother had leaned over me. The self that I then was, that had so long disappeared, was once again so close to me that I seemed still to hear the words that had just been spoken, albeit they were nothing more now than illusion, as a man who is half awake thinks he can still make out close at hand the sounds of his receding dream. I was nothing now but the person who sought a refuge in his grandmother's arms, sought to wipe away the traces of his suffering by giving her kisses, that person whom I should have had as great difficulty in imagining when I was one or other of those persons which, for some time past, I had successively been, as the efforts, doomed in any event to sterility, that I should now have had to make to feel the desires and joys of any of those which, for a time at least, I no longer was. I reminded myself how, an hour before the moment at which my grandmother had stooped down like that, in her dressing gown, to unfasten my boots, as I wandered along the stiflingly hot street, past the pastry cook's, I had felt that I could never, in my need to feel her arms round me, live through the hour that I had still to spend without her. And now that this same need was reviving in me, I knew that I might wait hour after hour, that she would never again be by my side. I had only just discovered this, because I had only just, on feeling her for the first time, alive, authentic, making my heart swell to breaking point, on finding her at last, learned that I had lost her forever. Lost forever. I could not understand, and was struggling to bear the anguish of this contradiction. On the one hand, an existence, an affection surviving in me as I had known them, that is to say, created for me, a love in whose eyes everything found in me so entirely its complement, its goal, its constant lodestar, that the genius of great men, all the genius that might have existed from the beginning of the world, would have been less precious to my grandmother than a single one of my defects. And, on the other hand, as soon as I had lived over again that bliss, as though it were present, feeling it shot through by the certainty, throbbing like a physical anguish, of an annihilation that had effaced my image of that affection, had destroyed its existence, abolished in retrospect our interwoven destiny, made of my grandmother, at the moment when I found her again, as in a mirror, a mere stranger, whom chance had allowed to spend a few years in my company, as it might have been in anyone's else, but to whom, before and after those years, I could be, nothing. Instead of the pleasures that I had been experiencing of late, the only pleasure that it would have been possible for me to enjoy at that moment would have been, by modifying the past, to diminish the sorrows and sufferings of my grandmother's life. Now I did not recall her only in that dressing gown, a garment so appropriate as to have become almost their symbol, to the labours, foolish no doubt, but so lovable also, that she performed for me. Gradually I began to remember all the opportunities that I had seized, by letting her perceive, by exaggerating if necessary, my sufferings, to cause her a grief which I imagined as being obliterated immediately by my kisses, as though my affection had been as capable as my happiness of creating hers. And what was worse, I, who could conceive no other happiness now than in finding happiness shed in my memory over the contours of that face, moulded and bowed by love, had set to work with frantic efforts in the past to destroy even its most modest pleasures, as on the day when Saint Loup had taken my grandmother's photograph, and I, unable to conceal from her what I thought of as the ridiculous childishness of the coquetry with which she posed for him, with her wide-brimmed hat, in a flattering half-light, had allowed myself to mutter a few impatient, wounding words which, I had perceived from a contraction of her features, had pierced her. It was I whose heart they were rending, now that there was no longer possible, ever again, the consolation of 1,000 kisses. But never should I have been able to wipe out of my memory that contraction of her face, that anguish of her spirit, or rather of her own, for as the dead exist only in us, it is ourselves that we strike without ceasing when we persist in recalling the blows that we have dealt them. To these griefs, cruel as they were, I clung with all my might and main, for I realized that they were the effect of my memory of my grandmother, the proof that this memory which I had of her was really present within me. I felt that they did not really recall her save by grief, and should have liked to feel driven yet deeper into me these nails which fastened the memory of her to my consciousness. I did not seek to mitigate my suffering, to set it off, to pretend that my grandmother was only somewhere else and momentarily invisible, by addressing to her photograph, the one taken by Saint Loup, which I had beside me, the words and prayers as to a person who is separated from us, but retaining his personality, knows us and remains bound to us by an indissoluble harmony. Never did I do this, for I was determined not merely to suffer, but to respect the original form of my suffering, as it had suddenly come upon me unawares, and as I wished to continue to feel it, according to its own laws, whenever those strange, contradictory impressions of survival and obliteration crossed one another again in my mind. This painful and at the moment incomprehensible impression, I knew not, forsooth, whether I should one day distill a grain of truth from it, but that if I ever should succeed in extracting that grain of truth, it could only be from it, from so singular, so spontaneous an impression, which had been neither traced by my intellect, nor attenuated by my pusillanimity, but which death itself, the sudden revelation of death, had, like a stroke of lightning, carved upon me, along a supernatural, inhuman channel, a twofold and mysterious furrow. As for the state of forgetfulness of my grandmother in which I had been living until that moment, I could not even think of turning to it to extract truth from it, since in itself it was nothing but a negation, a weakening of the mind, incapable of recreating a real moment of life, and obliged to substitute for it conventional and neutral images. Perhaps, however, as the instinct of preservation, the ingenuity of the mind in safeguarding us from grief, had begun already to build upon still smouldering ruins, to lay the first courses of its serviceable and ill-omened structure, I relished too keenly the delight of recalling this or that opinion held by my dear one, recalling them as though she had been able to hold them still, as though she existed, as though I continued to exist for her. But as soon as I had succeeded in falling asleep, at that more truthful hour when my eyes closed to the things of the outer world, the world of sleep, on whose frontier intellect and will, momentarily paralyzed, could no longer strive to rescue me from the cruelty of my real impressions, refracted the agonizing synthesis of survival and annihilation in the mysteriously lightened darkness of my organs. World of sleep, in which our inner consciousness, placed in bondage to the disturbances of our organs, quickens the rhythm of heart or breath, because a similar dose of terror, sorrow, remorse acts with a strength magnified an hundredfold if it is thus injected into our veins. As soon as, to traverse the arteries of the subterranean city, we have embarked upon the dark current of our own blood, as upon an inward Lethe meandering sixfold, huge solemn forms appear to us, approach and glide away, leaving us in tears. I sought in vain for my grandmother's form when I had stepped ashore beneath the sombre portals. I knew indeed that she did still exist, but with a diminished vitality, as pale as that of memory. The darkness was increasing, and the wind. My father, who was to take me where she was, did not appear. Suddenly my breath failed me. I felt my heart turn to stone. I had just remembered that for week after week I had forgotten to write to my grandmother. What must she be thinking of me? Great God, I said to myself, How wretched she must be in that little room which they have taken for her, no bigger than what one would take for an old servant, where she is all alone with the nurse they have put there to look after her, from which she cannot stir, for she is still slightly paralyzed and has always refused to rise from her bed. She must be thinking that I have forgotten her now that she's dead. How lonely she must be feeling, how deserted. Oh, I must run to see her. I mustn't lose a moment. I mustn't wait for my father to come even. But where is it? How can I have forgotten the address? Will she know me again, I wonder? How can I have forgotten her all these months? It is so dark, I shall not find her. The wind is keeping me back. But look, there is my father walking ahead of me. I call out to him, "Where is grandmother? Tell me her address. Is she all right? Are you quite sure she has everything she wants?" "Why," says my father, "you need not alarm yourself. Her nurse is well trained. We send her a trifle from time to time, so that she can get your grandmother anything she may need. She asks sometimes how you're getting on. She seemed pleased. She wiped away a tear." And then I fancied I could remember that a little time after her death, my grandmother had said to me, crying, with a humble expression, like an old servant who has been given notice to leave, like a stranger, in fact, "You will let me see something of you occasionally, won't you? Don't let too many years go by without visiting me. Remember that you were my grandson once, and that grandmothers never forget." And seeing again that face, so submissive, so sad, so tender, which was hers, I wanted to run to her at once and say to her, as I ought to have said to her then, "Why, grandmother, you can see me as often as you like. I have only you in the world. I shall never leave you any more." What tears my silence must have made her shed through all those months in which I have never been to the place where she lies. What can she have been saying to herself about me? And it is in a voice choked with tears that I, too, shout to my father, "Quick, quick, her address! Take me to her." But he says, "Well, I don't know whether you'll be able to see her. Besides, you know, she's very frail now, very frail. She's not at all herself. I'm afraid you would find it rather painful, and I can't be quite certain of the number of the avenue. But tell me, you who know, it is not true that the dead have ceased to exist. It can't possibly be true, in spite of what they say, because my grandmother does exist still." My father smiled a mournful smile. "Oh, hardly at all, you know, hardly at all. I think it would be better if you did not go. She has everything she wants. They come and keep the place tidy for her." "But she's often left alone?" "Yes, but that's better for her. It's better for her not to think, which could only be bad for her. It often hurts her when she tries to think. Besides, you know, she is quite lifeless now. I shall leave a note of the exact address so that you can go to see her, but I don't see what good you can do there, and I don't suppose the nurse will allow you to see her. You know quite well that I shall always stay beside her. Dear, dear, dear Francis Jammes Fork." But already I had retraced the dark meanderings of the stream, had ascended to the surface, where the world of living people opens, so that if I still repeated, "Francis Jammes, dear, dear," the sequence of these words no longer offered me the limpid meaning and logic which they had expressed to me so naturally an instant earlier, and which I could not now recall. I could not even understand why the word "ayas," which my father had just said to me, had immediately signified, "Take care you don't catch cold," without any possible doubt. I had forgotten to close the shutters, and so probably the daylight had awakened me. But I could not bear to have before my eyes those waves of the sea which my grandmother could formerly contemplate for hours on end. The fresh image of their heedless beauty was at once supplanted by the thought that she did not see them. I should have liked to stop my ears against their sound, for now the luminous plenitude of the beach carved out an emptiness in my heart. Everything seemed to be saying to me, Like those paths and lawns of a public garden in which I had once lost her long ago when I was still a child, we have not seen her. And beneath the hemisphere of the pale vault of heaven, I felt myself crushed as though beneath a huge bell of bluish glass, enclosing an horizon within which my grandmother was not. To escape from the sight of it, I turned to the wall, but alas, what was now facing me was that partition which used to serve us as a morning messenger, that partition which, as responsive as a violin in rendering every fine shade of sentiment, reported so exactly to my grandmother my fear at once of waking her, and, if she were already awake, of not being heard by her, and so of her not coming, then immediately, like a second instrument taking up the melody, informed me that she was coming, and bade me be calm. I dared not put out my hand to that wall, any more than to a piano on which my grandmother had played, and which still throbbed from her touch. I knew that I might knock now even louder, that I should hear no response, that my grandmother would never come again. And I asked nothing better of God, if a paradise exists, than to be able there to knock upon that wall the 3 little raps which my grandmother would know among 1,000, and to which she would reply with those other raps, which said, "Don't be alarmed, little mouse. I know you are impatient. I'm just coming." And that he would let me remain with her throughout eternity, which would not be too long for us. End of section 10. Section 11 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Heart's Intermissions, continued. The manager came in to ask whether I would not like to come down. He had most carefully supervised my placement in the dining room. As he had seen no sign of me, he had been afraid that I might have had another of my choking fits. He hoped that it might be only little sore throats, and assured me that he had heard it said that they could be soothed with what he called calyptus. He brought me a message from Albertine. She was not supposed to be coming to Baalbek that year, but, having changed her plans, had been for the last 3 days, not in Baalbek itself, but 10 minutes away by the tram at a neighbouring watering place. Fearing that I might be tired after the journey, she had stayed away the first evening, but sent word now to ask when I could see her. I inquired whether she had called in person, not that I wished to see her, but so that I might arrange not to see her. "Yes," replied the manager, "but she would like it to be as soon as possible, unless you have not some quite necessitous reasons. You see," he concluded, "that everybody here desires you, definitively." But for my part, I wished to see nobody. And yet the day before, on my arrival, I had felt myself recaptured by the indolent charm of a seaside existence. The same taciturn lift boy, silent this time from respect, not from scorn, and glowing with pleasure, had set the lift in motion. As I rose upon the ascending column, I had passed once again through what had formerly been for me the mystery of a strange hotel, in which you arrive, a tourist without protection or position, each old resident returning to his room, each chambermaid passing along the eerie perspective of a corridor, not to mention the young lady from America with her companion on their way down to dinner, gave you a look in which you can read nothing that you would have liked to see. This time, on the contrary, I had felt the entirely soothing pleasure of passing up through an hotel that I knew, where I felt myself to be at home, where I had performed once again that operation which we must always start afresh, longer, more difficult than the turning outside in of an eyelid, which consists in investing things with the spirit that is familiar to us instead of their own, which we find alarming. Must I always, I had asked myself, little thinking of the sudden change of mood that was in store for me, be going to strange hotels where I should be dining for the first time, where habit would not yet have killed upon each landing, outside every door, the terrible dragon that seemed to be watching over an enchanted life, where I should have to approach those strange women whom fashionable hotels, casinos, watering places seem to draw together and endow with a common existence. I had found pleasure even in the thought that the boring chief magistrate was so eager to see me. I could see, on that first evening, the waves, the azure mountain ranges of the sea, its glaciers and its cataracts, its elevation and its careless majesty, merely upon smelling for the first time after so long an interval as I washed my hands, that peculiar odour of the over-scented soaps of the Grand Hotel, which, seeming to belong at once to the present moment and to my past visit, floated between them like the real charm of a particular form of existence to which one returns only to change one's necktie. The sheets on my bed, too fine, too light, too large, impossible to tuck in to keep in position, which billowed out from beneath the blankets in moving whorls, had distressed me before. Now they merely cradled upon the awkward swelling fullness of their sails the glorious sunrise, big with hopes, of my first morning. But that sun had not time to appear. In the dead of night, the awful godlike presence had returned to life. I asked the manager to leave me, and to give orders that no one was to enter my room. I told him that I should remain in bed, and rejected his offer to send to the chemist's for the excellent drug. He was delighted by my refusal, for he was afraid that other visitors might be annoyed by the smell of the calyptus. It earned me the compliment, "You are in the movement," he meant, in the right, and the warning, "Take care you don't defile yourself at the door. I've had the lock elucidated with oil. If any of the servants dare to knock at your door, he'll be beaten black and white, and they can mark my words, for I'm not a repeater." This evidently meant that he did not say a thing twice. "But wouldn't you care for a drop of old wine, just to set you up? I have a pig's head of it downstairs," presumably hogshead. "I shan't bring it to you on a silver dish like the head of Jonathan, and I warn you that it is not Chateau Lafitte, but it is virtually equivocal," virtually equivalent. "And as it's quite light, they might fry you a little sole." I declined everything, but was surprised to hear the name of the fish, sole, pronounced like that of the King of Israel, Saul, by a man who must have ordered so many in his life. Despite the manager's promises, they brought me in a little later the turned-down card of the Marquise de Cambremer. Having come over to see me, the old lady had sent to inquire whether I was there, and when she heard that I had arrived only the day before, and was unwell, had not insisted, but not without stopping, doubtless, at the chemist's or the haberdasher's, while the footman jumped down from the box and went to pay a bill or to give an order, had driven back to Verdurins in her old barouche upon 8 springs, drawn by a pair of horses. Not infrequently did one hear the rumble and admire the pomp of this carriage in the streets of Baalbec, and of various other places along the coast between Baalbec and Verdurins. Not that these halts outside shops were the object of these excursions. It was, on the contrary, some tea-party or garden-party at the house of some squire or functionary, socially quite unworthy of the Marquise, but she, although completely overshadowing by her birth and wealth the petty nobility of the district, was, in her perfect goodness and simplicity of heart, so afraid of disappointing anyone who had sent her an invitation that she would attend all the most insignificant social gatherings in the neighbourhood. Certainly, rather than travel such a distance to listen in the stifling heat of a tiny drawing-room to a singer who generally had no voice, and in whom, in her capacity as the Lady Bountiful of the countryside, and as a famous musician, she would afterwards be compelled to congratulate with exaggerated warmth, Madame de Cambremer would have preferred to go for a drive, or to remain in her marvellous gardens at Verdurins, at the foot of which the drowsy waters of a little bay float in to die among the flowers. But she knew that the probability of her coming had been announced by the host, whether he was a noble or a free burgess of Mainville-Teinturière or of Chattancourt-l'Orgueilleux. And if Madame de Cambremer had driven out that afternoon without making a formal appearance at the party, any of the guests who had come from one or other of the little places that lined the coast might have seen and heard the Marquise's barouche, which would deprive her of the excuse that she had not been able to get away from Verdurins. On the other hand, these hosts might have seen Madame de Cambremer time and again appear at concerts given in houses which they considered were no place for her. The slight depreciation caused thereby in their eyes to the position of the too obliging Marquise vanished as soon as it was they who were entertaining her, and it was with feverish anxiety that they kept asking themselves whether or not they were going to have her at their small party. What an allaying of the doubts and fears of days if, after the first song had been sung by the daughter of the house, or by some amateur on holiday in the neighbourhood, one of the guests announced, an infallible sign that the Marquise was coming to the party, that he had seen the famous barouche and pair drawn up outside the watchmaker's or the chemist's. Thereupon Madame de Cambremer, who indeed was to enter before long, followed by her daughter-in-law, the guests who were staying with her at the moment and whom she had asked permission granted with such joy to bring, shone once more with undiminished lustre in the eyes of her host and hostess, to whom the hoped-for reward of her coming had perhaps been the determining, if unavowed, cause of the decision they had made a month earlier to burden themselves with the trouble and expense of an afternoon party. Seeing the Marquise present at their gathering, they remembered no longer her readiness to attend those given by their less deserving neighbours, but the antiquity of her family, the splendour of her house, the rudeness of her daughter, born Le Grandin, who, by her arrogance, emphasized the slightly insipid good nature of the dowager. Already they could see in their mind's eye, in the social column of the Gaulois, the paragraph which they would draft themselves in the family circle with all the doors shut and barred, upon the little corner of Brittany which is at present a whirl of gaiety, the select party from which the guests could hardly tear themselves away, promising their charming host and hostess that they would soon pay them another visit. Day after day they watched for the newspaper to arrive, worried that they had not yet seen any notice in it of their party, and afraid lest they should have had Madame de Cambremer for their other guests alone, and not for the whole reading public. At length the blessed day arrived. "The season is exceptionally brilliant this year at Baalbek. Small afternoon concerts are the fashion." Heaven be praised, Madame de Cambremer's name was spelt correctly, and included, among others we may mention, but at the head of the list. All that remained was to appear annoyed at this journalistic indiscretion, which might get them into difficulties with people whom they had not been able to invite, and to ask hypocritically, in Madame de Cambremer's hearing, who could have been so treacherous as to send the notice, upon which the Marquise, every inch the Lady Bountiful, said, I can understand your being annoyed, but I must say I'm only too delighted that people should know I was at your party." On the card that was brought me, Madame de Cambremer had scribbled the message that she was giving an afternoon party the day after tomorrow. To be sure, as recently as the day before yesterday, tired as I was of the social round, it would have been a real pleasure to me to taste it, transplanted amid those gardens in which there grew in the open air, thanks to the exposure of Verdurins, fig trees, palms, rose bushes extending down to a sea as blue and calm often as the Mediterranean, upon which the host's little yacht sped across before the party began to fetch from the places on the other side of the bay the most important guests, served with its awnings spread to shut out the sun after the party had assembled as an open-air refreshment room, and set sail again in the evening to take back those whom it had brought. A charming luxury, but so costly that it was partly to meet the expenditure that it entailed that Madame de Cambremer had sought to increase her income in various ways, and notably by letting for the first time one of her properties, very different from Verdurins, La Raspallière. Yes, 2 days earlier, how welcome such a party, peopled with minor nobles, all unknown to me, would have been to me as a change from the high life of Paris. But now pleasures had no longer any meaning for me. And so I wrote to Madame de Cambremer to decline, just as an hour ago I had put off Albertine. Grief had destroyed in me the possibility of desire as completely as a high fever takes away one's appetite. My mother was to arrive on the morrow. I felt that I was less unworthy to live in her company, that I should understand her better, now that an alien and degrading existence had wholly given place to the resurging, heart-rending memories that wreathed and ennobled my soul like her own with their crown of thorns. I thought so. In reality, there is a world of difference between real griefs, like my mother's, which literally crush out our life for years, if not forever, when we have lost the person we love, and those other griefs, transitory when all is said, as mine was to be, which pass as quickly as they have been slow in coming, which we do not realize until long after the event, because in order to feel them, we need first to understand them. Griefs such as so many people feel, from which the grief that was torturing me at this moment differed only in assuming the form of unconscious memory. That I was one day to experience a grief as profound as that of my mother, we shall find in the course of this narrative, but it was neither then nor thus that I imagined it. Nevertheless, like a principal actor who ought to have learned his part and to have been in his place long beforehand, but has arrived only at the last minute, and having read over once only what he has to say, manages to gag so skilfully when his cue comes that nobody notices his unpunctuality, my newfound grief enabled me, when my mother came, to talk to her as though it had existed always. She supposed merely that the sight of these places, which I had visited with my grandmother, which was not at all the case, had revived it. For the first time then, and because I felt a sorrow which was nothing compared with hers, but which opened my eyes, I realized and was appalled to think what she must be suffering. For the first time I understood that the fixed and tearless gaze, which made Françoise withhold her sympathy, that she had worn since my grandmother's death, had been arrested by that incomprehensible contradiction of memory and non-existence. Besides, since she was, although still in deep mourning, more fashionably dressed in this strange place, I was more struck by the transformation that had occurred in her. It is not enough to say that she had lost all her gaiety. Melted, congealed into a sort of imploring image, she seemed to be afraid of shocking by too sudden a movement, by too loud a tone, the sorrowful presence that never parted from her. But what struck me most of all when I saw her cloak of crape was, what had never occurred to me in Paris, that it was no longer my mother that I saw before me, but my grandmother. As in royal and princely families, upon the death of the head of the house, his son takes his title, and from being Duc d'Orléans, Prince de Tarente, or Prince des Laumes, becomes King of France, Duc de la Trémoille, Duc de Guermantes, so by an accession of a different order and more remote origin, the dead man takes possession of the living, who becomes his image and successor, carries on his interrupted life. Perhaps the great sorrow that follows in a daughter such as Mamma, the death of her mother, only makes the chrysalis break open a little sooner, hastens the metamorphosis and the appearance of a person whom we carry within us, and who, but for this crisis which annihilates time and space, would have come more gradually to the surface. Perhaps, in our regret for her who is no more, there is a sort of auto-suggestion which ends by bringing out in our features resemblances which potentially we already bore, and above all, a cessation of our most characteristically personal activity. In my mother, her common sense, the sarcastic gaiety that she had inherited from her father, which we did not shrink, so long as the beloved was alive, from exercising even at her expense, and which counterbalanced the traits that we derived exclusively from her. Once she is dead, we should hesitate to be different. We begin to admire only what she was, what we ourselves already were, only blended with something else, and what in future we are to be exclusively. It is in this sense, and not in that other so vague, so false, in which the phrase is generally used, that we may say that death is not in vain, that the dead man continues to react upon us. He reacts even more than a living man, because true reality being discovered only by the mind, being the object of a spiritual operation, we acquire a true knowledge only of things that we are obliged to create anew by thought, things that are hidden from us in everyday life. Lastly, in our mourning for our dead, we pay an idolatrous worship to the things that they liked. Not only could not my mother bear to be parted from my grandmother's bag, became more precious than if it had been studded with sapphires and diamonds, from her muff, from all those garments which served to enhance their personal resemblance, but even from the volumes of Madame de Sévigné, which my grandmother took with her everywhere, copies of which my mother would not have exchanged for the original manuscript of the letters. She had often teased my grandmother, who could never write to her without quoting some phrase of Madame de Sévigné or Madame de Beausergent. In each of the 3 letters that I received from Mamma before her arrival at Baalbec, she quoted Madame de Sévigné to me, as though those 3 letters had been written not by her to me, but by my grandmother and to her. She must at once go out upon the front to see that beach of which my grandmother had spoken to her every day in her letters. Carrying her mother's sunshade, I saw her from my window advance, a sable figure, with timid, pious steps, over the sands that beloved feet had trodden before her, and she looked as though she were going down to find a corpse which the waves would cast up at her feet. So that she should not have to dine by herself, I was to join her downstairs. The chief magistrate and the barrister's widow asked to be introduced to her, and everything that was in any way connected with my grandmother was so precious to her that she was deeply touched, remembered ever afterwards with gratitude what the chief magistrate had said to her, just as she was hurt and indignant that the barrister's wife had not a word to say in memory of the dead. In reality, the chief magistrate was no more concerned about my grandmother than the barrister's wife. The heartfelt words of the one and the other's silence, for all that my mother imagined so vast a difference between them, were but alternative ways of expressing that indifference which we feel towards the dead. But I think that my mother found most comfort in the words in which, quite involuntarily, I conveyed to her a little of my own anguish. It could not but make Mamma happy, notwithstanding all her affection for myself, like everything else that guaranteed my grandmother survival in our hearts. Daily, after this, my mother went down and sat upon the beach, so as to do exactly what her mother had done, and read her mother's two favourite books, the Memoirs of Madame de Beausergent and the Letters of Madame de Sévigné. She, like all the rest of us, could not bear to hear the latter lady called the spirituelle marquise, any more than to hear La Fontaine called le bonhomme. But when, in reading the letters, she came upon the words, my daughter, she seemed to be listening to her mother's voice. She had the misfortune, upon one of these pilgrimages, during which she did not like to be disturbed, to meet upon the beach a lady from Cambremer, accompanied by her daughters. Her name was, I think, Madame Poussin, but among ourselves we always referred to her as the pretty kettle of fish, for it was by the perpetual repetition of this phrase that she warned her daughters of the evil that they were laying up for themselves, saying, for instance, if one of them was rubbing her eyes, "Well, you go and get ophthalmia, that will be a pretty kettle of fish." She greeted my mother from afar with slow and melancholy bows, a sign not of condolence, but of the nature of her social training. We might never have lost my grandmother, or had any reason to be anything but happy. Living in comparative retirement at Cambremer, within the walls of her large garden, she could never find anything soft enough to her liking, and subjected to a softening process the words and even the proper names of the French language. She felt spoon to be too hard a word to apply to the piece of silver which measured out her syrups, and said in consequence, spoon. She would have been afraid of hurting the feelings of the sweet singer of Télémaque by calling him bluntly Fénélon, as I myself said with a clear conscience, having had as a friend the dearest and cleverest of men, good and gallant, never to be forgotten by any that knew him, Bertrand de Fénélon, and never said anything but Fénélon, feeling that the acute accent added a certain softness. The far from soft son-in-law of this Madame Poussin, whose name I have forgotten, having been a lawyer at Cambremer, ran off with the contents of the safe, and relieved my uncle, among others, of a considerable sum of money. But most of the people of Cambremer were on such friendly terms with the rest of the family that no coolness ensued, and her neighbours said merely that they were sorry for Madame Poussin. She never entertained, but whenever people passed by her railings, they would stop to admire the delicious shade of her trees, which was the only thing that could be made out. She gave us no trouble at Baalbek, where I encountered her only once, at a moment when she was saying to a daughter, who was biting her nails, "When they begin to fester, that will be a pretty kettle of fish." While Mamma sat reading on the beach, I remained in my room by myself. I recalled the last weeks of my grandmother's life, and everything connected with them, the outer door of the flat which had been propped open when I went out with her for the last time. In contrast to all this, the rest of the world seemed scarcely real, and my anguish poisoned everything in it. Finally, my mother insisted upon my going out, but at every step some forgotten view of the casino, of the street along which, as I waited until she was ready that first evening, I had walked as far as the monument to Duguay-Trouin prevented me, like a wind against which it is hopeless to struggle, from going farther. I lowered my eyes in order not to see, and after I had recovered my strength a little, I turned back towards the hotel in which I knew that it was henceforth impossible that, however long I might wait, I should find my grandmother, whom I had found there before on the evening of our arrival. As it was the first time that I had gone out of doors, a number of servants, whom I had not yet seen, were gazing at me curiously. Upon the very threshold of the hotel, a young page took off his cap to greet me, and at once put it on again. I supposed that Aimé had, to borrow his own expression, given him the office to treat me with respect, but I saw a moment later that, as someone else entered the hotel, he doffed it again. The fact of the matter was that this young man had no other occupation in life than to take off and put on his cap, and did it to perfection. Having realized that he was incapable of doing anything else, and that in this art he excelled, he practiced it as often as was possible daily, which won him a discreet but widespread regard from the visitors, coupled with a great regard from the hall porter, upon whom devolved the duty of engaging the boys, and who, until this rare bird alighted, had never succeeded in finding one who did not receive notice within a week, greatly to the astonishment of Aimé, who used to say, "After all, in that job they've only got to be polite, which can't be so very difficult." The manager required, in addition, that they should have what he called a good presence, meaning thereby that they should not be absent from their posts, or perhaps having heard the word presence used of personal appearance. The appearance of the lawn behind the hotel had been altered by the creation of several flower beds, and by the removal not only of an exotic shrub, but of the page who, at the time of my former visit, used to provide an external decoration with the supple stem of his figure, crowned by the curious colouring of his hair. He had gone with a Polish countess, who had taken him as her secretary, following the example of his two elder brothers and their typist sister, torn from the hotel by persons of different race and sex who had been attracted by their charm. The only one remaining was the youngest, whom nobody wanted because he squinted. He was highly delighted when the Polish countess or the protectors of the other two brothers came on a visit to the hotel at Baalbek, for, albeit he was jealous of his brothers, he was fond of them, and could in this way cultivate his family affections for a few weeks in the year. Was not the abbess of Fontevraud accustomed, deserting her nuns for the occasion, to come and partake of the hospitality which Louis XIV offered to the other Mortemare, his mistress, Madame de Montespan? The boy was still in his first year at Baalbek. He did not as yet know me, but having heard his comrades of longer standing supplement the word monsieur when they addressed me with my surname, he copied them from the first with an air of satisfaction, whether at showing his familiarity with a person whom he supposed to be well known, or at conforming with a custom of which 5 minutes earlier he had never heard, but which he felt it to be indispensable that he should not fail to observe. I could quite well appreciate the charm that this great palace might have for certain persons. It was arranged like a theatre, and a numerous cast filled it to the doors with animation. For all that the visitor was only a sort of spectator, he was perpetually taking part in the performance, and that not as in one of those theatres where the actors perform a play among the audience, but as though the life of the spectator were going on amidst the sumptuous fittings of the stage. The lawn tennis player might come in wearing a white flannel blazer. The porter would have put on a blue frock coat with silver braid before handing him his letters. If this lawn tennis player did not choose to walk upstairs, he was equally involved with the actors in having by his side, to propel the lift, its attendant no less richly attired. The corridors on each landing engulfed a flying band of nymph-like chambermaids, fair visions against the sea, at whose modest chambers the admirers of feminine beauty arrived by cunning detours. Downstairs it was the masculine element that predominated, and made this hotel, in view of the extreme and effortless youth of the servants, a sort of Judeo-Christian tragedy given bodily form and perpetually in performance. And so I could not help repeating to myself, when I saw them, not indeed the lines of Racine that had come into my head at the Princesse de Guermantes, while M. de Vaugoubert stood watching young secretaries of embassy greet M. de Charlus, but other lines of Racine, taken this time not from Esther, but from Athalie. For in the doorway of the hall, what in the 17th century was called the portico, a flourishing race of young pages clustered, especially at tea-time, like the young Israelites of Racine's choruses. But I do not believe that one of them could have given even the vague answer that Joas finds to satisfy Athalie when she inquires of the infant prince, "What is your office, then?" For they had none. At the most, if one had asked of any of them, like the new queen, "But all this race, what do they then, imprisoned in this place?" he might have said, "I watch the solemn pomp and bear my part." Now and then one of the young supers would approach some more important personage, then this young beauty would rejoin the chorus, and unless it were the moment for a spell of contemplative relaxation, they would proceed with their useless, reverent, decorative, daily evolutions. For except on their day off, reared in seclusion from the world, and never crossing the threshold, they led the same ecclesiastical existence as the Levites in Athalie, and as I gazed at that young and faithful troop playing at the foot of the steps, draped with sumptuous carpets, I felt inclined to ask myself whether I was entering the Grand Hotel at Baalbek or the Temple of Solomon. I went straight up to my room. My thoughts kept constantly turning to the last days of my grandmother's illness, to her sufferings which I lived over again, intensifying them with that element which is even harder to endure than the sufferings of other people, and is added to them by our merciless pity. When we think that we are merely reviving the pains of a beloved friend, our pity exaggerates them. But perhaps it is our pity that is in the right, more than the sufferer's own consciousness of their pains, they being blind to that tragedy of their own existence which pity sees and deplores. Certainly my pity would have taken fresh strength and far exceeded my grandmother's sufferings had I known then what I did not know until long afterwards, that my grandmother, on the eve of her death, in a moment of consciousness, and after making sure that I was not in the room, had taken Mamma's hand, and, after pressing her fevered lips to it, had said, "Farewell, my child, farewell forever." And this may perhaps have been the memory upon which my mother never ceased to gaze so fixedly. Then more pleasant memories returned to me. She was my grandmother, and I was her grandson. Her facial expressions seemed written in a language intended for me alone. She was everything in my life. Other people existed merely in relation to her, through the judgment that she would pass upon them. But no, our relations were too fleeting to have been anything but accidental. She no longer knew me. I should never see her again. We had not been created solely for one another. She was a stranger to me. This stranger was before my eyes at the moment in the photograph taken of her by Saint-Loup. Mamma, who had met Albertine, insisted upon my seeing her, because of the nice things that she had said about my grandmother and myself. I had accordingly made an appointment with her. I told the manager that she was coming and asked him to let her wait for me in the drawing-room. He informed me that he had known her for years, her and her friends, long before they had attained the age of purity, but that he was annoyed with them because of certain things that they had said about the hotel. They can't be very gentlemanly if they talk like that, unless people have been slandering them. I had no difficulty in guessing that purity here meant puberty. As I waited until it should be time to go down and meet Albertine, I was keeping my eyes fixed, as upon a picture which one ceases to see by dint of staring at it, upon the photograph that Saint Loup had taken, when all of a sudden I thought once again, it's grandmother, and I am her grandson. As a man who has lost his memory remembers his name, as a sick man changes his personality. Françoise came in to tell me that Albertine was there, and catching sight of the photograph, "Poor madame, it's the very image of her, even the beauty spot on her cheek. That day the Marquis took her picture, she was very poorly. She had been taken bad twice. Whatever happens, Françoise," she said, "you must never let my grandson know." And she kept it to herself. She was always bright with other people. When she was by herself, though, I used to find that she seemed to be in rather monotonous spirits now and then. But that soon passed away. And then she said to me, if anything were to happen to me, he ought to have a picture of me to keep. And I've never had one done in my life. So then she sent me along with a message to the Marquis, and he was never to let you know that it was she who had asked him, but could he take her photograph. But when I came back and told her that he would, she had changed her mind again, because she was looking so poorly. It would be even worse, she said to me, than no picture at all. But she was a clever one, she was, and in the end she got herself up so well in that big shady hat that it didn't show at all when she was out of the sun. She was very glad to have that photograph, because at that time she didn't think she would ever leave Baalbek alive. It was no use my saying to her, "Madame, it's wrong to talk like that. I don't like to hear Madame talk like that." She had got it into her head. And Lord, there were plenty days when she wouldn't eat a thing. That was why she used to make Monsieur go and dine away out in the country with Monsieur le Marquis. Then, instead of going in to dinner, she'd pretend to be reading a book, and as soon as the Marquis's carriage had started, up she would go to bed. Some days she wanted to send word to Madame to come down and see her in time, and then she was afraid of alarming her, as she had said nothing to her about it. "It'll be better for her to stay with her husband, don't you see, Françoise?" Looking me in the face, Françoise asked me all of a sudden if I was feeling indisposed. I said that I was not, whereupon she, "And you make me waste my time talking to you. Your visitor has been here all this time. I must go down and tell her. She's not the sort of person to have here. Why, a fast one like that. She may be gone again by now. She doesn't like to be kept waiting. Oh, nowadays Mademoiselle Albertine, she's somebody." "You are quite wrong. She's a very respectable person, too respectable for this place. But go and tell her that I shan't be able to see her today." What compassionate declamations I should have provoked from Françoise if she had seen me cry. I carefully hid myself from her. Otherwise I should have had her sympathy. But I gave her mine. We do not put ourselves sufficiently in the place of these poor maid-servants who cannot bear to see us cry, as though crying were bad for us, or bad, perhaps, for them. For Françoise used to say to me when I was a child, "Don't cry like that. I don't like to see you crying like that." We dislike highfalutin language, asseverations. We are wrong. We close our hearts to the pathos of the countryside, to the legend which the poor servant girl, dismissed, unjustly perhaps, for theft, pale as death, grown suddenly more humble than if it were a crime merely to be accused, unfolds, invoking her father's honesty, her mother's principles, her granddame's counsels. It is true that those same servants who cannot bear our tears will have no hesitation in letting us catch pneumonia because the maid downstairs likes draughts, and it would not be polite to her to shut the windows. For it is necessary that even those who are right, like Françoise, should be wrong also, so that justice may be made an impossible thing. Even the humble pleasures of servants provoke either the refusal or the ridicule of their masters, for it is always a mere nothing, but foolishly sentimental, unhygienic. And so they are in a position to say, "How is it that I ask for only this one thing in the whole year and am not allowed it?" And yet the masters will allow them something far more difficult, which was not stupid or dangerous for the servants or for themselves. To be sure, the humility of the wretched maid, trembling, ready to confess to a crime that she has not committed, saying, "I shall leave tonight if you wish it," is a thing that nobody can resist. But we must learn also not to remain unmoved, despite the solemn, menacing fatuity of the things that she says, her maternal heritage, and the dignity of the family kailyard, before an old cook draped in the honour of her life and of her ancestry, wielding her broom like a sceptre, donning the tragic buskin, stifling her speech with sobs, drawing herself up with majesty. That afternoon I remembered or imagined scenes of this sort which I associated with our old servant, and from then onwards, in spite of all the harm that she might do to Albertine, I loved Françoise with an affection, intermittent it is true, but of the strongest kind, the kind that is founded upon pity. To be sure, I suffered agonies all that day as I sat gazing at my grandmother's photograph. It tortured me, not so acutely, though, as the visit I received that evening from the manager. After I had spoken to him about my grandmother, and he had reiterated his condolences, I heard him say, for he enjoyed using the words that he pronounced wrongly, "Like the day when Madame your grandmother had that syncope. I wanted to tell you about it because of the other visitors, don't you know. It might have given the place a bad name. She ought really to have left that evening, but she begged me to say nothing about it, and promised me that she wouldn't have another syncope, or the first time she had one she would go. The floor waiter reported to me that she had had another. But Lord, you were old friends that we tried to please, and so long as nobody made any complaint." And so my grandmother had had syncopes, which she had never mentioned to me. Perhaps at the very moment when I was being most beastly to her, when she was obliged, amid her pain, to see that she kept her temper so as not to anger me, and her looks so as not to be turned out of the hotel. Syncope was a word which, so pronounced, I should never have imagined, which might, perhaps, applied to other people, have struck me as ridiculous, but which, in its strange sonorous novelty, like that of an original discord, long retained the faculty of arousing in me the most painful sensations. Next day I went, at Mamma's request, to lie down for a little on the sands, or rather among the dunes, where one is hidden by their folds, and I knew that Albertine and her friends would not be able to find me. My drooping eyelids allowed but one kind of light to pass, all rosy, the light of the inner walls of the eyes, then they shut altogether. Whereupon my grandmother appeared to me, seated in an armchair. So feeble she was, she seemed to be less alive than other people, and yet I could hear her breathe. Now and again she made a sign to show that she had understood what we were saying, my father and I. But in vain might I take her in my arms. I failed utterly to kindle a spark of affection in her eyes, a flush of colour in her cheeks. Absent from herself, She appeared somehow not to love me, not to know me, perhaps not to see me. I could not interpret the secret of her indifference, of her dejection, of her silent resentment. I drew my father aside. "You can see all the same," I said to him. "There's no doubt about it. She understands everything perfectly. It is a perfect imitation of life. If we could have your cousin here, who maintains that the dead don't live, why, she's been dead for more than a year now, and she's still alive. But why won't she give me a kiss? Look, her poor head is drooping again. But she wants to go now to the Champs-Élysées. It's madness. You really think it can do her any harm? That she can die any further? Isn't it possible that she no longer loves me? I keep on hugging her. Why won't she smile at me again?" "What can you expect? When people are dead, they're dead." A few days later, I was able to look with pleasure at the photograph that Saint-Loup had taken of her. It did not revive the memory of what Françoise had told me, because that memory had never left me, and I was growing used to it. But with regard to the idea that I had received of the state of her health, so grave, so painful, on that day, the photograph, still profiting by the ruses that my grandmother had adopted, which succeeded in taking me in even after they had been disclosed to me, showed me her so smart, so carefree beneath the hat which partly hid her face, that I saw her looking less unhappy and in better health than I imagined. And yet her cheeks, having unconsciously assumed an expression of their own, livid, haggard, like the expression of an animal that feels it has been marked down for slaughter, my grandmother had an air of being under sentence of death, an air involuntarily sombre, unconsciously tragic, which passed unperceived by me, but prevented Mamma from ever looking at that photograph that seemed to her a photograph not so much of her mother as of her mother's disease, of an insult that the disease was offering to the brutally buffeted face of my grandmother. Then one day I decided to send word to Albertine that I would see her presently. This was because, on a morning of intense and premature heat, the myriad cries of children at play, of bathers disporting themselves, of news vendors, had traced for me in lines of fire, in wheeling, interlacing flashes, the scorching beach which the little waves came up one after another to sprinkle with their coolness. Then had begun the symphonic concert, mingled with the splashing of the water, through which the violins hummed like a swarm of bees that had strayed out over the sea. At once I had longed to hear again Albertine's laughter, to see her friends, those girls outlined against the waves, who had remained in my memory the inseparable charm, the typical flora of Baalbec. And I had determined to send a line by Françoise to Albertine, making an appointment for the following week, while gently rising, the sea, as each wave uncurled, completely buried in layers of crystal the melody whose phrases appeared to be separated from one another, like those angel lutanists which on the roof of the Italian cathedral rise between the peaks of blue porphyry and foaming jasper. But on the day on which Albertine came, the weather had turned dull and cold again, and moreover I had no opportunity of hearing her laugh. She was in a very bad temper. "Baalbec is deadly dull this year," she said to me. "I don't mean to stay any longer than I can help. You know I've been here since Easter. That's more than a month. There's not a soul here. You can imagine what fun it is." Notwithstanding the recent rain and a sky that changed every moment, after escorting Albertine as far as Épreville, for she was to borrow her expression, on the run, between that little watering place where Madame Bontemps had her villa, and Incarville, where she had been taken en pension by Rosamond's family, I went off by myself in the direction of the high road that Madame de Villeparisis' carriage had taken when we went on a drive with my grandmother. Pools of water, which the sun, now bright again, had not dried, made a regular quagmire of the ground, and I thought of my grandmother, who, in the old days, could not walk a yard without covering herself in mud. But on reaching the road, I found a dazzling spectacle. Where I had seen with my grandmother in the month of August only the green leaves and, so to speak, the disposition of the apple trees, as far as the eye could reach, they were in full bloom, marvellous in their splendour, their feet in the mire beneath their ball dresses, taking no precaution not to spoil the most marvellous pink satin that was ever seen, which glittered in the sunlight. The distant horizon of the sea gave the trees the background of a Japanese print. If I raised my head to gaze at the sky through the blossom, which made its serene blue appear almost violent, the trees seemed to be drawing apart to reveal the immensity of their paradise. Beneath that azure, a faint but cold breeze set the blushing bouquets gently trembling. Blue tits came and perched upon the branches and fluttered among the flowers, indulgent, as though it had been an amateur of exotic art and colours who had artificially created this living beauty. But it moved one to tears because, to whatever lengths the artist went in the refinement of his creation, one felt that it was natural that these apple trees were there in the heart of the country, like peasants upon one of the high roads of France. Then the rays of the sun gave place suddenly to those of the rain. They streaked the whole horizon, caught the line of apple trees in their grey net, but they continued to hold aloft their beauty, pink and blooming, in the wind that had turned icy beneath the drenching rain. It was a day in spring. End of section 11. Section 12 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Mysteries of Albertine. In my fear lest the pleasure I found in this solitary excursion might weaken my memory of my grandmother, I sought to revive this by thinking of some great mental suffering that she had undergone. In response to my appeal, that suffering tried to build itself in my heart, threw up vast pillars there, but my heart was doubtless too small for it. I had not the strength to bear so great a grief. My attention was distracted at the moment when it was approaching completion, and its arches collapsed before joining, as, before they have perfected their curve, the waves of the sea totter and break. And yet, if only from my dreams when I was asleep, I might have learned that my grief for my grandmother's death was diminishing, for she appeared in them less crushed by the idea that I had formed of her non-existence. I saw her an invalid still, but on the road to recovery. I found her in better health. And if she made any allusion to what she had suffered, I stopped her mouth with my kisses and assured her that she was now permanently cured. I should have liked to call the sceptics to witness that death is indeed a malady from which one recovers. Only I no longer found in my grandmother the rich spontaneity of old times. Her words were no more than a feeble, docile response, almost a mere echo of mine. She was nothing more than the reflection of my own thoughts. Incapable as I still was of feeling any fresh physical desire, Albertine was beginning nevertheless to inspire in me a desire for happiness. Certain dreams of shared affection, always floating on the surface of our minds, ally themselves readily by a sort of affinity with the memory, provided that this has already become slightly vague, of a woman with whom we have taken our pleasure. This sentiment recalled to me aspects of Albertine's face, more gentle, less gay, quite different from those that would have been evoked by physical desire. And as it was also less pressing than that desire, I would gladly have postponed its realization until the following winter, without seeking to see Albertine again at Baalbek before her departure. But even in the midst of a grief that is still keen, physical desire will revive. From my bed, where I was made to spend hours every day resting, I longed for Albertine to come and resume our former amusements. Do we not see, in the very room in which they have lost a child, its parents soon come together again to give the little angel a baby brother? I tried to distract my mind from this desire by going to the window to look at that day's sea. As in the former year, the seas, from one day to another, were rarely the same. Nor, however, did they at all resemble those of that first year, whether because we are now in spring with its storms, or because, even if I had come down at the same time as before, the different, more changeable weather might have discouraged from visiting this coast certain seas, indolent, vaporous, and fragile, which I had seen throughout long scorching days, asleep upon the beach, their bluish bosoms only faintly stirring with a soft palpitation, or, as was most probable, because my eyes, taught by Elsteer to retain precisely those elements that before I had deliberately rejected, would now gaze for hours at what in the former year they had been incapable of seeing. The contrast that used then to strike me so forcibly between the country drives that I took with Madame de Villeparisis and this proximity, fluid, inaccessible, mythological, of the eternal ocean, no longer existed for me. And there were days now when, on the contrary, the sea itself seemed almost rural. On the days, few and far between, of really fine weather, the heat had traced upon the waters, as it might be across country, a dusty white track, at the end of which the pointed mast of a fishing boat stood up like a village steeple. A tug, of which one could see only the funnel, was smoking in the distance like a factory amid the fields, while, alone against the horizon, a convex patch of white, sketched there doubtless by a sail, but apparently a solid plastered surface, made one think of the sunlit wall of some isolated building, an hospital or a school. And the clouds and the wind, on days when these were added to the sun, completed, if not the error of judgment, at any rate the illusion of the first glance, the suggestion that it aroused in the imagination. For the alternation of sharply defined patches of colour, like those produced in the country by the proximity of different crops, the rough, yellow, almost muddy irregularities of the marine surface, the banks, the slopes that hid from sight a vessel upon which a crew of nimble sailors seemed to be reaping a harvest, all this upon stormy days made the ocean a thing as varied, as solid, as broken, as populous, as civilized as the earth, with its carriage roads over which I used to travel and was soon to be travelling again. And once, unable any longer to hold out against my desire, Instead of going back to bed, I put on my clothes and started off to Albertine to find Albertine. I would ask her to come with me to Douville, where I would pay calls at Verdurins upon Madame de Cambremer and at La Raspallière upon Madame Verdurins. Albertine would wait for me meanwhile upon the beach, and we would return together after dark. I went to take the train on the local light railway, of which I had picked up, the time before, from Albertine and her friends, all the nicknames current in the district, where it was known as the Twister, because of its numberless windings, the Crawler, because the train never seemed to move, the Transatlantic, because of a horrible siren which it sounded to clear people off the line, the Decovie and the Fini, albeit there was nothing funicular about it, but because it climbed the cliff, and, although not strictly speaking a Decovie, it had a 60-centimetre gauge, the BAG, because it ran between Baalbec and Gratavast via Angerville, and the Tram and the TSN, because it was a branch of the tramways of southern Normandy. I took my seat in a compartment in which I was alone. It was a day of glorious sunshine and stiflingly hot. I drew down the blue blind which shut off all but a single ray of sunlight. But immediately I beheld my grandmother as she had appeared sitting in the train on our leaving Paris for Baalbec, when, in her sorrow at seeing me drink beer, she had preferred not to look, to shut her eyes and pretend to be asleep. I, who in my childhood had been unable to endure her anguish when my grandfather tasted brandy, I had inflicted this anguish upon her, not merely of seeing me accept, at the invitation of another, a drink which she regarded as bad for me. I had forced her to leave me free to swill it down to my heart's content. Worse still, by my bursts of passion, my choking fits, I had forced her to help, to advise me to do so, with a supreme resignation, of which I saw now in my memory the mute, despairing image, her eyes closed to shut out the sight. So vivid a memory had, like the stroke of a magic wand, restored the mood that I had been gradually outgrowing for some time past. What had I to do with Rosamond, when my lips were wholly possessed by the desperate longing to kiss a dead woman? What had I to say to the Cambremer and the Verdurins, when my heart was beating so violently because at every moment there was being renewed in it the pain that my grandmother had suffered? I could not remain in the compartment. As soon as the train stopped at Mainville-la-Teinturière, abandoning all my plans, I alighted. Mainville had of late acquired considerable importance and a reputation all its own, because a director of various casinos, a caterer in pleasure, had set up just outside it, with the luxurious display of bad taste that could vie with that of any smart hotel, an establishment to which we shall return anon, and which was, to put it briefly, the first brothel for exclusive people that it had occurred to anyone to build upon the coast of France. It was the only one. True, every port had its own, but intended for sailors only, and for lovers of the picturesque, whom it amuses to see next door to the primeval parish church, the Baude, hardly less ancient, venerable, and moss-grown, standing outside her ill-famed door, waiting for the return of the fishing fleet. Hurrying past the glittering house of pleasure, insolently erected there, despite the protests which the heads of families had addressed in vain to the mayor, I reached the cliff and followed its winding paths in the direction of Baalbec. I heard, without responding to it, the appeal of the hawthorns. Neighbours in humbler circumstances of the blossoming apple trees, they found them very coarse, without denying the fresh complexion of the rosy-petalled daughters of those wealthy brewers of cider. They know that, with a lesser dowry, they were more sought after, and were attractive enough by themselves in their tattered whiteness. On my return, the hotel porter handed me a black-bordered letter, in which the Marquis and the Marquise de Gonneville, and the Vicomte and the Vicomtesse d'Amfreville, and the Comte and Comtesse de Berneville, and the Marquis and Marquise de Grancourt, and the Comte d'Amanoncourt, the Comtesse de Mainville, the Comte and the Comtesse de Franquetot, the Comtesse de Chavernay, née d'Aigleville, begged to announce, and from which I understood at length, why it had been sent to me when I caught sight of the names of the Marquise de Cambremer, née du Mesnil-la-Guichard, the Marquis and the Marquise de Cambremer, and saw that the deceased, a cousin of the Cambremer, was named Eleanor Euphrasie Humbertine de Cambremer, Comtesse de Criquetot. In the whole extent of this provincial family, the enumeration of which filled the closely printed lines, not a single commoner, and, on the other hand, not a single title that one knew, but the entire muster roll of the nobles of the region who made their names, those of all the interesting spots in the neighbourhood, ring out their joyous endings in vie, in cour, sometimes on a duller note in to. Garbed in the roof tiles of their castles, or in the rough cast of their parish church, their nodding heads barely reaching above the vault of the nave or banqueting hall, and then only to cap themselves with the Norman lantern or the dovecot of the pepper-pot turret, they gave the impression of having sounded the rallying call to all the charming villages, straggling or scattered over a radius of 50 leagues, and to have paraded them in mass formation, without one absentee, one intruder, on the compact rectangular draught-board of the aristocratic letter edged with black. My mother had gone upstairs to her room, meditating the phrase of Madame de Sévigné, "I see nothing of the people who distract me from you. The truth of the matter is that they are seeking to prevent me from thinking of you, and that annoys me," because the chief magistrate had told her that she ought to find some distraction. To me he whispered, "That's the Princesse de Parme." My fears were dispelled when I saw that the woman whom the magistrate pointed out to me bore not the slightest resemblance to Her Royal Highness. But as she engaged a room in which to spend the night after paying a visit to Madame de Luxembourg, the report of her coming had the effect upon many people of making them take each newcomer for the Princesse de Parme, and upon me of making me go and shut myself up in my attic. I had no wish to remain there by myself. It was barely 4 o'clock. I asked Françoise to go and find Albertine, so that she might spend the rest of the afternoon with me. It would be untrue, I think, to say that there were already symptoms of that painful and perpetual mistrust which Albertine was to inspire in me, not to mention the special character, emphatically Gomorran, which that mistrust was to assume. Certainly, even that afternoon, but this was not the first time, I grew anxious as I was kept waiting. Françoise, once she had started, stayed away so long that I began to despair. I had not lighted the lamp. The daylight was almost gone. The wind was making the flag over the casino flap. And, fainter still in the silence of the beach, over which the tide was rising, and like a voice rendering and enhancing the troubling emptiness of this restless, unnatural hour, a little barrel organ that had stopped outside the hotel was playing Viennese waltzes. At length Françoise arrived, but unaccompanied. "I've been as quick as I could, but she wouldn't come because she didn't think she was looking smart enough. If she was 5 minutes painting herself and powdering herself, she was an hour by the clock. You'll be having a regular scent shop in here. She's coming. She stayed behind to tidy herself at the glass. I thought I should find her here." There was still a long time to wait before Albertine appeared. But the gaiety, the charm that she showed me on this occasion dispelled my sorrow. She informed me, in contradiction of what she had said the other day, that she would be staying for the whole season, and asked me whether we could not arrange, as in the former year, to meet daily. I told her that at the moment I was too melancholy, and that I would rather send for her from time to time at the last moment, as I did in Paris. "If ever you're feeling worried, or feel that you want me, do not hesitate," she told me, "to send for me. I shall come immediately, and if you are not afraid of its creating a scandal in the hotel, I shall stay as long as you like." Françoise, in bringing her to me, had assumed the joyous air she wore whenever she had gone out of her way to please me and had been successful. But Albertine herself contributed nothing to her joy, and the very next day Françoise was to greet me with the profound observation, "Monsieur ought not to see that young lady. I know quite well the sort she is. She'll land you in trouble." As I escorted Albertine to the door, I saw in the lighted dining room the Princesse de Parme. I merely gave her a glance, taking care not to be seen. But I must say that I found a certain grandeur in the royal politeness which had made me smile at the Guermantes. It is a fundamental rule that sovereign princes are at home wherever they are, and this rule is conventionally expressed in obsolete and useless customs, such as that which requires the host to carry his hat in his hand in his own house, to show that he is not in his own home, but in the prince's. Now, the Princesse de Parme may not have formulated this idea to herself, but she was so imbued with it that all her actions, spontaneously invented to suit the circumstances, pointed to it. When she rose from the table, she handed a lavish tip to Aimé, as though he had been there solely for her, and she were rewarding, before leaving a country house, a footman who had been detailed to wait upon her. Nor did she stop at the tip, but with a gracious smile bestowed on him a few friendly, flattering words, with a store of which her mother had provided her. Another moment, and she would have told him that, just as the hotel was perfectly managed, so Normandy was a garden of roses, and that she preferred France to any other country in the world. Another coin slipped from the princess's fingers for the wine-waiter, for whom she had sent, and to whom she made a point of expressing her satisfaction like a general after an inspection. The lift boy had come up at that moment with a message for her. He, too, received a little speech, a smile, and a tip, all this interspersed with encouraging and humble words intended to prove to them that she was only one of themselves. As Aimé, the wine-waiter, the lift boy, and the rest felt that it would be impolite not to grin from ear to ear at a person who smiled at them, she was presently surrounded by a cluster of servants with whom she chatted kindly. Such ways being unfamiliar in smart hotels, the people who passed by, not knowing who she was, thought they beheld a permanent resident at Baalbek, who, because of her humble origin or for professional reasons, perhaps she was the wife of an agent for champagne, was less different from the domestics than the really smart visitors. As for me, I thought of the palace at Parma, of the councils, partly religious, partly political, given to this princess, who behaved towards the lower orders as though she had been obliged to conciliate them in order to reign over them one day, all the more as if she were already reigning. I went upstairs again to my room, but I was not alone there. I could hear someone softly playing Schumann. No doubt it happens at times that people, even those whom we love best, become saturated with the melancholy or irritation that emanates from us. There is nevertheless an inanimate object which is capable of a power of exasperation to which no human being will ever attain, to wit, a piano. Albertine had made me take note of the dates on which she would be going away for a few days to visit various girlfriends, and had made me write down their addresses as well, in case I should want her on one of those evenings, for none of them lived very far away. This meant that when I tried to find her, going from one girl to another, she became more and more entwined in ropes of flowers. I must confess that many of her friends, I was not yet in love with her, gave me, at one watering place or another, moments of pleasure. These obliging young comrades did not seem to me to be very many, but I recently have thought it over. Their names have recurred to me. I counted that in one season 12 conferred on me their ephemeral favours. A name came back to me later which made 13. I then, with almost a child's delight in cruelty, dwelt upon that number. Alas, I realized that I had forgotten the first of them all, Albertine, who no longer existed, and who made the 14th. I had, to resume the thread of my narrative, written down the names and addresses of the girls with whom I should find her upon the days when she was not to be at Alcarville, but privately had decided that I would devote those days rather to calling upon a Madame Verdurins. In any case, our desire for different women varies in intensity. One evening we cannot bear to let one out of our sight who, after that, for the next month or two, will never enter our mind. Then there is the law of change, for a study of which this is not the place, under which, after an overexertion of the flesh, the woman whose image haunts our momentary senility is one to whom we would barely give more than a kiss on the brow. As for Albertine, I saw her seldom, and only upon the very infrequent evenings when I felt that I could not live without her. If this desire seized me when she was too far from Balbec for Françoise to be able to go and fetch her, I used to send the lift boy to Épreville, to La Sogne, to Saint-Frichoux, asking him to finish his work a little earlier than usual. He would come into my room, but would leave the door open, for, albeit he was conscientious at his job, which was pretty hard, consisting in endless cleanings from 5 o'clock in the morning, he could never bring himself to make the effort to shut the door, and if one were to remark to him that it was open, would turn back and, summoning up all his strength, give it a gentle push. With the democratic pride that marked him, a pride to which, in more liberal careers, the members of a profession that is at all numerous never attain, barristers, doctors, and men of letters, speaking simply of a brother barrister, doctor, or man of letters, he, employing, and rightly, a term that is confined to close corporations like the Academy, would say to me, in speaking of a page who was in charge of the lift upon alternate days, "I shall get my colleague to take my place." This pride did not prevent him from accepting, with a view to increasing what he called his salary, remuneration for his errands, a fact which made Françoise take a dislike to him. Yes, the first time you see him you would give him the sacrament without confession, but there are days when his tongue is as smooth as a prison door. It's your money he's after. This was the category in which she had so often included Eulalie, and in which, alas, when I think of all the trouble that was one day to come of it, she had already placed Albertine, because she saw me often asking Mamma, on behalf of my impecunious friend, for trinkets and other little presents, which Françoise held to be inexcusable, because Madame Bontemps had only a general servant. A moment later, the lift boy, having removed what I should have called his livery, and he called his tunic, appeared wearing a straw hat, carrying a cane, holding himself stiffly erect, for his mother had warned him never to adopt the working class or page boy style. Just as, thanks to books, all knowledge is open to a working man who ceases to be such when he has finished his work, so, thanks to a boater hat and a pair of gloves, elegance becomes accessible to the lift boy who, having ceased for the evening to take visitors upstairs, imagined himself like a young surgeon who has taken off his overall, or Sergeant Saint-Loup out of uniform, a typical young man about town. He was not, for that matter, lacking in ambition, or in talent either, in manipulating his machine and not bringing you to a standstill between two floors, but his vocabulary was defective. I credited him with ambition because he said, in speaking of the porter under whom he served, "my porter," in the same tone in which a man who owned what the page would have called a private mansion in Paris would have referred to his footman. As for the lift boy's vocabulary, it is curious that anybody who heard people 50 times a day calling for the lift should never himself call it anything but a left. There were certain things about this boy that were extremely annoying. Whatever I might be saying to him, he would interrupt with a phrase, "I should say so," or "I say," which seemed either to imply that my remark was so obvious that anybody would have thought of it, or else to take all the credit for it himself, as though it were he that was drawing my attention to the subject. "I should say so," or "I say," exclaimed with the utmost emphasis, issued from his lips every other minute, over matters to which he had never given a thought, a trick which irritated me so much that I immediately began to say the opposite, to show him that he knew nothing about it. But to my second assertion, albeit it was incompatible with the first, he replied none the less stoutly, "I should say so, I say," as though these words were inevitable. I found it difficult also to forgive him the trick of employing certain terms proper to his calling, which would therefore have sounded perfectly correct in their literal sense, in a figurative sense only, which gave them the air of feeble witticism. For instance, the verb to pedal. He never used it when he had gone anywhere on his bicycle, but if, on foot, he had hurried to arrive somewhere in time, then, to indicate that he had walked fast, he would exclaim, "I should say I didn't half pedal." The lift boy was on the small side, clumsily built, and by no means good-looking. This did not prevent him, whenever one spoke to him of some tall, slim, handsome young man, from saying, "Oh yes, I know, a fellow who's just my height." And one day, when I was expecting him to bring me the answer to a message, hearing somebody come upstairs, I had, in my impatience, opened the door of my room and caught sight of a page as beautiful as Endymion, with incredibly perfect features, who was bringing a message to a lady whom I did not know. When the lift boy returned, in telling him how impatiently I had waited for the answer, I mentioned to him that I had thought I heard him come upstairs, but that it had turned out to be a page from the Hôtel de Normandie. "Oh yes, I know," he said. "They have only the one, a boy about my build. He's so like me in face, too, that we're always being mistaken. Anybody would think he was my brother." Lastly, he always wanted to appear to have understood you perfectly from the first second, which meant that as soon as you asked him to do anything, he would say, yes, I understand all that," with a precision and a tone of intelligence which for some time deceived me. But other people, as we get to know them, are like a metal dipped in an acid bath, and we see them gradually lose their good qualities, and their bad qualities too at times. Before giving him my instructions, I saw that he had left the door open. I pointed this out to him. I was afraid that people might hear us. He acceded to my request, and returned, having reduced the gap. "Anything to oblige, but there's nobody on this floor except us two." Immediately I heard one, then a second, then a third person go by. This annoyed me, partly because of the risk of my being overheard, but more still because I could see that it did not in the least surprise him, and was a perfectly normal occurrence. "Yes, that'll be the next door maid going for her things. Oh, that's of no importance. It's the bottler putting away his keys. No, it's nothing. You can say what you want. It's my colleague, just going on duty." Then, as the reasons that all these people had for passing did not diminish my dislike of the thought that they might overhear me, at a formal order from me, he went, not to shut the door, which was beyond the strength of this bicyclist who longed for a motor, but to push it a little closer to. "Now I shall be quite quiet." So quiet were we that an American lady burst in and withdrew with apologies for having mistaken the number of her room. "You're going to bring this young lady back with you," I told him, after first going and banging the door with all my might, which brought in another page to see whether a window had been left open. "You remember the name? Mademoiselle Albertine Simonet. Anyhow, it's on the envelope. You need only say to her that it's from me. She'll be delighted to come," I added, to encourage him and to preserve a scrap of my own self-esteem. "I should say so." "Not at all. There's not the slightest reason to suppose that she'll be glad to come. It's a great nuisance getting here from Berneville." "I understand." "You'll tell her to come with you." Yes, I understand perfectly," he replied in that sharp, precise tone which had long ceased to make a good impression upon me, because I knew that it was almost mechanical, and covered with its apparent clearness plenty of uncertainty and stupidity. "When will you be back?" "Haven't any too much time," said the lift boy, who, carrying to extremes the grammatical rule that forbids the repetition of personal pronouns before coordinate verbs, omitted the pronoun altogether. "Can go there all right. Leave was stopped this afternoon because there was a dinner for 20 at luncheon, and it was my turn off duty today, so it's all right if I go out a bit this evening. Take my bike with me. Get there in no time." And an hour later he reappeared and said, "Monsieur's had to wait, but the young lady's come with me. She's down below." "Oh, thanks very much. The porter won't be cross with me?" "Monsieur Paul doesn't even know where I've been. The head of the door himself can't say a word." But once, after I had told him, "You absolutely must bring her back with you," he reported to me with a smile, "You know, I couldn't find her. She's not there. Couldn't wait any longer. Was afraid of getting it, like my colleague who was missed from the hotel." For the lift boy, who used the word rejoin of a profession which one joined for the first time, I should like to rejoin the post office. To make up for this, or to mitigate the calamity were his own career at stake, or to insinuate it more delicately and treacherously were the victim someone else, elided the prefix and said, "I know he's been missed." It was not with any evil intent that he smiled, but from sheer timidity. He thought that he was diminishing the magnitude of his crime by making a joke of it. In the same way, if he had said to me, "You know, I couldn't find her," this did not mean that he really thought that I knew it already. On the contrary, he was all too certain that I did not know it, and, what was more, was afraid to tell me. And so he said, "You know," to ward off the terror which menaced him as he uttered the words that were to bring me the knowledge. We ought never to lose our temper with people who, when we find fault with them, begin to titter. They do so not because they are laughing at us, but because they are trembling lest we should be angry. Let us show all pity and tenderness to those who laugh. For all the world like a stroke, the lift boy's anxiety had wrought in him not merely an apoplectic flush, but an alteration in his speech which had suddenly become familiar. He wound up by telling me that Albertine was not at Aigreville, that she would not be coming back there before 9 o'clock, and that if betimes, which meant by chance, she came back earlier, my message would be given her, and in any case she would be with me before 1 o'clock in the morning. It was not this evening, however, that my cruel mistrust began to take solid form. No, to make no mystery about it, although the incident did not occur until some weeks later, it arose out of a remark made by Cottard. Albertine and her friends had insisted that day upon dragging me to the casino at Encarville, where, as luck would have it, I should not have joined them, having intended to go and see Madame Verdurins, who had invited me again and again, had I not been held up at Encarville itself by a breakdown of the tram, which it would take a considerable time to repair. As I strolled up and down, waiting for the men to finish working at it, I found myself all of a sudden face to face with Dr. Cottard, who had come to Encarville to see a patient. I almost hesitated to greet him, as he had not answered any of my letters, but friendship does not express itself in the same way in different people. Not having been brought up to observe the same fixed rules of behaviour as well-bred people, Cottard was full of good intentions of which one knew nothing, even denying their existence, until the day when he had an opportunity of displaying them. He apologized, had indeed received my letters, had reported my whereabouts to the Verdurins, who were most anxious to see me, and whom he urged me to go and see. He even proposed to take me to them there and then, for he was waiting for the little local train to take him back there for dinner. As I hesitated, and as he had still some time before his train, for there was bound to be still a considerable delay, I made him come with me to the little casino, one of those that had struck me as being so gloomy on the evening of my first arrival, now filled with the tumult of the girls who, in the absence of male partners, were dancing together. André came sliding along the floor towards me. I was meaning to go off with Cottard in a moment to the Verdurins, when I definitely declined his offer, seized by an irresistible desire to stay with Albertine. The fact was, I had just heard her laugh, and her laugh at once suggested the rosy flesh, the fragrant portals between which it had just made its way seeming also as strong, sensual, and revealing as the scent of geraniums, to carry with it some microscopic particles of their substance, irritant and secret. One of the girls, a stranger to me, sat down at the piano, and André invited Albertine to waltz with her. Happy in the thought that I was going to remain in this little casino with these girls, I remarked to Cottard how well they danced together. But he, taking the professional point of view of a doctor, and with an ill-breeding which overlooked the fact that they were my friends, although he must have seen me shaking hands with them, replied, "Yes, but parents are very rash to allow their daughters to form such habits. I should certainly never let mine come here. Are they nice-looking, though? I can't see their faces. There, now look," he went on, pointing to Albertine and André, who were waltzing slowly, tightly clasped together. "I've left my glasses behind and I don't see very well, but they are certainly keenly roused. It is not sufficiently known that women derive most excitement from their breasts, and theirs, as you see, are completely touching." And indeed the contact had been unbroken between the breasts of André and of Albertine. I do not know whether they heard or guessed Cottard's observation, but they gently broke the contact while continuing to waltz. At that moment, André said something to Albertine, who laughed, the same deep and penetrating laugh that I had heard before. But all that it wafted to me this time was a feeling of pain. Albertine appeared to be revealing by it, to be making André share some exquisite, secret thrill. It rang out like the first or the last strains of a ball to which one has not been invited. I left the place with Cottard, distracted by his conversation, thinking only at odd moments of the scene I had just witnessed. This does not mean that Cottard's conversation was interesting. It had indeed at that moment become bitter, for we had just seen Dr. de Boulbon go past without noticing us. He had come down to spend some time on the other side of Baalbek Bay, where he was greatly in demand. Now, albeit Cottard was in the habit of declaring that he did no professional work during the holidays, he had hoped to build up a select practice along the coast, a hope which de Boulbon's presence there doomed to disappointment. Certainly the Baalbek doctor could not stand in Cottard's way. He was merely a thoroughly conscientious doctor who knew everything, and to whom you could not mention the slightest irritation of the skin without his immediately prescribing, in a complicated formula, the ointment, lotion, or liniment that would put you right. As Marie Gineste used to say in her charming speech, he knew how to charm cuts and sores. But he was in no way eminent. He had indeed caused Cottard some slight annoyance. The latter, now that he was anxious to exchange his chair for that of therapeutics, had begun to specialize in toxic actions. These, a perilous innovation in medicine, gave an excuse for changing the labels in the chemists' shops, where every preparation is declared to be in no way toxic, unlike its substitutes, and indeed to be a disintoxicant. It is the fashionable cry. At the moment there may survive below, in illegible lettering, like the faint trace of an older fashion, the assurance that the preparation has been carefully disinfected. Toxic actions serve also to reassure the patient, who learns with joy that his paralysis is merely a toxic disturbance. Now, a Grand Duke who had come for a few days to Baalbek, and whose eye was extremely swollen, had sent for Cottard, who, in return for a wad of 100-franc notes, the professor refused to see anyone for less, had put down the inflammation to a toxic condition and prescribed a disintoxicant treatment. As the swelling did not go down, the Grand Duke fell back upon the general practitioner of Baalbek, who in 5 minutes had removed a speck of dust. The following day the swelling had gone. A celebrated specialist in nervous diseases was, however, a more dangerous rival. He was a rubicund, jovial person, since, for one thing, the constant society of nervous wrecks did not prevent him from enjoying excellent health, but also so as to reassure his patients by the hearty merriment of his "good morning" and "goodbye," while quite ready to lend the strength of his muscular arms to fastening them in straight waistcoats later on. Nevertheless, when you spoke to him at a party, whether of politics or of literature, he would listen to you with a kindly attention, as though he were saying, "What is it all about?" without at once giving an opinion, as though it were a matter for consultation. But anyhow, he, whatever his talent might be, was a specialist, and so the whole of Cottard's rage was heaped upon de Boulbon. But I soon bade goodbye to the Verdurins' professional friend, and returned to Baalbek, after promising him that I would pay them a visit before long. The mischief that his remarks about Albertine and André had done me was extreme, but its worst effects were not immediately felt by me, as happens with those forms of poisoning which begin to act only after a certain time. End of section 12. section 13 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Cambremer. Albertine, on the night after the lift boy had gone in search of her, did not appear, notwithstanding his assurances. Certainly, personal charm is a less frequent cause of love than a speech such as, "No, this evening I shall not be free." We barely notice this speech if we are with friends. We are gay all the evening. A certain image never enters our mind. During those hours, it remains dipped in the necessary solution. When we return home, we find the plate developed and perfectly clear. We become aware that life is no longer the life which we would have surrendered for a trifle the day before, because, even if we continue not to fear death, we no longer dare think of a parting. From, however, not 1 o'clock in the morning, the limit fixed by the lift boy, but 3 o'clock, I no longer felt, as in former times, the anguish of seeing the chance of her coming diminish. The certainty that she would not now come brought me a complete, refreshing calm. This night was simply a night like all the rest, during which I did not see her. Such was the idea from which I started, after which the thought that I should see her in the morning or some other day, outlining itself upon the blank, which I submissively accepted, became pleasant. Sometimes, during these nights of waiting, our anguish is due to a drug which we have taken. The sufferer, misinterpreting his own symptoms, thinks that he is anxious about the woman who fails to appear. Love is engendered in these cases, as are certain nervous maladies, by the inaccurate explanation of a state of discomfort. An explanation which it is useless to correct, at any rate so far as love is concerned, a sentiment which, whatever its cause, is invariably in error. Next day, when Albertine wrote to me that she had only just got back to Épervier, and so had not received my note in time, and was coming, if she might, to see me that evening, behind the words of her letter, as behind those that she had said to me once over the telephone, I thought I could detect the presence of pleasures, of people whom she had preferred to me. Once again I was stirred from head to foot by the painful longing to know what she could have been doing, by the latent love which we always carry within us. I almost thought for a moment that it was going to attach me to Albertine, but it confined itself to a stationary throbbing, the last echo of which died away without the machines having been set in motion. I had failed during my first visit to Baalbec, and perhaps, for that matter, André had failed equally, to understand Albertine's character. I had put it down as frivolous, but had not known whether our combined supplications might not succeed in keeping her with us and making her forego a garden party, a donkey ride, a picnic. During my second visit to Baalbec, I began to suspect that this frivolity was only for show, the garden party a mere screen, if not an invention. She showed herself in various colours in the following incident, by which I mean the incident as seen by me from my side of the glass, which was by no means transparent, and without my having any means of determining what reality there was on the other side. Albertine was making me the most passionate protestations of affection. She looked at the time, because she had to go and call upon a lady who was at home, it appeared, every afternoon at 5 o'clock at Infreville. Tormented by suspicion, and feeling at the same time far from well, I asked Albertine, I implored her, to remain with me. It was impossible, and indeed she could wait only 5 minutes longer, because it would annoy the lady, who was far from hospitable, highly susceptible, and, said Albertine, a perfect nuisance. But one can easily cut a call. No, my aunt has always told me that the chief thing is politeness. But I've so often seen you being impolite. It's not the same thing. The lady would be angry with me and would say nasty things about me to my aunt. I'm pretty well in her bad books already. She expects me to go and see her. But if she's at home every day? Here Albertine, feeling that she was caught, changed her line of argument. So she is at home every day, but today I've made arrangements to meet some other girls there. It will be less boring that way. So then, Albertine, you prefer this lady and your friends to me, since, rather than miss paying an admittedly boring call, you prefer to leave me here alone, sick and wretched. I don't care if it's boring. I'm going for their sake. I shall bring them home in my trap. Otherwise they won't have any way of getting back. I pointed out to Albertine that there were trains from Infraville up to 10 o'clock at night. Well, quite true, but don't you see, it is possible that we may be asked to stay to dinner. She's very hospitable. Very well, then you won't. I should only make my aunt angry. Besides, you can dine with her and catch the 10 o'clock train. It's cutting it rather fine. Then I can never go and dine in town and come back by train. But listen, Albertine, we're going to do something quite simple. I feel that the fresh air will do me good. Since you can't give up your lady, I'm going to come with you to Infraville. Don't be alarmed, I shan't go as far as the Tour Elisabeth, the lady's villa. I shall see neither the lady nor your friends. Albertine started as though she had received a violent blow. For a moment she was unable to speak. She explained that the sea bathing was not doing her any good. If you don't want me to come with you? How can you say such a thing? You know that there's nothing I enjoy more than going out with you. A sudden change of tactics had occurred. Since we are going for a drive together, she said to me, why not go out in the other direction? We might dine together. It would be so nice. After all, that side of Baalbek is much the prettier. I'm getting sick of Infraville and all those little spinach bed places. But your aunt's friend will be annoyed if you don't go and see her? Very well, let her be. No, it is wrong to annoy people. But she won't even notice that I am not there. She has people every day. I can go tomorrow, the next day, next week, the week after. It's exactly the same. And what about your friends? Oh, they've cut me often enough. It's my turn now. But from the side you suggest, there's no train back after 9. Well, what's the matter with that? 9 will do perfectly. Besides, one need never think about getting back. We can always find a cart, a bike. If the worst comes to the worst, we have legs. We can always find, Albertine, how you go on. Out Infraville way, where the villages run into one another, well and good. But the other way, it's a very different matter. That way too, I promise to bring you back safe and sound. I felt that Albertine was giving up for my sake some plan arranged beforehand, of which she refused to tell me, and that there was someone else who would be as unhappy as I was. Seeing that what she had intended to do was out of the question, since I insisted upon accompanying her, she gave it up altogether. She knew that the loss was not irremediable. For, like all women who have a number of irons in the fire, she had one resource that never failed: suspicion and jealousy. Of course she did not seek to arouse them, quite the contrary, but lovers are so suspicious that they instantly scent out falsehood, with the result that Albertine, being no better than anyone else, knew by experience, without for a moment imagining that she owed her experience to jealousy, that she could always be certain of meeting people again after she had failed to keep an appointment. The stranger whom she was deserting for me would be hurt, would love her all the more for that, though Albertine did not know that this was the reason, and, so as not to prolong the agony, would return to her of his own accord, as I should have done. But I had no desire either to give pain to another, or to tire myself, or to enter upon the terrible course of investigation, of multiform, unending vigilance. No, Albertine, I do not wish to spoil your pleasure. Go to your lady in Enfraville, or rather to the person you really mean to see. It's all the same to me. The real reason why I am not coming with you is that you do not wish it. The outing you would be taking with me is not the one you meant to take, which is proved by your having contradicted yourself at least 5 times without noticing it. Poor Albertine was afraid that her contradictions, which she had not noticed, had been more serious than they were. Not knowing exactly what fibs she had told me, "It's quite on the cards that I did contradict myself. The sea air makes me lose my head altogether. I'm always calling things by the wrong names." And, what proved to me that she would not now require many tender affirmations to make me believe her, I felt a stab in my heart as I listened to this admission of what I had but faintly imagined. "Very well, that's settled. I'm off," she said in a tragic tone, not without looking at the time to see whether she was making herself late for the other person, now that I had provided her with an excuse for not spending the evening with myself. "It's too bad of you. I alter all my plans to spend a nice long evening with you, and it's you that won't have it, and you accuse me of telling lies. I've never known you be so cruel. The sea shall be my tomb. I will never see you any more." My heart leaped at these words, albeit I was certain that she would come again next day, as she did. "I shall drown myself. I shall throw myself into the water, like Sappho. There you go, insulting me again. You suspect not only what I say, but what I do." "But, my lamb, I didn't mean anything, I swear to you. You know Sappho flung herself into the sea." Yes, you have no faith in me." She saw that it was 20 minutes to the hour by the clock. She was afraid of missing her appointment, and choosing the shortest form of farewell, for which, as it happened, she apologized by coming to see me again next day, the other person presumably not being free then, she dashed from the room, crying, "Goodbye forever," in a heartbroken tone. And perhaps she was heartbroken. For, knowing what she was about at that moment better than I, being at the same time more strict and more indulgent towards herself than I was towards her, she may all the same have had a fear that I might refuse to see her again after the way in which she had left me. And I believe that she was attached to me, so much so that the other person was more jealous than I was. Some days later, at Baalbek, while we were in the ballroom of the casino, there entered Bloch's sister and cousin, who had both turned out quite pretty, but whom I refrained from greeting on account of my girlfriends, because the younger one, the cousin, was notoriously living with the actress whose acquaintance she had made during my first visit. André, at a murmured allusion to this scandal, said to me, "Oh, about that sort of thing, I'm like Albertine. There's nothing we both loathe so much as that sort of thing." As for Albertine, on sitting down to talk to me upon the sofa, she had turned her back on the disreputable pair. I had noticed, however, that before she changed her position, at the moment when Mademoiselle Bloch and her cousin appeared, my friend's eyes had flashed with that sudden close attention which now and again imparted to the face of this frivolous girl a serious, even a grave air, and left her pensive afterwards. But Albertine had at once turned toward myself a gaze which nevertheless remained singularly fixed and meditative. Mademoiselle Bloch and her cousin, having finally left the room after laughing and shouting in a loud and vulgar manner, I asked Albertine whether the little fair one, the one who was so intimate with the actress, was not the girl who had won the prize the day before in the procession of flowers. "I don't know," said Albertine. "Is one of them fair? I must confess they don't interest me particularly. I've never looked at them." "Is one of them fair?" she asked her 3 girl-friends with a detached air of inquiry. When applied to people whom Albertine passed every day on the front, this ignorance seemed to me too profound to be genuine. They didn't appear to be looking at us either, I said to Albertine, perhaps on the assumption, which I did not, however, consciously form, that Albertine loved her own sex, to free her from any regret by pointing out to her that she had not attracted the attention of these girls, and that, generally speaking, it is not customary, even for the most vicious of women, to take an interest in girls whom they do not know. They weren't looking at us, was Albertine's astonished reply. Why, they did nothing else the whole time. But you can't possibly tell, I said to her. You had your back to them. Very well, and what about that? She replied, pointing out to me, set in the wall in front of us, a large mirror, which I had not noticed, and upon which I now realized that my friend, while talking to me, had never ceased to fix her troubled, preoccupied eyes. Ever since the day when Cottard had accompanied me into the little casino at Encarville, albeit I did not share the opinion he had expressed, Albertine had seemed to me different. The sight of her made me lose my temper. I myself had changed, quite as much as she had changed in my eyes. I had ceased to bear her any goodwill. To her face, behind her back, when there was a chance of my words being repeated to her, I spoke of her in the most insulting language. There were, however, intervals of calmer feeling. One day I learned that Albertine and André had both accepted an invitation to Elster's, feeling certain that this was in order that they might, on the return journey, amuse themselves like schoolgirls on holiday by imitating the manners of fast young women, and in so doing find an unmaidenly pleasure, the thought of which wrung my heart. Without announcing my intention, to embarrass them, and to deprive Albertine of the pleasure on which she was reckoning, I paid an unexpected call at his studio. But I found only André there. Albertine had chosen another day when her aunt was to go there with her. Then I said to myself that Cottard must have been mistaken. The favourable impression that I received from André's presence there without her friend remained with me and made me feel more kindly disposed towards Albertine. But this feeling lasted no longer than the healthy moments of delicate people subject to passing maladies, who are prostrated again by the merest trifle. Albertine incited André to actions which, without going very far, were perhaps not altogether innocent. Pained by this suspicion, I managed in the end to repel it. No sooner was I healed of it than it revived under another form. I had just seen André, with one of those graceful gestures that came naturally to her, lay her head coaxingly on Albertine's shoulder, kiss her on the throat, half shutting her eyes, or else they had exchanged a glance. A remark had been made by somebody who had seen them going down together to bathe. Little trifles, such as habitually float in the surrounding atmosphere, where the majority of people absorb them all day long without injury to their health or alteration of their mood, but which have a morbid effect and breed fresh sufferings in a nature predisposed to receive them. Sometimes, even without my having seen Albertine again, without anyone's having spoken to me about her, there would flash from my memory some vision of her with Giselle in an attitude which had seemed to me innocent at the time. It was enough now to destroy the peace of mind that I had managed to recover. I had no longer any need to go and breathe dangerous germs outside. I had, as Cottard would have said, supplied my own toxin. I thought then of all that I had been told about Swann's love for Odette, of the way in which Swann had been tricked all his life. Indeed, when I come to think of it, the hypothesis that made me gradually build up the whole of Albertine's character and give a painful interpretation to every moment of a life that I could not control in its entirety, was the memory, the rooted idea of Madame Swan's character as it had been described to me. These accounts helped my imagination in after years to take the line of supposing that Albertine might, instead of being a good girl, have had the same immorality, the same faculty of deception as a reformed prostitute, and I thought of all the sufferings that would, in that case, have been in store for me had I ever really been her lover. One day, outside the Grand Hotel, where we were gathering on the front, I had just been addressing Albertine in the harshest, most humiliating language, and Rosamond was saying, "Oh, how you've changed your mind about her. Why, she used to be everything. It was she who ruled the roost, and now she isn't even fit to be thrown to the dogs." I was beginning, in order to make my attitude towards Albertine still more marked, to say all the nicest things I could think of to André, who, if she was tainted with the same vice, seemed to me to have more excuse for it, since she was sickly and neurasthenic, when we saw emerging at the steady trot of its pair of horses into the street at right angles to the front, at the corner of which we were standing, Madame de Cambremer's barouche. The chief magistrate, who at that moment was advancing towards us, sprang back upon recognizing the carriage, in order not to be seen in our company. Then, when he thought that the Marquise's eye might catch his, bowed to her with an immense sweep of his hat. But the carriage, instead of continuing, as might have been expected, along the Rue de la Mer, disappeared through the gate of the hotel. It was quite 10 minutes later when the lift boy, out of breath, came to announce to me, "It's the Marquise de Cambremer. She's come here to see monsieur. I've been up to the room. I looked in the reading room. I couldn't find monsieur anywhere. Luckily I thought of looking on the beach." He had barely ended this speech when, followed by her daughter-in-law and by an extremely ceremonious gentleman, the Marquise advanced towards me, coming on probably from some afternoon tea-party in the neighbourhood, and bowed down not so much by age as by the mass of costly trinkets with which she felt it more sociable and more befitting her rank to cover herself, in order to appear as well dressed as possible to the people whom she went to visit. It was in fact that landing of the Cambremer at the hotel which my grandmother had so greatly dreaded long ago, when she wanted us not to let les Grandins know that we might perhaps be going to Baalbec. Then Mamma used to laugh at these fears, inspired by an event which she considered impossible. And here it was actually happening, but by different channels, and without les Grandins having had any part in it. "Do you mind my staying here, if I shan't be in your way?" asked Albertine, in whose eyes there lingered, brought there by the cruel things I had just been saying to her, a pair of tears, which I observed without seeming to see them, but not without rejoicing inwardly at the sight. "There's something I want to say to you." A hat with feathers, itself surmounted by a sapphire pin, was perched haphazard upon Madame de Cambremer's wig, like a badge, the display of which was necessary but sufficient, its place immaterial, its elegance conventional, and its stability superfluous. Notwithstanding the heat, the good lady had put on a jet cloak, like a dalmatic, over which hung an ermine stole, the wearing of which seemed to depend not upon the temperature and season, but upon the nature of the ceremony. And on Madame de Cambremer's bosom a baronial torse, fastened to a chain, dangled like a pectoral cross. The gentleman was an eminent lawyer from Paris, of noble family, who had come down to spend a few days with the Cambremer. He was one of those men whom their vast professional experience inclines to look down upon their profession, and who say, for instance, I know I'm a good pleader, so it no longer amuses me to plead. Or, I'm no longer interested in operating. I know that I'm a good operator. Men of intelligence, artists, they see themselves in their maturity, richly endowed by success, shining with that intellect, that artistic nature which their professional brethren recognize in them, and which confer upon them a kind of taste and discernment. They form a passion for the paintings, not of a great artist, but of an artist who nevertheless is highly distinguished, and spend upon the purchase of his work the large sums that their career procures for them. Le Sidanet was the artist chosen by the Cambremer's friend, who incidentally was a delightful person. He talked well about books, but not about the books of the true masters, those who have mastered themselves. The only irritating habit that this amateur displayed was his constant use of certain ready-made expressions, such as "for the most part," which gave an air of importance and incompleteness to the matter of which he was speaking. Madame de Cambremer had taken the opportunity, she told me, of a party which some friends of hers had been giving that afternoon in the Baalbec direction, to come and call upon me, as she had promised Robert de Saint-Loup. You know he's coming down to these parts quite soon for a few days. His uncle Charlus is staying near here with his sister-in-law, the Duchesse de Luxembourg, and Monsieur de Saint-Loup means to take the opportunity of paying his aunt a visit and going to see his old regiment, where he is very popular, highly respected. We often have visits from officers who are never tired of singing his praises. How nice it would be if you and he would give us the pleasure of coming together at Verdurins. I presented Albertine and her friends. Madame de Cambremer introduced us all to her daughter-in-law. The latter, so frigid towards the petty nobility with whom her seclusion at Verdurins forced her to associate, so reserved, so afraid of compromising herself, held out her hand to me with a radiant smile, safe as she felt herself, and delighted at seeing a friend of Robert de Saint-Loup, whom he, possessing a sharper social intuition than he allowed to appear, had mentioned to her as being a great friend of the Guermantes. So, unlike her mother-in-law, Madame de Cambremer employed two vastly different forms of politeness. It was at the most the former kind, dry, insupportable, that she would have conceded me had I met her through her brother Legrandin. But for a friend of the Guermantes, she had not smiles enough. The most convenient room in the hotel for entertaining visitors was the reading room, that place once so terrible, into which I now went a dozen times every day, emerging freely, my own master, like those mildly afflicted lunatics who have so long been inmates of an asylum that the superintendent trusts them with a latchkey. And so I offered to take Madame de Cambremer there. And as this room no longer filled me with shyness, and no longer held any charm for me, since the faces of things change for us like the faces of people, it was without the slightest emotion that I made this suggestion. But she declined it, preferring to remain out of doors, and we sat down in the open air on the terrace of the hotel. I found there and rescued a volume of Madame de Sévigné, which Mamma had not had time to carry off in her precipitate flight, when she heard that visitors had called for me. No less than my grandmother, she dreaded these invasions of strangers, and in her fear of being too late to escape if she let herself be seen, would fly from the room with a rapidity which always made my father and me laugh at her. Madame de Cambremer carried in her hand, with the handle of a sunshade, a number of embroidered bags, a hold-all, a gold purse from which there dangled strings of garnets, and a lace handkerchief. I could not help thinking that it would be more convenient for her to deposit them on a chair, but I felt that it would be unbecoming and useless to ask her to lay aside the ornaments of her pastoral visitation and her social priesthood. We gazed at the calm sea, upon which, here and there, a few gulls floated like white petals. Because of the mean level to which social conversation reduces us, and also of our desire to attract, not by means of those qualities of which we are ourselves unaware, but of those which we suppose ought to be appreciated by the people who are with us, I began instinctively to talk to Madame de Cambremer, née Le Grandin, in the strain in which her brother might have talked. "They appear," I said, referring to the gulls, "as motionless and as white as water lilies." And indeed they did appear to be offering a lifeless object to the little waves which tossed them about, so much so that the waves, by contrast, seemed, in their pursuit of them, to be animated by a deliberate intention to have acquired life. The Dowager Marquise could not find words enough to do justice to the superb view of the sea that we had from Baalbec, or to say how she envied it, she who, from La Raspalière, where for that matter she was not living that year, had only such a distant glimpse of the waves. She had two remarkable habits, due at once to her exalted passion for the arts, especially for the art of music, and to her want of teeth. Whenever she talked of aesthetic subjects, her salivary glands, like those of certain animals when in rut, became so overcharged that the old lady's edentulous mouth allowed to escape from the corners of her faintly moustached lips a trickle of moisture, for which that was not the proper place. Immediately she drew it in again with a deep sigh, like a person recovering his breath. Secondly, if her subject were some piece of music of surpassing beauty, in her enthusiasm she would raise her arms and utter a few decisive opinions, vigorously chewed and at a pinch issuing from her nose. Now it had never occurred to me that the vulgar beach at Baalbec could indeed offer a seascape, and Madame de Cambremer's simple words changed my ideas in that respect. On the other hand, as I told her, I'd always heard people praise the matchless view from La Raspalière, perched on the summit of the hill, where, in a great drawing-room with two fireplaces, one whole row of windows swept the gardens, and through the branches of the trees the sea as far as Baalbec and beyond it, and the other row the valley. "How nice of you to say so, and how well you put it. The sea through the branches. It is exquisite, one would say a painted fan." And I gathered from a deep breath intended to catch the falling spittle and dry the moustaches that the compliment was sincere. But the Marquise née Le Grandin remained cold, to show her contempt not for my words, but for those of her mother-in-law. Besides, she not only despised the other's intellect, but deplored her affability, being always afraid that people might not form a sufficiently high idea of the Cambremer. "And how charming the name is," said I. "One would like to know the origin of all those names." "That one I can tell you," the old lady answered modestly. "It's a family place. It came from my grandmother Arachapelle, not an illustrious family, but a decent and very old country stock." "What, not illustrious?" her daughter-in-law tartly interrupted her. "A whole window in Bayeux Cathedral is filled with their arms, and the principal church at Avranches has their tombs. If these old names interest you," she added, "you've come a year too late. We managed to appoint to the living of Rictou, in spite of all the difficulties about changing from one diocese to another, the parish priest where I myself have some land, a long way from here, Cambrai, where the worthy cleric felt that he was becoming neurasthenic. Unfortunately, the sea air was no good to him at his age. His neurasthenia grew worse, and he's returned to Cambremer. But he amused himself while he was our neighbour in going about looking up all the old charters, and he compiled quite an interesting little pamphlet on the place names of the district. It has given him a fresh interest too, for it seems he is spending his last years in writing a great work about Cambremer and its surroundings. I shall send you his pamphlet on the surroundings of Verdurins. It is worthy of a Benedictine. You will find the most interesting things in it about our old Raspalliere, of which my mother-in-law speaks far too modestly. In any case, this year, replied the dowager, Madame de Cambremer, La Raspalliere is no longer ours, and does not belong to me. But I can see that you have a painter's instincts. I'm sure you sketch, and I should so like to show you Verdurins, which is far finer than La Raspalliere. For as soon as the Cambremer had let this latter residence to the Verdurins, its commanding situation had at once ceased to appear to them as it had appeared for so many years past, that is to say, to offer the advantage, without parallel in the neighbourhood, of looking out over both sea and valley, and had, on the other hand, suddenly and retrospectively presented the drawback that one had always to go up or down hill to get to or from it. In short, one might have supposed that if Madame de Cambremer had let it, it was not so much to add to her income as to spare her horses. And she proclaimed herself delighted at being able at last to have the sea always so close at hand at Verdurins, she who for so many years, forgetting the 2 months that she spent there, had seen it only from up above and as though in a panorama. "I am discovering it at my age," she said, "and how I enjoy it. It does me a world of good. I would let La Raspalliere for nothing, so as to be obliged to live at Verdurins." To return to more interesting topics, went on Legrandin's sister, who addressed the old marquise as mother, but with the passage of years had come to treat her with insolence. "You mentioned water-lilies. I suppose you know Claude Monet's pictures of them. What a genius! They interest me particularly because near Cambremer, that place where I told you I had some land—" But she preferred not to talk too much about Cambremer. "Why, that must be the series that Elster told us about, the greatest painter of this generation," exclaimed Albertine, who had said nothing so far. "Ah, I can see this young lady loves the arts," cried Madame de Cambremer, and, drawing a long breath, recaptured a trail of spittle. "You will allow me to put Le Sidanet before him, mademoiselle," said the lawyer, smiling with the air of an expert. And as he had enjoyed or seen people enjoy years ago certain daring work by Elster, he added, "Elster was gifted. Indeed, he was one of the advanced guard, but for some reason or other he never kept up. He's wasted his life." Madame de Cambremer disagreed with the lawyer so far as Elster was concerned, but, greatly to the annoyance of her guest, bracketed Monet with Le Sidanet. It would be untrue to say that she was a fool. She was overflowing with a kind of intelligence that meant nothing to me. As the sun was beginning to set, the seagulls were now yellow, like the water-lilies on another canvas of that series by Monet. I said that I knew it, and, continuing to copy the diction of her brother, whom I had not yet dared to name, added that it was a pity that she had not thought of coming a day earlier, for at the same hour there would have been a Poussin light for her to admire. Had some Norman squireen, unknown to the Guermantes, told her that she ought to have come a day earlier, Madame de Cambremer-Legrandin would doubtless have drawn herself up with an offended air. But I might have been far more familiar still, and she would have been all smiles and sweetness. I might, in the warmth of that fine afternoon, devour my fill of that rich honey cake which Madame de Cambremer so rarely was, and which took the place of the dish of pastry that it had not occurred to me to offer my guests. But the name of Poussin, without altering the amenity of the society lady, called forth the protests of the connoisseur. On hearing that name, she produced 6 times in almost continuous succession that little smack of the tongue against the lips, which serves to convey to a child who is misbehaving at once a reproach for having begun and a warning not to continue. In heaven's name, after a painter like Monet, who is an absolute genius, don't go and mention an old hack without a vestige of talent like Poussin. I don't mind telling you frankly that I find him the deadliest bore. I mean to say, you can't really call that sort of thing painting. Monet, Degas, Manet, yes, they're painters if you like. It's a curious thing, she went on, fixing a scrutinous and ecstatic gaze upon a vague point in space, where she could see what was in her mind. It is a curious thing. I used at one time to prefer Manet. Nowadays, I still admire Manet, of course, but I believe I like Monet even more. Oh, the cathedrals! She was as scrupulous as she was condescending in informing me of the evolution of her taste, and one felt that the phases through which that taste had evolved were not, in her eyes, any less important than the different manners of Monet himself. Not that I had any reason to feel flattered by her taking me into her confidence as to her preferences, for even in the presence of the narrowest of provincial ladies, she could not remain for 5 minutes without feeling the need to confess them. When a noble dame of Avranches, who would have been incapable of distinguishing between Mozart and Wagner, said in Madame de Cambremer's hearing, "We saw nothing of any interest while we were in Paris. We went once to the Opéra Comique. They were doing Péléas et Mélisande. It's dreadful stuff." Madame de Cambremer not only boiled with rage, but felt obliged to exclaim, "Not at all, it's a little gem," and to argue the point. It was perhaps a Cambrai habit which she had picked up from my grandmother's sisters, who called it fighting in the good cause, and loved the dinner parties at which they knew all through the week that they would have to defend their idols against the Philistines. Similarly, Madame de Cambremer liked to fly into a passion and wrangle about art as other people do about politics. She stood up for Debussy as she would have stood up for a woman friend whose conduct had been criticized. She must, however, have known very well that when she said, "Not at all, it's a little gem," she could not improvise in the other lady whom she was putting in her place the whole progressive development of artistic culture, on the completion of which they would come naturally to an agreement without any need of discussion. "I must ask Le Cydalais what he thinks of Poussin," the lawyer remarked to me. "He's a regular recluse, never opens his mouth, but I know how to get things out of him." "Anyhow," Madame de Cambremer went on, "I have a horror of sunsets. They're so romantic, so operatic. That is why I can't abide my mother-in-law's house with its tropical plants. You will see it. It's just like a public garden at Monte Carlo. That's why I prefer your coast here. It's more sombre, more sincere. There's a little lane from which one doesn't see the sea. On rainy days there's nothing but mud. It's a little world apart. It's just the same at Venice. I detest the Grand Canal, and I don't know anything so touching as the little alleys. But it's all a question of one's surroundings." "But," I remarked to her, feeling that the only way to rehabilitate Poussin in Madame de Cambremer's eyes was to inform her that he was once more in fashion, "Monsieur Degas assures us that he knows nothing more beautiful than the Poussins at Chantilly." "Indeed, I don't know the ones at Chantilly," said Madame de Cambremer, who had no wish to differ from Degas. "But I can speak about the ones at the Louvre, which are appalling." He admires them immensely too. "I must look at them again. My impressions of them are rather distant," she replied, after a moment's silence, as though the favourable opinion which she was certain, before long, to form of Poussin would depend not upon the information that I had just communicated to her, but upon the supplementary, and this time final, examination that she intended to make of the Poussin in the Louvre in order to be in a position to change her mind. Contenting myself with what was a first step towards retractation, since, if she did not yet admire the Poussin, she was adjourning the matter for further consideration, in order not to keep her on tenterhooks any longer, I told her mother-in-law how much I had heard of the wonderful flowers at Verdurins. In modest terms, she spoke of the little presbytery garden that she had behind the house, into which, in the mornings, by simply pushing open a door, she went in her wrapper to feed her peacocks, hunt for new-laid eggs, and gather the zinnias or roses which, on the sideboard, framing the creamed eggs or fried fish in a border of flowers, reminded her of her garden paths. "It is true, we have a great many roses," she told me. "Our rose garden is almost too near the house. There are days when it makes my head ache. It is nicer on the terrace at La Raspallière, where the breeze carries the scent of the roses, but it is not so heady." I turned to her daughter-in-law. "It is just like Pelléas," I said to her, to gratify her taste for the modern. "That scent of roses wafted up to the terrace. It is so strong in the score that, as I suffer from hay fever and rose fever, it sets me sneezing every time I listen to that scene." "What a marvellous thing Pelléas is!" cried Madame de Cambremer. "I'm mad about it." And, drawing closer to me with the gestures of a savage woman seeking to captivate me, using her fingers to pick out imaginary notes, she began to hum something which, I supposed, represented to her the farewells of Pelléas, and continued with a vehement persistence, as though it had been important that Madame de Cambremer should at that moment remind me of that scene, or rather should prove to me that she herself remembered it. "I think it is even finer than Parsifal," she said, "because in Parsifal the most beautiful things are surrounded with a sort of halo of melodious phrases, which are bad simply because they are melodious." "I know you are a great musician, madame," I said to the dowager. "I should so much like to hear you play." Madame de Cambremer-les-Grandins gazed at the sea so as not to be drawn into this conversation. Being of the opinion that what her grandmother liked was not music at all, she regarded the talent, a sham talent according to her, though in reality of the very highest order, that the other was admitted to possess, as a technical accomplishment devoid of interest. It was true that Chopin's only surviving pupil declared, and with justice, that the master's style of playing, his feeling, had been transmitted through herself to Madame de Cambremer alone, but to play like Chopin was far from being a recommendation in the eyes of Legrandin's sister, who despised nobody so much as the Polish composer. "Oh, they're flying away!" exclaimed Albertine, pointing to the gulls which, casting aside for a moment their flowery incognito, were rising in a body towards the sun. "Their giant wings from walking hinder them," quoted Madame de Cambremer, confusing the seagull with the albatross. "I do love them. I used to see them at Amsterdam," said Albertine. "They smell of the sea. They come and breathe the salt air through the paving stones even." "Oh, so you've been in Holland. You know the Vermeers?" Madame de Cambremer asked imperiously, in the tone in which she would have said, "You know the Guermantes?" For snobbishness, in changing its subject, does not change its accent. Albertine replied in the negative, thinking that they were living people, but her mistake was not apparent. "I should be delighted to play to you," Madame de Cambremer said to me, "but you know I only play things that no longer appeal to your generation. I was brought up in the worship of Chopin," she said in a lowered tone, for she was afraid of her daughter-in-law, and knew that to the latter, who considered that Chopin was not music. Playing him well or badly were meaningless terms. She admitted that her mother-in-law had technique, was a finished pianist. "Nothing will ever make me say that she is a musician," was Madame de Cambremer-les-Grandin's conclusion. Because she considered herself advanced, because, in matters of art only, one could never move far enough to the left, she said, she maintained not merely that music progressed, but that it progressed along one straight line, and that Debussy was, in a sense, a super Wagner, slightly more advanced again than Wagner. She did not take into account the fact that if Debussy was not as independent of Wagner as she herself was to suppose in a few years' time, because we must always make use of the weapons that we have captured to free ourselves finally from the foe whom we have for the moment overpowered, he was seeking, nevertheless, after the feeling of satiety that people were beginning to derive from work that was too complete, in which everything was expressed, to satisfy an opposite demand. There were theories, of course, to support this reaction for the time being, like those theories which, in politics, come to the support of laws against religious communities or wars in the East, unnatural teaching, the yellow peril, etc., etc. People said that an age of speed required rapidity in art, precisely as they might have said that the next war could not last longer than a fortnight, or that the coming of railways would kill the little places beloved of the coaches, which the motor car, for all that, was to restore to favour. Composers were warned not to strain the attention of their audience, as though we had not at our disposal different degrees of attention, among which it rests precisely with the artist himself to arouse the highest. For the people who yawn with boredom after 10 lines of a mediocre article have journeyed year after year to Bayreuth to listen to the Ring. Besides, the day was to come when, for a season, Debussy would be pronounced as trivial as Massenet, and the trills of Mélisande degraded to the level of Manon's. For theories and schools, like microbes and corpuscles, devour one another, and by their warfare ensure the continuity of existence. But that time was still to come. As on the stock exchange, when a rise occurs, a whole group of securities benefit by it, so a certain number of despised composers were gaining by the reaction, either because they did not deserve such scorn, or simply, which enabled one to be original when one sang their praises, because they had incurred it. And people even went the length of seeking out, in an isolated past, men of independent talent, upon whose reputation the present movement did not seem calculated to have any influence, but of whom one of the new masters was understood to have spoken favourably. Often it was because a master, whoever he may be, however exclusive his school, judges in the light of his own untutored instincts, does justice to talent wherever it be found, or rather not so much to talent as to some agreeable inspiration which he has enjoyed in the past, which reminds him of a precarious moment in his adolescence. Or it may be because certain artists of an earlier generation have, in some fragment of their work, realized something that resembles what the master has gradually become aware that he himself meant at one time to create. Then he sees the old master as a sort of precursor. He values in him, under a wholly different form, an effort that is momentarily, partially fraternal. There are bits of Turner in the work of Poussin. We find a phrase of Flaubert in Montesquieu. Sometimes, again, this rumoured predilection of the master was due to an error, starting heaven knows where, and circulated through the school. But in that case, the name mentioned profited by the auspices under which it was introduced in the nick of time, for if there is an element of free will, some genuine taste expressed in the master's choice, the schools themselves only go by theory. Thus it is that the mind, following its habitual course, which advances by digression, inclining first in one direction, then in the other, had brought back into the light of day a number of works to which the need for justice, or for a renewal of standards, or the taste of Debussy, or his caprice, or some remark that he had perhaps never made, had added the works of Chopin. Commended by the judges in whom one had entire confidence, profiting by the admiration that was aroused by Péléas, they had acquired a fresh lustre, and even the people who had not heard them again were so anxious to admire them that they did so in spite of themselves, albeit preserving the illusion of free will. But Madame de Cambremer-les-Grandins spent part of the year in the country. Even in Paris, being an invalid, she was largely confined to her own room. It is true that the drawbacks of this mode of existence were noticeable chiefly in her choice of expressions which she supposed to be fashionable, and which would have been more appropriate to the written language, a distinction that she did not perceive, for she derived them more from reading than from conversation. The latter is not so necessary for an exact knowledge of current opinion as of the latest expressions. Unfortunately, this revival of the nocturnes had not yet been announced by the critics. The news of it had been transmitted only by word of mouth among the younger people. It remained unknown to Madame de Cambremer-les-Grandins. I gave myself the pleasure of informing her, but by addressing my remark to her mother-in-law, as when at billiards, in order to hit a ball, one aims at the cushion, that Chopin, far from being out of date, was Debussy's favourite composer. "Indeed, that's quaint," said the daughter-in-law, with as subtle a smile, as though it had been merely a deliberate paradox on the part of the composer of Péléas. Nevertheless, it was now quite certain that in future she would always listen to Chopin with respect and even pleasure. Moreover, my words, which had sounded the hour of deliverance for the dowager, produced on her face an expression of gratitude to myself, and above all, of joy. Her eyes shone like the eyes of Latude in the play entitled Latude, or 35 Years in Captivity, and her bosom inhaled the sea air with that dilatation which Beethoven has so well described in Fidelio, at the point where his prisoners at last breathe again this life-giving air. As for the dowager, I thought that she was going to press her hirsute lips to my cheek. "What, you like Chopin? He likes Chopin! He likes Chopin!" she cried, with a nasal trumpet tone of passion. She might have been saying, "What do you know, Madame de Franquetot, too?" with this difference, that my relations with Madame de Franquetot would have left her completely indifferent, whereas my knowledge of Chopin plunged her in a sort of artistic delirium. Her salivary supersecretion no longer sufficed. Not having attempted even to understand the part played by Debussy in the rediscovery of Chopin, she felt only that my judgment of him was favourable. Her musical enthusiasm overpowered her. "Elodie! Elodie! He likes Chopin!" Her bosom rose, and she beat the air with her arms. "Ah, I knew at once that you were a musician," she cried. "I can quite understand an artist such as you are liking him. He's so lovely." And her voice was as pebbly as if, to express her ardour for Chopin, she had copied Demosthenes and filled her mouth with all the shingle on the beach. Then came the turn of the tide, reaching as far as her veil, which she had not time to lift out of harm's way, and which was flooded. And lastly, the Marquise wiped away with her embroidered handkerchief the tide mark of foam in which the memory of Chopin had steeped her moustaches. End of section 13. Section 14 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame de Cambremer continued. "Good heavens," Madame de Cambremer le Grandin remarked to me. "I'm afraid my mother-in-law's cutting it rather fine. She's forgotten that we've got my uncle de Chenouville dining. Besides, Concon doesn't like to be kept waiting." The word Concon was beyond me, and I supposed that she might perhaps be referring to a dog. But as for the Chenouville relatives, the explanation was as follows. With the lapse of time, the young Marquise had outgrown the pleasure that she had once found in pronouncing their name in this manner, and yet it was the prospect of enjoying that pleasure that had decided her choice of a husband. In other social circles, when one referred to the Chenouville family, the custom was, whenever, that is to say, the particle was preceded by a word ending in a vowel sound, for otherwise you are obliged to lay stress upon the de, the tongue refusing to utter Madame de Chenonceau, that it was the mute E of the particle that was sacrificed. One said, Monsieur de Chenouville. The Cambremer tradition was different, but no less imperious. It was the mute E of Chenouville that was suppressed. Whether the name was preceded by mon cousin or by ma cousine, it was always de Chenouville and never de Chenouville. Of the father of these Chenouville, one said, our uncle, for they were not sufficiently smart set at Féterne to pronounce the word unc like the Guermantes, whose deliberate jargon, suppressing consonants and naturalizing foreign words, was as difficult to understand as Old French or a modern dialect. Every newcomer into the family circle at once received, in the manner of the Chenouville, a lesson which Madame de Cambremer le Grandin had not required. When, paying a call one day, she had heard a girl say, my Aunt d'Ozay, my Uncle de Rouen, she had not at first recognized the illustrious names which she was in the habit of pronouncing Uzès and Rouen. She had felt the astonishment, embarrassment, and shame of a person who sees before him on the table a recently invented implement of which he does not know the proper use, and with which he dares not begin to eat. But during that night and the next day she had rapturously repeated, my Aunt Uzay, with that suppression of the final S, a suppression that had stupefied her the day before, but which it now seemed to her so vulgar not to know, that one of her friends having spoken to her of a bust of the Duchesse d'Uzès, Mademoiselle Le Grandin had answered her crossly and in an arrogant tone, you might at least pronounce her name properly, Ma'am d'Uzès. From that moment she had realized that, by virtue of the transmutation of solid bodies into more and more subtle elements, the considerable and so honourably acquired fortune that she had inherited from her father, the finished education that she had received, her regular attendance at the Sorbonne, whether at Carreau's lectures or at Brunetière's, and at the Lamoureux concerts, all this was to be rendered volatile, to find its utmost sublimation in the pleasure of being able one day to say, my Aunt Uzay. This did not exclude the thought that she would continue to associate, in the earlier days at least, of her married life, Not, indeed, with certain women friends whom she liked and had resigned herself to sacrificing, but with certain others whom she did not like, and to whom she looked forward to being able to say, since that, after all, was why she was marrying, "I must introduce you to my Aunt Dosé." And when she saw that such an alliance was beyond her reach, "I must introduce you to my Aunt de Chenouville," and "I shall ask you to dine to meet the Houzé." Her marriage to Monsieur de Cambremer had procured for Mademoiselle Legrandin the opportunity to use the former of these phrases, but not the latter, the circle in which her parents-in-law moved not being that which she had supposed, and of which she continued to dream. After saying to me of Saint-Loup, adopting for the occasion one of his expressions, for if in talking to her I used those expressions of Legrandin, she, by reverse suggestion, answered me in Robert's dialect, which she did not know to be borrowed from Rachel. Bringing her thumb and forefinger together, and half shutting her eyes, as though she were gazing at something infinitely delicate, which she had succeeded in capturing, "He has a charming quality of mind." She began to extol him with such warmth that one might have supposed that she was in love with him. It had indeed been alleged that some time back, when he was at Doncières, Robert had been her lover, in reality simply that I might repeat her words to him, and ended up with, "You are a great friend of the Duchesse de Guermantes. I am an invalid. I never go anywhere, and I know that she sticks to a close circle of chosen friends, which I do think so wise of her, and so I know her very slightly, but I know she is a really remarkable woman." Aware that Madame de Cambremer barely knew her, and anxious to reduce myself to her level, I avoided the subject, and answered the Marquise that the person whom I did know well was her brother, Monsieur Legrandin. At the sound of his name, she assumed the same evasive air as myself over the name of Madame de Guermantes, but combined with it an expression of annoyance, for she supposed that I had said this with the object of humiliating, not myself, but her. Was she gnawed by despair at having been born a Legrandin? So at least her husband's sisters and sisters-in-law asserted, ladies of the provincial nobility who knew nobody and nothing, and were jealous of Madame de Cambremer's intelligence, her education, her fortune, the physical attractions that she had possessed before her illness. "She can think of nothing else. That is what is killing her," these slanderers would say whenever they spoke of Madame de Cambremer to no matter whom, but preferably to a plebeian, whether were he conceited and stupid, to enhance, by this affirmation of the shamefulness of a plebeian origin, the value of the affability that they were showing him, or, if he were shy and clever and applied the remark to himself, to give themselves the pleasure, while receiving him hospitably, of insulting him indirectly. But if these ladies thought that they were speaking the truth about their sister-in-law, they were mistaken. She suffered not at all from having been born a Legrandin, for she had forgotten the fact altogether. She was annoyed at my reminding her of it, and remained silent, as though she had not understood, not thinking it necessary to enlarge upon or even to confirm my statement. "Our cousins are not the chief reason for cutting short our visit," said the dowager Madame de Cambremer, who was probably more satiated than her daughter-in-law with the pleasure to be derived from saying Chenouville. "But so as not to bother you with too many people, monsieur," she went on, indicating the lawyer, "I was afraid to bring his wife and son to the hotel. They are waiting for us on the beach, and they will be growing impatient." I asked for an exact description of them, and hastened in search of them. The wife had a round face, like certain flowers of the ranunculus family, and a large vegetable growth at the corner of her eye. And as generations of mankind preserve their characteristic like a family of plants, just as on the blemished face of his mother an identical mole, which might have helped one in classifying a variety of the species, protruded below the eye of the son. The lawyer was touched by my civility to his wife and son. He showed an interest in the subject of my stay at Baalbek. "You must find yourself rather out of your element, for the people here are for the most part foreigners." And he kept his eye on me as he spoke, for, not caring for foreigners, albeit he had many foreign clients, he wished to make sure that I was not hostile to his xenophobia, in which case he would have beaten a retreat, saying, "Of course Madame X may be a charming woman. It's a question of principle." As at that time I had no definite opinion about foreigners, I showed no sign of disapproval. He felt himself to be on safe ground. He went so far as to invite me to come one day in Paris to see his collection of Lucie d'Annay, and to bring with me the Cambremer, with whom he evidently supposed me to be on intimate terms. "I shall invite you to meet Lucie d'Annay," he said to me, confident from that moment I would live only in expectation of that happy day. "You shall see what a delightful man he is, and his pictures will enchant you. Of course, I can't compete with the great collectors, but I do believe that I am one that possesses the greatest number of his favourite canvases. They will interest you all the more, coming from Baalbek, since they are marine subjects, for the most part at least." The wife and son, blessed with a vegetable nature, listened composedly. One felt that their house in Paris was a sort of temple of Lucie d'Annay. Temples of this sort are not without their use. When the god has doubts as to his own merit, he can easily stop the cracks in his opinion of himself with the irrefutable testimony of people who have devoted their lives to his work. At a signal from her daughter-in-law, Madame de Cambremer prepared to depart, and said to me, "Since you won't come and stay at Verdurins, won't you at least come to luncheon one day this week, tomorrow, for instance?" And in her bounty, to make the invitation irresistible, she added, "You will find the Comte de Cuisenois," whom I had never lost, for the simple reason that I did not know him. She was beginning to dazzle me with yet further temptations, but stopped short. The chief magistrate, who, on returning to the hotel, had been told that she was on the premises, had crept about, searching for her everywhere, then waited his opportunity, and, pretending to have caught sight of her by chance, came up now to greet her. I gathered that Madame de Cambremer did not mean to extend to him the invitation to luncheon that she had just addressed to me. And yet he had known her far longer than I, having for years past been one of the regular guests at the afternoon parties at Verdurins, whom I used so to envy during my former visit to Baalbek. But old acquaintance is not the only thing that counts in society, and hostesses are more inclined to reserve their luncheons for new acquaintances who still whet their curiosity, especially when they arrive preceded by a glowing and irresistible recommendation like Saint-Lou's of me. Madame de Cambremer decided that the chief magistrate could not have heard what she was saying to me, but, to calm her guilty conscience, began addressing him in the kindest tone. In the sunlight that flooded on the horizon the golden coastline, invisible as a rule, of Rivebelle, we could just make out, barely distinguishable from the luminous azure rising from the water, rosy, silvery, faint, the little bells that were sounding the Angelus round about Verdurins. "That is rather Pelléas too," I suggested to Madame de Cambremer-le-Gourdin. "You know the scene I mean." "Of course I do," was what she said, but "I haven't the faintest idea," was the message proclaimed by her voice and features, which did not mould themselves to the shape of any recollection, and by a smile that floated without support in the air. The dowager could not get over her astonishment that the sound of the bells should carry so far, and rose, reminded of the time. "But as a rule," I said, "we never see that part of the coast from Baalbek, nor hear it either. The weather must have changed and enlarged the horizon in more ways than one. Unless, that is to say, the bells have come to look for you, since I see they are making you leave. To you they are a dinner bell." The chief magistrate, little interested in the bells, glanced furtively along the front, on which he was sorry to see so few people that evening. "You are a true poet," said Madame de Cambremer to me. "One feels you are so responsive, so artistic. Come, I will play you Chopin," she went on, raising her arms with an air of ecstasy and pronouncing the words in a raucous voice like the shifting of shingle on the beach. Then came the deglutition of spittle, and the old lady instinctively wiped the stubble of her moustaches with her handkerchief. The chief magistrate did me unconsciously a great service by offering the Marquise his arm to escort her to her carriage, a certain blend of vulgarity, boldness, and love of ostentation prompting him to actions which other people would have hesitated to risk, and which are by no means unsuccessful in society. He was, moreover, and had been for years past, far more in the habit of these actions than myself. While blessing him for what he did, I did not venture to copy him, and walked by the side of Madame de Cambremer-le-Grandin, who insisted upon seeing the book that I had in my hand. The name of Madame de Sévigné drew a grimace from her, and using a word which she had seen in certain newspapers, but which, used in speech and given a feminine form and applied to a 17th century writer, had an odd effect, she asked me, "Do you think her really masterly?" The Marquise gave her footman the address of a pastry cook, where she had to call before taking the road, rosy with the evening haze, through which loomed, one beyond another, the dusky walls of cliff. She asked her old coachman whether one of the horses, which was apt to catch cold, had been kept warm enough, whether the other's shoe were not hurting him. "I shall write to you and make a definite engagement," she murmured to me. "I heard you talking about literature to my daughter-in-law. She's a darling," she went on, not that she really thought so, but she had acquired the habit, and kept it up in her kindness of heart, of saying so, in order that her son might not appear to have married for money. "Besides," she added with a final enthusiastic gnashing of her teeth, "she's so artistic." With this she stepped into her carriage, nodding her head, holding the crook of her sunshade aloft like a crozier, and set off through the streets of Baalbek, overloaded with the ornaments of her priesthood, like an old bishop on a confirmation tour. "She has asked you to luncheon," the chief magistrate said to me sternly, when the carriage had passed out of sight, and I came indoors with the girls. "We are not on the best of terms just now. She feels that I neglect her. Cat, I'm easy enough to get on with. If anybody needs me, I'm always there to say, 'Add some.' But they tried to force my hand. That now," he went on with an air of subtlety, holding up his finger as though making and arguing a distinction, "that is a thing I do not allow. It is a threat to the liberty of my holidays. I was obliged to say, 'Stop. You seem to be in her good books. When you reach my age, you will see that society is a very trumpery thing, and you will be sorry you attached so much importance to these trifles. Well, I'm going to take a turn before dinner. Goodbye, children," he shouted back at us, as though he were already 50 yards away. When I had said goodbye to Rosamond and Giselle, they saw with astonishment that Albertine was staying behind instead of accompanying them. "Why, Albertine, what are you doing? Don't you know what time it is?" "Go home," she replied in a tone of authority. "I want to speak to him," she added, indicating myself with a submissive air. Rosamond and Giselle stared at me filled with a new and strange respect. I enjoyed the feeling that, for a moment at least, in the eyes even of Rosamond and Giselle, I was to Albertine something more important than the time, than her friends, and might indeed share solemn secrets with her into which it was impossible for them to be admitted. "Shan't we see you again this evening?" "I don't know. It will depend upon this person. Anyhow, tomorrow." "Let us go up to my room," I said to her when her friends had gone. We took the lift. She remained silent in the boy's presence. The habit of being obliged to resort to personal observation and deduction in order to find out the business of their masters, those strange beings who converse among themselves and do not speak to them, develops in employees, as the lift boy styled servants, a stronger power of divination than the employer possesses. Our organs become atrophied or grow stronger or more subtle, according as our need of them increases or diminishes. Since railways came into existence, the necessity of not missing a train has taught us to take account of minutes, whereas among the ancient Romans, who not only had a more cursory science of astronomy, but led less hurried lives, the notion not of minutes, but even of fixed hours, barely existed. And so the lift boy had gathered and meant to inform his comrades that Albertine and I were preoccupied. But he talked to us without ceasing, because he had no tact. And yet I could see upon his face, in place of the customary expression of friendliness and joy at taking me up in his lift, an air of extraordinary depression and uneasiness. As I knew nothing of the cause of this, in an attempt to distract his thoughts, and albeit I was more preoccupied than Albertine, I told him that the lady who had just left was called the Marquise de Cambremer, and not de Cambremer. On the landing at which we were pausing at the moment, I saw, carrying a pair of pails, a hideous chambermaid, who greeted me with respect, hoping for a tip when I left. I should have liked to know if she were the one whom I had so ardently desired on the evening of my first arrival at Baalbek, but I could never arrive at any certainty. The lift boy swore to me with the sincerity of most false witnesses, but without shedding his expression of despair, that it was indeed by the name of Camembert that the Marquise had told him to announce her. And as a matter of fact, it was quite natural that he should have heard her say a name which he already knew. Besides, having those very vague ideas of nobility, and of the names of which titles are composed, which are shared by many people who are not lift boys, the name Camembert had seemed to him all the more probable, inasmuch as, that cheese being universally known, it was not in the least surprising that people should have acquired a marquisate from so glorious a distinction, unless it were the marquisate that had bestowed its renown upon the cheese. Nevertheless, as he saw that I refused to admit that I might be mistaken, and as he knew that masters like to see their most futile whims obeyed, and their most obvious lies accepted, he promised me, like a good servant, that in future he would say Cambremer. It is true that none of the shopkeepers in the town, none of the peasants in the district, where the name and persons of the Cambremer were perfectly familiar, could ever have made the lift boy's mistake, but the staff of the Grand Hotel of Baalbek were none of them natives. They came direct, with the furniture and stock, from Biarritz, Nice, and Monte Carlo, one division having been transferred to Deauville, another to Dinard, and the third reserved for Baalbek. But the lift boy's pained anxiety continued to grow. That he should thus forget to show his devotion to me by the customary smiles, some misfortune must have befallen him. Perhaps he had been missed. I made up my mind in that case to try to secure his reinstatement, the manager having promised to ratify all my wishes with regard to his staff. "You can always do just what you like. I rectify everything in advance." Suddenly, as I stepped out of the lift, I guessed the meaning of the boy's distress, his panic-stricken air. Because Albertine was with me, I had not given him the 5 francs, which I was in the habit of slipping into his hand when I went up. And the idiot, instead of understanding that I did not wish to make a display of generosity in front of a third person, had begun to tremble, supposing that it was all finished, that I would never give him anything again. He imagined that I was on the rocks, as the Duc de Guermantes would have said, and the supposition inspired him with no pity for myself, but with a terrible selfish disappointment. I told myself that I was less unreasonable than my mother thought, when I dared not one day refrain from giving the extravagant but feverishly awaited sum that I had given the day before. But at the same time, the meaning that I had until then, and without a shadow of doubt, ascribed to his habitual expression of joy, in which I had no hesitation in seeing a sign of devotion, seemed to me to have become less certain. Seeing the lift boy ready in his despair to fling himself down from the 5th floor of the hotel, I asked myself whether, if our respective social stations were to be altered, in consequence, let us say, of a revolution, instead of politely working his lift for me, the boy, grown independent, would not have flung me down the well, and whether there was not, in certain of the lower orders, more duplicity than in society, where no doubt people reserve their offensive remarks until we are out of earshot, but where their attitude towards us would not be insulting if we were reduced to poverty. One cannot say, however, that in the Baalbek Hotel the lift boy was the most commercially minded. From this point of view, the staff might be divided into 2 categories. On the one hand, those who drew distinctions between the visitors, and were more grateful for the modest tip of an old nobleman, who, moreover, was in a position to relieve them from 28 days of military service by saying a word for them to Général de Beautreillis, than for the thoughtless liberalities of a cad, who by his very profusion revealed a want of practice which only to his face did they call generosity. On the other hand, those to whom nobility, intellect, fame, position, manners were non-existent, concealed under a cash valuation. For these there was but a single standard, the money one has, or rather the money one bestows. Possibly Aimé himself, albeit pretending, in view of the great number of hotels in which he had served, to a great knowledge of the world, belonged to this latter category. At the most, he would give a social turn, showing that he knew who was who, to this sort of appreciation, as when he said of the Princesse de Luxembourg, "There's a pile of money among that lot?" The question mark at the end being to ascertain the facts, or to check such information as he had already ascertained, before supplying a client with a chef for Paris, or promising him a table on the left, by the door, with a view of the sea, at Baalbek. In spite of this, and albeit not free from sordid considerations, he would not have displayed them with the fatuous despair of the lift boy. And yet the latter's artlessness helped perhaps to simplify things. It is the convenience of a big hotel, of a house such as Rachel used at one time to frequent, that, without any intermediary, the face, frozen stiff until that moment, of a servant or a woman, at the sight of 100-franc note, still more one of 1,000, even although it is being given to someone else, will melt in smiles and offers of service. Whereas in the dealings, in the relations between lover and mistress, there are too many things interposed between money and docility. So many things that the very people upon whose faces money finally evokes a smile, are often incapable of following the internal process that links them together, believe themselves to be, and indeed are, more refined. Besides, it rids polite conversation of such speeches as, "There's only one thing left for me to do. You'll find me tomorrow in the mortuary." And so one meets in polite society few novelists or poets, few of all those sublime creatures who speak of things that are not to be mentioned. As soon as we were alone and had moved along the corridor, Albertine began, "What is it? What have you got against me?" Had my harsh treatment of her been painful to myself? Had it been merely an unconscious ruse on my part, with the object of bringing my mistress to that attitude of fear and supplication which would enable me to interrogate her, and perhaps to find out which of the alternative hypotheses that I had long since formed about her was correct? However that may be, when I heard her question, I suddenly felt the joy of one who attains to a long-desired goal. Before answering her, I escorted her to the door of my room. Opening it, I scattered the roseate light that was flooding the room, and turning the white muslin of the curtains, drawn for the night, to golden damask, I went across to the window. The gulls had settled again upon the waves, but this time they were pink. I drew Albertine's attention to them. "Don't change the subject," she said. "Be frank with me." I lied. I declared to her that she must first listen to a confession, that of my passionate admiration, for some time past, of André, and I made her this confession with a simplicity and frankness worthy of the stage, but seldom employed in real life, except for a love which people do not feel. Harking back to the fiction I had employed with Gilberte before my first visit to Baalbec, but adapting its terms, I went so far, in order to make her more ready to believe me when I told her now that I was not in love with her, as to let fall the admission that at one time I had been on the point of falling in love with her, but that too long an interval had elapsed, that she could be nothing more to me now than a good friend and comrade, and that even if I wished to feel once again a more ardent sentiment for her, it would be quite beyond my power. As it happened, in taking my stand thus before Albertine on these protestations of coldness towards her, I was merely, because of a particular circumstance and with a particular object in view, making more perceptible, actuating more markedly, that dual rhythm which love adopts in all those who have too little confidence in themselves to believe that a woman can ever fall in love with them, and also that they themselves can genuinely fall in love with her. They know themselves well enough to have observed that in the presence of the most divergent types of women, they felt the same hopes, the same agonies, invented the same romances, uttered the same words, to have deduced, therefore, that their sentiments, their actions, bear no close and necessary relation to the woman they love, but pass by her, spatter her, surround her, like the waves that break around the rocks, and their sense of their own instability increases still further their misgivings that this woman, by whom they would so fain be loved, is not in love with them. Why should chance have brought it about, when she is simply an accident, placed so as to catch the ebullience of our desire, that we should ourselves be the object of the desire that is animating her? And so, while we feel the need to pour out before her all those sentiments, so different from the merely human sentiments that our neighbour inspires in us, those so highly specialized sentiments which are a lover's, After we have taken a step forward in avowing to her whom we love our affection for her, our hopes, overcome at once by the fear of offending her, ashamed too that the speech we have addressed to her was not composed expressly for her, that it has served us already, will serve us again for others, that if she does not love us, she cannot understand us, and we have spoken in that case with the want of taste, of modesty, shown by the pedant who addresses an ignorant audience in subtle phrases which are not for them. This fear, this shame, bring into play the counter-rhythm, the reflux, the need, even by first drawing back, hotly denying the affection we have already confessed, to resume the offensive, to recapture her esteem, to dominate her. The double rhythm is perceptible in the various periods of a single love affair, in all the corresponding periods of similar love affairs, in all those people whose self-analysis outweighs their self-esteem. If it was, however, somewhat more vigorously accentuated than usual in this speech which I was now preparing to make to Albertine, that was simply to allow me to pass more speedily and more emphatically to the alternate rhythm which should sound my affection. As though it must be painful to Albertine to believe what I was saying to her as to the impossibility of my loving her again after so long an interval, I justified what I called an eccentricity of my nature by examples taken from people with whom I had, by their fault or my own, allowed the time for loving them to pass, and been unable, however keenly I might have desired it, to recapture it. I thus appeared at one and the same time to be apologizing to her, as for want of courtesy, for this inability to begin loving her again, and to be seeking to make her understand the psychological reasons for that incapacity, as though they had been peculiar to myself. But by explaining myself in this fashion, by dwelling upon the case of Gilberte, in regard to whom the argument had indeed been strictly true, which was becoming so far from true when applied to Albertine, all that I did was to render my assertions as plausible as I pretended to believe they were not. Feeling that Albertine appreciated what she called my frank speech, and recognizing in my deductions the clarity of the evidence, I apologized for the former by telling her that I knew that the truth was always unpleasant, and in this instant must seem to her incomprehensible. She, on the contrary, thanked me for my sincerity, and added that, so far from being puzzled, she understood perfectly a state of mind so frequent and so natural. This avowal to Albertine of an imaginary sentiment for André, and towards herself an indifference which, that it might appear altogether sincere and without exaggeration, I assured her incidentally, as though by a scruple of politeness, must not be taken too literally, enabled me at length, without any fear of Albertine's suspecting me of loving her, to speak to her with a tenderness which I had so long denied myself, and which seemed to me exquisite. I almost caressed my confidante. As I spoke to her of her friend whom I loved, tears came to my eyes. But coming at last to the point, I said to her that she knew what love meant, its susceptibilities, its sufferings, and that perhaps, as the old friend that she now was, she might feel it in her heart to put a stop to the bitter grief that she was causing me, not directly, since it was not herself that I loved, if I might venture to repeat that without offending her, but indirectly, by wounding me in my love for André. I broke off to admire and point out to Albertine a great bird, solitary and hastening, which, far out in front of us, lashing the air with the regular beat of its wings, was passing at full speed over the beach, stained here and there with reflections like little torn scraps of red paper, and crossing it from end to end without slackening its pace, without diverting its attention, without deviating from its path, like an envoy carrying far afield an urgent and vital message. "He at least goes straight to the point," said Albertine in a tone of reproach. "You say that because you don't know what it is I was going to tell you, but it is so difficult that I prefer to give it up. I'm certain that I should have made you angry, and then all that will have happened will be this: I shall be in no way better off with the girl I really love, and I shall have lost a good friend. But when I swear to you that I will not be angry," she had so sweet, so wistfully docile an air, as though her whole happiness depended on me, that I could barely restrain myself from kissing, with almost the same kind of pleasure that I should have taken in kissing my mother, this novel face, which no longer presented the startled, blushing expression of a rebellious and perverse kitten with its little pink tip-tilted nose, but seemed, in the fullness of its crushing sorrow, moulded in broad, flattened, drooping slabs of pure goodness. Making an abstraction of my love as of a chronic mania that had no connection with her, putting myself in her place, I let my heart be melted before this honest girl, accustomed to being treated in a friendly and loyal fashion, whom the good comrade that she might have supposed me had been pursuing for weeks past with persecutions, which had at last arrived at their culminating point. It was because I placed myself at a standpoint that was purely human, external to both of us, at which my jealous love dissolved, that I felt for Albertine that profound pity which would have been less profound if I had not loved her. However, in that rhythmical oscillation which leads from a declaration to a quarrel, the surest, most certainly perilous way of forming by opposite and successive movements a knot which will not be loosened and attaches us firmly to a person by the strain of the movement of withdrawal which constitutes one of the two elements of the rhythm. Of what use is it to analyze farther the reflections of human pity, which, the opposite of love, though springing perhaps unconsciously from the same cause, produces in every case the same effects? When we count up afterwards the total amount of all that we have done for a woman, we often discover that the actions prompted by the desire to show that we love her, to make her love us, to win her favours, bulk little, if anything, greater than those due to the human need to repair the wrongs that we have done to the creature whom we love, from a mere sense of moral duty, as though we were not in love with her. "But tell me, what on earth have I done?" Albertine asked me. There was a knock at the door. It was the lift boy. Albertine's aunt, who was passing the hotel in a carriage, had stopped on the chance of finding her there to take her home. Albertine sent word that she could not come, that they were to begin dinner without her, that she could not say at what time she would return. "But won't your aunt be angry?" "What do you suppose? She'll understand all right." And so, at this moment at least, a moment such as might never occur again, a conversation with myself was proved by this incident to be, in Albertine's eyes, a thing of such self-evident importance that it must be given precedence over everything, a thing to which, referring no doubt instinctively to a family code, enumerating certain crises in which, when the career of Monsieur Bontemps was at stake, a journey had been made without a thought, my friend never doubted that her aunt would think it quite natural to see her sacrifice the dinner hour. That remote hour which she passed without my company among her own people, Albertine, having brought it to me, bestowed it on me. I might make what use of it I chose. I ended by making bold to tell her what had been reported to me about her way of living, and that notwithstanding the profound disgust that I felt for women tainted with that vice, I had not given it a thought until I had been told the name of her accomplice, and that she could readily understand, loving André as I did, the grief that the news had caused me. It would have been more tactful, perhaps, to say that I had been given the names of other women as well, in whom I was not interested. But the sudden and terrible revelation that Cottard had made to me had entered my heart to lacerate it, complete in itself, but without accretions. And just as, before that moment, it would never have occurred to me that Albertine was in love with André, or at any rate could find pleasure in caressing her, if Cottard had not drawn my attention to their attitude as they waltzed together, so I had been incapable of passing from that idea to the idea so different for me that Albertine might have with other women than André, relations for which affection could not be pleaded in excuse. Albertine, before even swearing to me that it was not true, showed, like everyone upon learning that such things are being said about them, anger, concern, and, with regard to the unknown slanderer, a fierce curiosity to know who he was, and a desire to be confronted with him so as to be able to confound him. But she assured me that she bore me, at least, no resentment. If it had been true, I should have told you. But André and I both loathe that sort of thing. We have not lived all these years without seeing women with cropped hair who behave like men and do the things you mean, and nothing revolts us more. Albertine gave me merely her word, a peremptory word, unsupported by proof. But this was just what was best calculated to calm me. Jealousy belonging to that family of sickly doubts, which are better purged by the energy than by the probability of an affirmation. It is, moreover, the property of love to make us at once more distrustful and more credulous, to make us suspect, more readily than we should suspect anyone else, her whom we love, and be convinced more easily by her denials. We must be in love before we can care that all women are not virtuous, which is to say, before we can be aware of the fact, and we must be in love, too, before we can hope, that is to say, assure ourselves that some are. It is human to seek out what hurts us, and then at once to seek to get rid of it. The statements that are capable of so relieving us seem quite naturally true. We are not inclined to cavil at a sedative that acts. Besides, however multiform may be the person with whom we are in love, she can, in any case, offer us two essential personalities, according as she appears to us as ours, or as turning her desires in another direction. The former of these personalities possesses the peculiar power which prevents us from believing in the reality of the other, the secret remedy to heal the sufferings that this latter has caused us. The beloved object is successively the malady and the remedy that suspends and aggravates it. No doubt I had long since been prepared, by the strong impression made on my imagination and my faculty for emotion, by the example of Swann, to believe in the truth of what I feared rather than what I should have wished. And so the comfort brought me by Albertine's affirmations came near to being jeopardized for a moment, because I was reminded of the story of Odette. But I told myself that if it was only right to allow for the worst, not only when, in order to understand Swann's sufferings, I'd tried to put myself in his place, but now, when I myself was concerned in seeking the truth as though it referred to someone else, still I must not, out of cruelty to myself, a soldier who chooses the post not where he can be of most use, but where he is most exposed, end in the mistake of regarding one supposition as more true than the rest, simply because it was more painful. Was there not a vast gulf between Albertine, a girl of good middle-class parentage, and Odette, a courtesan bartered by her mother in her childhood? There could be no comparison of their respective credibility. Besides, Albertine had in no respect the same interest in lying to me that Odette had had in lying to Swann. Moreover, to him, Odette had admitted what Albertine had just denied. I should therefore be guilty of an error in reasoning as serious, though in the opposite direction, as that which had inclined me towards a certain hypothesis, because it had caused me less pain than the rest, were I not to take into account these material differences in their positions, but to reconstruct the real life of my mistress solely from what I had been told about the life of Odette. I had before me a new Albertine, of whom I had already, it was true, caught more than one glimpse towards the end of my previous visit to Baalbec, frank and honest, an Albertine who had, out of affection for myself, forgiven me my suspicions and tried to dispel them. She made me sit down by her side upon my bed. I thanked her for what she had said to me, assured her that our reconciliation was complete, and that I would never be horrid to her again. I suggested that she ought, at the same time, to go home to dinner. She asked me whether I was not glad to have her with me. Drawing my head towards her for a caress which she had never before given me, and which I owed perhaps to the healing of our rupture, she passed her tongue lightly over my lips, which she attempted to force apart. At first I kept them tight shut. "You are a great bear," she informed me. I ought to have left the place that evening and never set eyes on her again. I felt even then that in a love which is not reciprocated, I might as well say in love, for there are people for whom there is no such thing as reciprocated love, we can enjoy only that simulacrum of happiness which had been given me at one of those unique moments in which a woman's good nature, or her caprice, or mere chance bring to our desires in perfect coincidence the same words, the same actions, as if we were really loved. The wiser course would have been to consider with curiosity, to possess with delight, that little parcel of happiness, failing which I should have died without ever suspecting what it could mean to hearts less difficult to please or more highly favoured. To suppose that it formed part of a vast and enduring happiness of which this fragment only was visible to me, and, lest the next day should expose this fiction, not to attempt to ask for any fresh favour after this, which had been due only to the artifice of an exceptional moment. I ought to have left Baalbec, to have shut myself up in solitude, to have remained so in harmony with the last vibrations of the voice which I had contrived to render amorous for an instant, and of which I should have asked nothing more than that it should never address another word to me, for fear lest, by an additional word, which now could only be different, it might shatter with a discord the sensitive silence in which, as though by the pressure of a pedal, there might long have survived in me the throbbing chord of happiness. End of section 14. Section 15 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Pleasures of Monsieur Nissim Bernard. Soothed by my explanation with Albertine, I began once again to live in closer intimacy with my mother. She loved to talk to me gently about the days in which my grandmother had been younger. Fearing that I might reproach myself with the sorrows with which I had perhaps darkened the close of my grandmother's life, she preferred to turn back to the years when the first signs of my dawning intelligence had given my grandmother a satisfaction which, until now, had been always kept from me. We talked of the old days at Cambremer. My mother reminded me that there at least I used to read, and that at Baalbek I might as well do the same if I was not going to work. I replied that to surround myself with memories of Cambremer and of the charming coloured plates, I should like to read again the 1001 Nights. As long ago at Cambremer, when she gave me books for my birthday, so it was in secret, as a surprise for me, that my mother now sent for both the 1001 Nights of Galland and the 1000 Nights and a Night of Verdurins. But, after casting her eye over the two translations, my mother would have preferred that I should stick to Galland's, albeit hesitating to influence me because of the respect that she felt for intellectual liberty, her dread of interfering with my intellectual life, and the feeling that, being a woman, on the one hand she lacked, or so she thought, the necessary literary equipment, and on the other hand ought not to condemn, because she herself was shocked by it, the reading of a young man. Happening upon certain of the tales, she had been revolted by the immorality of the subject and the crudity of the expression, but above all preserving like precious relics not only the brooch, the sunshade, the cloak, the volume of Madame de Sévigné, but also the habits of thought and speech of her mother, seeking on every occasion the opinion that she would have expressed. My mother could have no doubt of the horror with which my grandmother would have condemned Verdurins's book. She remembered that at Cambremer, while, before setting out for a walk Méséglise way, I was reading Augustin Thierry, my grandmother, glad that I should be reading and taking walks, was indignant, nevertheless, at seeing him whose name remained enshrined in the hemistich, then reigned Merové, called Merowig, refused to say Carolingians for the Carlovingians, to which she remained loyal. And then I told her what my grandmother had thought of the Greek names which Bloch, following Le Comte de Lille, gave to the gods of Homer, going so far, in the simplest matters, as to make it a religious duty, in which he supposed literary talent to consist, to adopt a Greek system of spelling. Having occasion, for instance, to mention in a letter that the wine which they drank at home was real nectar, he would write real nectar with a K, which enabled him to titter at the mention of Lamartine. And if an Odyssey, from which the names Ulysses and Minerva were missing, was no longer the Odyssey to her, what would she have said upon seeing corrupted, even upon the cover, the title of her 1001 Nights, upon no longer finding, exactly transcribed as she had all her life been in the habit of pronouncing them, the immortally familiar names of Scheherazade, of Dinarzade, in which, de-baptizing themselves, if one may use the expression of Mussulman tales, the charming Caliph and the powerful genies were barely recognizable, being renamed he the Caliphat and they the Genis. Still, my mother handed over both books to me, and I told her that I would read them on the days when I felt too tired to go out. These days were not very frequent, however. We used to go out picnicking as before in a band, Albertine, her friends, and myself, on the cliff or to the farm called Marie Antoinette. But there were times when Albertine bestowed on me this great pleasure. She would say to me, "Today I want to be alone with you for a little. It'll be nicer if we are just by ourselves." Then she would give out that she was busy, not that she needed any further explanation, and so that the others, if they went all the same without us for an excursion and picnic, might not be able to find us, we would steal away like a pair of lovers, all by ourselves, to Bagatelle or the Cross of Elan, while the band, who would never think of looking for us there, and never went there, waited indefinitely in the hope of seeing us appear at Marie Antoinette. I recall the hot weather that we had then, when from the brow of each of the farm labourers toiling in the sun, a drop of sweat would fall, vertical, regular, intermittent, like the drop of water from a cistern, and alternate with the fall of the ripe fruit dropping from the tree in the adjoining closes. They have remained to this day, with that mystery of a woman's secret, the most substantial part of every love that offers itself to me. A woman who has been mentioned to me, and to whom I would not give a moment's thought. I upset all my week's engagements to make her acquaintance, if it is a week of similar weather, and I'm to meet her in some isolated farmhouse. It is no good my knowing that this kind of weather, this kind of assignation, are not part of her. They are still the bait, which I know all too well, by which I allow myself to be tempted, and which is sufficient to hook me. I know that this woman, in cold weather, in a town, I might perhaps have desired, but without the accompaniment of a romantic sentiment, without becoming amorous. My love for her is none the less keen, as soon as, by force of circumstances, it has enthralled me. It is only the more melancholy, as in the course of life our sentiments for other people become, in proportion as we become more clearly aware of the ever smaller part that they play in our life, and that the new love which we would like to be so permanent, cut short in the same moment as life itself, will be the last. There were still but a few people at Baalbek, hardly any girls. Sometimes I saw some girl resting upon the beach, devoid of charm, and yet apparently identified by various features as one that I had been in despair at not being able to approach at the moment when she emerged with her friends from the riding school or gymnasium. If it was the same, and I took care not to mention the matter to Albertine, then the girl that I had thought so exciting did not exist. But I could not arrive at any certainty, for the face of any one of these girls did not fit any space upon the beach, did not offer a permanent form, contracted, dilated, transformed as it was by my own observation, the uneasiness of my desire, or a sense of comfort that was self-sufficient, by the different clothes that she was wearing, the rapidity of her movements, or her immobility. All the same, 2 or 3 of them seemed to me adorable. Whenever I saw one of these, I longed to take her away along the Avenue des Tamaris, or among the sand-hills, better still upon the cliff. But, albeit into desire as opposed to indifference, there enters already that audacity which is a first stage, if only unilateral, towards realization. All the same, between my desire and the action that my request to be allowed to kiss her would have been, there was all the indefinite blank of hesitation, of timidity. Then I went into the pastry cook's bar. I drank, one after another, 7 or 8 glasses of port wine. At once, instead of the impassable gulf between my desire and action, the effect of the alcohol traced a line that joined them together. No longer was there any room for hesitation or fear. It seemed to me that the girl was about to fly into my arms. I went up to her. The words came spontaneously to my lips. "I should like to go for a walk with you. You wouldn't care to go along the cliff? We shan't be disturbed behind the little wood that keeps the wind off the wooden bungalow that is empty just now? All the difficulties of life were smoothed away. There was no longer any obstacle to the conjunction of our two bodies. No obstacle for me, at least. For they had not been volatilized for her, who had not been drinking port wine. Had she done so, had the outer world lost some of its reality in her eyes, the long-cherished dream that would then have appeared to her to be suddenly realizable might perhaps have been not at all that of falling into my arms. Not only were the girls few in number, but at this season, which was not yet the season, they stayed but a short time. There is one I remember with a reddish skin, green eyes, and a pair of ruddy cheeks, whose slight symmetrical face resembled the winged seeds of certain trees. I cannot say what breeze wafted her to Baalbek, or what other bore her away. So sudden was her removal that for some days afterwards I was haunted by a grief which I made bold to confess to Albertine when I realized that the girl had gone forever. I should add that several of them were either girls whom I did not know at all, or whom I had not seen for years. Often, before addressing them, I wrote to them. If their answer allowed me to believe in the possibility of love, what joy! We cannot, at the outset of our friendship with a woman, even if that friendship is destined to come to nothing, bear to part from those first letters we have received from her. We like to have them beside us all the time, like a present of rare flowers, still quite fresh, at which we cease to gaze, only to draw them closer to us and smell them. The sentence that we know by heart, it is pleasant to read again, and in those that we have committed less accurately to memory, we like to verify the degree of affection in some expression. Did she write, "Your dear letter"? A slight marring of our bliss, which must be ascribed either to our having read too quickly, or to the illegible handwriting of our correspondent. She did not say, "Your dear letter," but "From your letter." But the rest is so tender. Oh, that more such flowers may come tomorrow. Then that is no longer enough. We must, with the written words, compare the writer's eyes, her face. We make an appointment, and without her having altered perhaps, whereas we expected, from the description given us, or our personal memory, to meet the fairy Viviane, we encounter Puss in Boots. We make an appointment, nevertheless, for the following day, for it is, after all, she, and the person we desired is she. And these desires, for a woman of whom we have been dreaming, do not make beauty of form and feature essential. These desires are only the desire for a certain person, vague as perfumes, as styrax was the desire of Protheriah, saffron the ethereal desire, aromatic scents the desire of Hera, myrrh the perfume of the Magi, manna the desire of Nike, incense the perfume of the sea. But these perfumes that are sung in the Orphic hymns are far fewer in number than the deities they worship. Myrrh is the perfume of the Magi, but also of Protogonos, Neptune, Nereus, Leto. Incense is the perfume of the sea, but also of the fair Dike, of Themis, of Circe, of the 9 Muses, of Eos, of Mnemosyne, of the day, of Dikaiosine. As for styrax, manna, and aromatic scents, it would be impossible to name all the deities that inhale them, so many are they. Amphiates has all the perfumes except incense, and Gaia rejects only beans and aromatic scents. So was it with these desires for different girls that I felt. Fewer in number than the girls themselves, they changed into disappointments and regrets closely similar to one another. I never wished for myrrh. I reserved it for Jupien and for the Prince de Guermantes, for it is the desire of Protogonos, of twofold sex, who roars like a bull, of countless orgies, memorable, unspeakable, descending, joyous, to the sacrifices of the audiophants. But presently the season was in full swing. Every day there was some fresh arrival, and for the sudden increase in the frequency of my outings, which took the place of the charmed perusal of the 1001 Nights, there was a reason devoid of pleasure which poisoned them all. The beach was now peopled with girls, and since the idea suggested to me by Cotard had not indeed furnished me with fresh suspicions, but had rendered me sensitive and weak in that quarter, and careful not to let any suspicion take shape in my mind, as soon as a young woman arrived at Baalbec, I began to feel ill at ease. I proposed to Albertine the most distant excursions, in order that she might not make the newcomer's acquaintance, and indeed, if possible, might not set eyes on her. I dreaded naturally even more those women whose dubious ways were remarked, or their bad reputation already known. I tried to persuade my mistress that this bad reputation had no foundation, was a slander, perhaps without admitting it to myself, from a fear, still unconscious, that she might seek to make friends with the depraved woman, or regret her inability to do so because of me, or might conclude from the number of examples that a vice so widespread was not to be condemned. In denying the guilt of each of them, my intention was nothing less than to pretend that Sapphism did not exist. Albertine adopted my incredulity as to the viciousness of this one or that. "No, I think it's just a pose. She wants to look the part." But then I regretted almost that I had pleaded the other's innocence, for it distressed me that Albertine, formerly so severe, could believe that this part was a thing so flattering, so advantageous, that a woman innocent of such tastes could seek to look it. I would have liked to be sure that no more women were coming to Baalbec. I trembled when I thought that, as it was almost time for Madame Putbus to arrive at the Verdurins, her maid, whose tastes Saint-Loup had not concealed from me, might take it into her head to come down to the beach, and if it were a day on which I was not with Albertine, might seek to corrupt her. I went the length of asking myself whether, as Cotard had made no secret of the fact that the Verdurins thought highly of me, and, while not wishing to appear, as he put it, to be running after me, would give a great deal to have me come to their house, I might not, on the strength of promises to bring all the Guermantes in existence to call on them in Paris, induce Madame Verdurin, upon some pretext or other, to inform Madame Putbus that it was impossible to keep her there any longer, and make her leave the place at once. And as it was chiefly the presence of André that was disturbing me, the soothing effect that Albertine's words had had upon me still to some extent persisted. I knew, moreover, that presently I should have less need of it, as André would be leaving the place with Rosamond and Giselle just about the time when the crowd began to arrive, and would be spending only a few weeks more with Albertine. During these weeks, moreover, Albertine seemed to have planned everything that she did, everything that she said, with a view to destroying my suspicions, if any remained, or to prevent them from reviving. She contrived never to be left alone with André, and insisted, when we came back from an excursion, upon my accompanying her to her door, upon my coming to fetch her when we were going anywhere. André, meanwhile, took just as much trouble on her side, seeming to avoid meeting Albertine, and this apparent understanding between them was not the only indication that Albertine must have informed her friend of our conversation, and have asked her to be so kind as to calm my absurd suspicions. About this time there occurred at the Grand Hotel a scandal which was not calculated to modify the intensity of my torment. Bloch's cousin had for some time past been indulging with a retired actress in secret relations which presently ceased to satisfy them. That they should be seen seemed to them to add perversity to their pleasure. They chose to flaunt their perilous sport before the eyes of all the world. They began with caresses, which might, after all, be set down to a friendly intimacy in the card-room by the baccarat table. Then they grew more bold. And finally, one evening, in a corner that was not even dark of the big ballroom, on a sofa, they made no more attempt to conceal what they were doing than if they had been in bed. Two officers, who happened to be near with their wives, complained to the manager. It was thought for a moment that their protest would be effective. But they had this against them, that, having come over for the evening from Nettome, where they were staying, they could not be of any use to the manager. Whereas, without her knowing it even, and whatever remarks the manager may have made to her, there hovered over Mademoiselle Bloch the protection of Monsieur Nissim Bernard. I must explain why. Monsieur Nissim Bernard carried to their highest pitch the family virtues. Every year he took a magnificent villa at Baalbek for his nephew, and no invitation would have dissuaded him from going home to dine at his own table, which was in reality theirs. But he never took his luncheon at home. Every day at noon he was at the Grand Hotel. The fact of the matter was that he was keeping, as other men keep a chorus girl from the opera, an embryo waiter of much the same type as the pages of whom we have spoken, who made us think of the young Israelites in Esther and Athalie. It is true that the 40 years' difference in age between Monsieur Nissim Bernard and the young waiter ought to have preserved the latter from a contact that was scarcely pleasant. But, as Racine so wisely observes in those same choruses, "Great God, with what uncertain tread a budding virtue mid such perils goes! What stumbling blocks do lie before a soul that seeks thee and would fain be innocent!" The young waiter might indeed have been brought up remote from the world, in the temple caravanserai of Baalbek. He had not followed the advice of Joad, "In riches and in gold put not thy trust." He had perhaps justified himself by saying, "The wicked cover the earth." However that might be, and albeit Monsieur Nissim Bernard had not expected so rapid a conquest, on the very first day, wert in alarm or anxious to caress, he felt those childish arms about him thrown, and by the second day, Monsieur Nissim Bernard, having taken the young waiter out, the dire assault his innocence destroyed. From that moment the boy's life was altered. He might indeed carry bread and salt, as his superior bade him. His whole face sang, "From flowers to flowers, from joys to keener joys, let our desires now range. Uncertain is our tale of fleeting years. Haste we then to enjoy this life. Honours and fame are the reward of blind and meek obedience, for moping innocence, who now would raise his voice." Since that day, Monsieur Nissim Bernard had never failed to come and occupy his seat at the luncheon table, as a man would occupy his in the stalls who was keeping a dancer in this case of a distinct and special type which still awaits its dégâts. It was Monsieur Nissim Bernard's delight to follow over the floor of the restaurant and down the remote vista to where beneath her palm the cashier sat enthroned, the evolutions of the adolescent hurrying in service of everyone, and less than anyone of Monsieur Nissim Bernard, now that the latter was keeping him, whether because the young chorister did not think it necessary to display the same friendliness to a person by whom he supposed himself to be sufficiently well loved, or because that love annoyed him, or he feared lest, if discovered, it might make him lose other opportunities. But this very coldness pleased Monsieur Nissim Bernard, because of all that it concealed. Whether from Hebraic atavism, or from the profanation of the Christian spirit, he took a singular pleasure, were it Jewish or Catholic, in the Racinian ceremony. Had it been a real performance of Esther or Athalie, Monsieur Bernard would have regretted that the gulf of centuries must prevent him from making the acquaintance of the author Jean Racine, so that he might obtain for his protégé a more substantial part. But as the luncheon ceremony came from no author's pen, he contented himself with being on good terms with the manager and Aimée, so that the young Israelite might be promoted to the coveted post of under-waiter, or even full-waiter to a row of tables. The post of wine-waiter had been offered him, but Monsieur Bernard made him decline it, for he would no longer have been able to come every day to watch him race about the green dining-room and to be waited upon by him like a stranger. Now this pleasure was so keen that every year Monsieur Bernard returned to Baalbec and took his luncheon away from home, habits in which Monsieur Bloch saw in the former a poetical fancy for the bright sunshine, the sunsets of this coast favoured above all others, in the latter the inveterate mania of an old bachelor. As a matter of fact, the mistake made by Monsieur Nissim Bernard's relatives, who never suspected the true reason for his annual return to Baalbec, and for what the pedantic Madame Bloch called his absentee palate, was really a more profound and secondary truth. For Monsieur Nissim Bernard was himself unaware how much there was of love for the beach of Baalbec, for the view one enjoyed from the restaurant over the sea, and of maniacal habits in the fancy that he had for keeping, like a dancing girl of another kind which still lacks a dégât, one of his servants, the rest of whom were still girls. And so Monsieur Nissim Bernard maintained, with the director of this theatre, which was the hotel at Baalbec, and with the stage manager and producer Aimée, whose part in all this affair was anything but simple, excellent relations. One day they would intrigue to procure an important part, a place perhaps as head waiter. In the meantime, Monsieur Nissim Bernard's pleasure, poetical and calmly contemplative as it might be, reminded one a little of those women-loving men who always know, Swan for example in the past, that if they go out to a party they will meet their mistress. No sooner had Monsieur Nissim Bernard taken his seat than he would see the object of his affections appear on the scene, bearing in his hand fruit or cigars upon a tray. And so every morning, after kissing his niece, bothering my friend Bloch about his work, and feeding his horses with lumps of sugar from the palm of his outstretched hand, he would betray a feverish haste to arrive in time for luncheon at the Grand Hotel. Had the house been on fire, had his niece had a stroke, he would doubtless have started off just the same, so that he dreaded like the plague a cold that would confine him to his bed, for he was a hypochondriac, and would oblige him to ask Aimée to send his young friend across to visit him at home between luncheon and tea time. He loved, moreover, all the labyrinth of corridors, private offices, reception rooms, cloakrooms, larders, galleries, which composed the hotel at Baalbec. With a strain of oriental atavism, he loved a seraglio, and when he went out at night, might be seen furtively exploring its passages. While venturing down to the basement and endeavouring at the same time to escape notice and to avoid a scandal, Monsieur Nissim Bernard, in his quest of the young Levites, put one in mind of those lines in La Juive: "O God of our fathers, come down to us again, our mysteries veil from the eyes of wicked men." I, on the contrary, would go up to the room of two sisters who had come to Baalbec as her maids with an old lady, a foreigner. They were what the language of hotels called two couriers, and that of Françoise, who imagined that a courier was a person who was there to run his course, two coursers. The hotels have remained more nobly in the period when people sang C'est un courrier de cabinet. Difficult as it was for a visitor to penetrate the servants' quarters, I had very soon formed a mutual bond of friendship, as strong as it was pure, with these two young persons, Mademoiselle Marie Gineste and Madame Céleste Albaret. Born at the foot of the high mountains in the centre of France, on the banks of rivulets and torrents, the water passed actually under their old home, turning a mill-wheel, and the house had often been damaged by floods. They seemed to embody the features of that region. Marie Gineste was more regularly rapid and abrupt. Céleste Albaret, softer and more languishing, spread out like a lake, but with terrible boiling rages in which her fury suggested the peril of spates and gales that sweep everything before them. They often came in the morning to see me when I was still in bed. I have never known people so deliberately ignorant, who had learned absolutely nothing at school, and yet whose language was somehow so literary that, but for the almost savage naturalness of their tone, one would have thought their speech affected. With a familiarity which I reproduce verbatim, notwithstanding the praises which I set down here in praise not of myself, but of the strange genius of Céleste, and the criticisms, equally unfounded, in which her remarks seemed to involve me, while I dipped crescent rolls in my milk, Céleste would say to me, "Oh, little black devil with the hair of jet! Oh, profound wickedness! I don't know what your mother was thinking when she made you, for you are just like a bird. Look, Marie, wouldn't you say he was preening his feathers and turning his head right round, so light he looks? You would say he was just learning to fly. Ah, it's fortunate for you that those who bred you brought you into the world to rank and riches. What would ever have become of you, so wasteful as you are? Look at him, throwing away his crescent because it touched the bed. There he goes now, look, he's spilling his milk. Wait till I tie a napkin round you, for you could never do it for yourself. Never in my life have I seen anyone so helpless and so clumsy as you." I would then hear the more regular sound of the torrent of Marie Gineste, who was furiously reprimanding her sister. "Will you hold your tongue now, Céleste? Are you mad, talking to monsieur like that?" Céleste merely smiled, and as I detested having a napkin tied round my neck, "No, Marie, look at him, bang, he's shot straight up, like a serpent, a proper serpent, I tell you." These were but a few of her zoological similes, for, according to her, it was impossible to tell when I slept. I fluttered about all night like a butterfly, and in the daytime I was as swift as the squirrels. "You know, Marie, the way we see them at home, so nimble that even with your eyes you can't follow them." "But Céleste, you know he doesn't like having a napkin when he's eating." "It isn't that he doesn't like it, it's so that he can say nobody can make him do anything against his will. He's a grand gentleman, and he wants to show that he is. They can change the sheets 10 times over if they must, but he won't give way. Yesterday's had served their time, but today they've only just been put on the bed, and they'll have to be changed already. Oh, I was right when I said that he was never meant to be born among the poor. Look, his hair is standing on end, swelling with rage like a bird's feathers. Poor Plumissou!" Here it was not only Marie that protested, but myself, for I did not feel in the least like a grand gentleman. But Céleste would never believe in the sincerity of my modesty, and cut me short. "Oh, the storyteller, the flatterer! Oh, the false one, the cunning rogue! Oh, Molière!" This was the only writer's name that she knew, but she applied it to me, meaning thereby a person who was capable both of writing plays and of acting them. "Céleste!" came the imperious cry from Marie, who, not knowing the name of Molière, was afraid that it might be some fresh insult. Celeste continued to smile. Then you haven't seen the photograph of him in his drawer when he was little. He tried to make us believe that he was always dressed quite simply, and there with his little cane he's all fur and laces, such as no prince ever wore. But that's nothing compared with his tremendous majesty and his kindness, which is even more profound. So then, scolded the torrent Marie, you go rummaging in his drawers now, do you? To calm Marie's fears, I asked her what she thought of Monsieur Nissim Bernard's behaviour. Ah, monsieur, there are things I wouldn't have believed could exist. One has to come here to learn. And for once, out-rivalling Celeste by an even more profound observation. Ah, you see, monsieur, one can never tell what there may be in a person's life. To change the subject, I spoke to her of the life led by my father, who toiled day and night. Ah, monsieur, there are people who keep nothing of their life for themselves, not 1 minute, not one pleasure. The whole thing is a sacrifice for others. They are lives that are given away. Look, Marie, he's only to put his hand on the counterpane and take his crescent. What distinction! He can do the most insignificant things. You would say that the whole nobility of France, from here to the Pyrenees, was stirring in each of his movements. Overpowered by this portrait so far from lifelike, I remained silent. Celeste interpreted my silence as a further instance of guile. Oh, brow that looks so pure and hides so many things. Nice, cool cheeks like the inside of an almond, little hands of satin, all velvety, nails like claws, and so forth. There, Marie, look at him sipping his milk with a devoutness that makes me want to say my prayers. What a serious air. They ought really to take his portrait as he is just now. He's just like a child. Is it drinking milk like them that has kept you their bright colour? Oh, youth! Oh, lovely skin! You'll never grow old. You're a lucky one. You never need raise your hand against anyone, for you have a pair of eyes that can make their will be done. Look at him now, he's angry. He shoots up, straight as a signpost. Françoise did not at all approve of what she called the two tricksters coming to talk to me like this. The manager, who made his staff keep watch over everything that went on, even gave me a serious warning that it was not proper for a visitor to talk to servants. I, who found the tricksters far better than any visitor in the hotel, merely laughed in his face, convinced that he would not understand my explanations. And the sisters returned. Look, Marie, at his delicate lines. Oh, perfect miniature, finer than the most precious you could see in a glass case, for he can move, and utters words you could listen to for days and nights. It was a miracle that a foreign lady could have brought them here, for, without knowing anything of history or geography, they heartily detested the English, the Germans, the Russians, the Italians, all foreign vermin, and cared, with certain exceptions, for French people alone. Their faces had so far preserved the moisture of the pliable clay of their native riverbeds that, as soon as one mentioned a foreigner who was staying at the hotel, in order to repeat what he had said, Celeste and Marie imposed upon their faces his face. Their mouths became his mouth, their eyes his eyes. One would have liked to preserve these admirable comic masks. Celeste, indeed, while pretending merely to be repeating what the manager had said, or one of my friends, would insert in her little narrative fictitious remarks in which were maliciously portrayed all the defects of Bloch, the chief magistrate, etc., while apparently unconscious of doing so. It was under the form of the delivery of a simple message, which she had obligingly undertaken to convey, an inimitable portrait. They never read anything, not even a newspaper. One day, however, they found lying on my bed a book, It was a volume of the admirable but obscure poems of Saint-Léger. Céleste read a few pages and said to me, "But are you quite sure that these are poetry? Wouldn't they just be riddles?" Obviously, to a person who had learned in her childhood a single poem, "Down Here the Lilacs Lie," there was a gap in evolution. I fancy that their obstinate refusal to learn anything was due in part to the unhealthy climate of their early home. They had, nevertheless, all the gifts of a poet, with more modesty than poets generally show. For if Céleste had said something noteworthy, and unable to remember it correctly, I asked her to repeat it, she would assure me that she'd forgotten. They will never read any books, but neither will they ever write any. Françoise was considerably impressed when she learned that the two brothers of these humble women had married, one the niece of the Archbishop of Tours, the other a relative of the Bishop of Rodez. To the manager this would have conveyed nothing. Céleste would sometimes reproach her husband with his failure to understand her, and as for me, I was astonished that he could endure her. For at certain moments, raging, furious, destroying everything, she was detestable. It is said that the salt liquid which is our blood is only an internal survival of the primitive marine element. Similarly, I believe that Céleste, not only in her bursts of fury, but also in her hours of depression, preserved the rhythm of her native streams. When she was exhausted, it was after their fashion. She had literally run dry. Nothing could then have revived her. Then all of a sudden the circulation was restored to her large body, splendid and light. The water flowed in the opaline transparence of her bluish skin. She smiled at the sun and became bluer still. At such moments she was truly celestial. Bloch's family might never have suspected the reason which made their uncle never take his luncheon at home, and have accepted it from the first as the mania of an elderly bachelor, due perhaps to the demands of his intimacy with some actress. Everything that concerned Monsieur Nissim Bernard was taboo to the manager of the Baalbec Hotel, and that was why, without even referring to the uncle, he had finally not ventured to find fault with the niece, albeit recommending her to be a little more circumspect. And so the girl and her friend, who for some days had pictured themselves as excluded from the casino and the Grand Hotel, seeing that everything was settled, were delighted to show those fathers of families who held aloof from them that they might with impunity take the utmost liberties. No doubt they did not go so far as to repeat the public exhibition which had revolted everybody. But gradually they returned to their old ways, and one evening, as I came out of the casino, which was half in darkness, with Albertine and Bloch, whom we had met there, they came towards us, linked together, kissing each other incessantly, and, as they passed us, crowed and laughed, uttering indecent cries. Bloch lowered his eyes, so as to seem not to have recognized his cousin, and as for myself, I was tortured by the thought that this occult, appalling language was addressed perhaps to Albertine. Another incident turned my thoughts even more in the direction of Gomorrah. I had noticed upon the beach a handsome young woman, erect and pale, whose eyes round their centre scattered rays so geometrically luminous that one was reminded, on meeting her gaze, of some constellation. I thought how much more beautiful this girl was than Albertine, and that it would be wiser to give up the other. Only the face of this beautiful young woman had been smoothed by the invisible plane of an utterly low life, of the constant acceptance of vulgar expedients, so much so that her eyes, more noble, however, than the rest of her face, could radiate nothing but appetites and desires. Well, on the following day, this young woman being seated a long way from us in the casino, I saw that she never ceased to fasten upon Albertine the alternate circling fires of her gaze. One would have said that she was making signals to her from a lighthouse. I dreaded my friends seeing that she was being so closely observed. I was afraid that these incessantly rekindled glances might have the conventional meaning of an amorous assignation for the morrow. For all I knew, this assignation might not be the first. The young woman with the radiant eyes might have come another year to Baalbek. It was perhaps because Albertine had already yielded to her desires or to those of a friend that this woman allowed herself to address to her those flashing signals. If so, they did more than demand something for the present. They found a justification in pleasant hours in the past. This assignation in that case must not be the first, but the sequel to adventures shared in past years. And indeed her glance did not say, "Will you?" As soon as the young woman had caught sight of Albertine, she had turned her head and beamed upon her glances charged with recollection, as though she were terribly afraid that my friend might not remember. Albertine, who could see her plainly, remained phlegmatically motionless, with the result that the other, with the same sort of discretion as a man who sees his old mistress with a new lover, ceased to look at her and paid no more attention to her than if she had not existed. But a day or two later, I received a proof of this young woman's tendencies and also of the probability of her having known Albertine in the past. Often in the hall of the casino, when two girls were smitten with a mutual desire, a luminous phenomenon occurred, a sort of phosphorescent train passing from one to the other. Let us note in passing that it is by the aid of such materializations, even if they be imponderable, by these astral signs that set fire to a whole section of the atmosphere, that the scattered Gomorrah tends, in every town, in every village, to reunite its separated members, to reform the biblical city, while everywhere the same efforts are being made, be it in view of but a momentary reconstruction, by the nostalgic, the hypocritical, sometimes by the courageous exiles from Sodom. Once I saw the stranger whom Albertine had appeared not to recognize, just at the moment when Bloch's cousin was approaching her. The young woman's eyes flashed, but it was quite evident that she did not know the Israelite maiden. She beheld her for the first time, felt a desire, a shadow of doubt, by no means the same certainty as in the case of Albertine, upon whose comradeship she must so far have reckoned that, in the face of her coldness, she had felt the surprise of a foreigner familiar with Paris, but not resident there, who, having returned to spend a few weeks there, on the site of the little theatre where he was in the habit of spending pleasant evenings, sees that they have now built a bank. Bloch's cousin went and sat down at a table where she turned the pages of a magazine. Presently the young woman came and sat down with an abstracted air by her side. But under the table one could presently see their feet wriggling, then their legs and hands in a confused heap. Words followed, a conversation began, and the young woman's innocent husband, who had been looking everywhere for her, was astonished to find her making plans for that very evening with a girl whom he did not know. His wife introduced Bloch's cousin to him as a friend of her childhood by an inaudible name, for she had forgotten to ask her what her name was. But the husband's presence made their intimacy advance a stage further, for they addressed each other as tu, having known each other at their convent, an incident at which they laughed heartily later on, as well as at the hoodwinked husband with a gaiety which afforded them an excuse for more caresses. As for Albertine, I cannot say that anywhere in the casino or on the beach was her behaviour with any girl unduly free. I found in it, indeed, an excess of coldness and indifference, which seemed to be more than good breeding, to be a ruse planned to avert suspicion. When questioned by some girl, she had a quick, icy, decent way of replying in a very loud voice, "Yes, I shall be going to the tennis court at about 5. I shall bathe tomorrow morning at about 8. And of at once turning away from the person to whom she had said this, all of which had a horrible appearance of being meant to put people off the scent, and either to make an assignation, or the assignation already made in a whisper, to utter this speech, harmless enough in itself, aloud, so as not to attract attention. And when later on I saw her mount her bicycle and scorch away into the distance, I could not help thinking that she was hurrying to overtake the girl to whom she had barely spoken. Only when some handsome young woman stepped out of a motor car at the end of the beach, Albertine could not help turning around. And as she once explained, "I was looking at the new flag they put up over the bathing place. The old one was pretty moth-eaten, but I really think this one is mouldier still." On one occasion, Albertine was not content with cold indifference, and this made me all the more wretched. She knew that I was annoyed by the possibility of her sometimes meeting a friend of her aunt who had a bad style, and came now and again to spend a few days with Madame Bontemps. Albertine had pleased me by telling me that she would not speak to her again. And when this woman came to Incarville, Albertine said, "By the way, you know she's here. Have they told you?" as though to show me that she was not seeing her in secret. One day, when she told me this, she added, "Yes, I ran into her on the beach and knocked against her as I passed, on purpose to be rude to her." When Albertine told me this, there came back to my mind a remark made by Madame Bontemps, to which I had never given a second thought, when she had said to Madame Swann in my presence how brazen her niece Albertine was, as though that were a merit, and told her how Albertine had reminded some official's wife that her father had been employed in a kitchen. But a thing said by her whom we love does not long retain its purity. It withers, it decays. An evening or two later, I thought again of Albertine's remark, and it was no longer the ill-breeding of which she was so proud, and which could only make me smile, that it seemed to me to signify. It was something else, to wit, that Albertine, perhaps even without any definite object, to irritate this woman's senses, or wantonly to remind her of former proposals, accepted perhaps in the past, had swiftly brushed against her, thought that I had perhaps heard of this as it had been done in public, and had wished to forestall an unfavourable interpretation. However, the jealousy that was caused me by the women whom Albertine perhaps loved was abruptly to cease. End of section 15. Section 16 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Pleasures of Monsieur Nissim Bernard continued. We were waiting, Albertine and I, at the Baalbek station of the little local railway. We had driven there in the hotel omnibus because it was raining. Not far away from us was Monsieur Nissim Bernard with a black eye. He had recently forsaken the chorister from Assalie for the waiter at a much frequented farmhouse in the neighbourhood, known as the Cherry Orchard. This rubicund youth, with his blunt features, appeared for all the world to have a tomato instead of a head. A tomato exactly similar served as head to his twin brother. To the detached observer, there is this attraction about these perfect resemblances between pairs of twins that nature, becoming for the moment industrialized, seems to be offering a pattern for sale. Unfortunately, Monsieur Nissim Bernard looked at it from another point of view, and this resemblance was only external. Tomato, too, showed a frenzied zeal in furnishing the pleasures exclusively of ladies. Tomato 1 did not mind condescending to meet the wishes of certain gentlemen. Now, on each occasion when, stirred, as though by a reflex action, by the memory of pleasant hours spent with Tomato 1, Monsieur Bernard presented himself at the cherry orchard, being short-sighted, not that one need to be short-sighted to mistake them, the old Israelite, unconsciously playing amphitryon, would accost the twin brother with, "Will you meet me somewhere this evening?" He at once received a resounding smack in the face. It might even be repeated in the course of a single meal, when he continued with the second brother the conversation he had begun with the first. In the end, this treatment so disgusted him by association of ideas with tomatoes, even of the edible variety, that whenever he heard a newcomer order that vegetable at the next table to his own in the Grand Hotel, he would murmur to him, "You must excuse me, sir, for addressing you without an introduction, but I heard you order tomatoes. They are stale today. I tell you in your own interest, for it makes no difference to me. I never touched them myself." The stranger would reply with effusive thanks to this philanthropic and disinterested neighbour, call back the waiter, pretend to have changed his mind. "No, on second thoughts, certainly not. No tomatoes." Aimé, who had seen it all before, would laugh to himself and think, "He's an old rascal, that Monsieur Bernard. He's gone and made another of them change his order." Monsieur Bernard, as he waited for the already overdue tram, showed no eagerness to speak to Albertine and myself because of his black eye. We were even less eager to speak to him. It would, however, have been almost inevitable if, at that moment, a bicycle had not come dashing towards us. The lift boy sprang from its saddle breathless. Madame Verdurins had telephoned shortly after we left the hotel to know whether I would dine with her 2 days later. We shall see presently why. Then, having given me the message in detail, the lift boy left us, and being one of those democratic employees who affect independence with regard to the middle classes, and among themselves restore the principle of authority, explained, "I must be off because of my chiefs." Albertine's girlfriends had gone and would be away for some time. I was anxious to provide her with distractions. Even supposing that she might have found some happiness in spending the afternoons with no company but my own at Baalbek, I knew that such happiness is never complete, and that Albertine, being still at the age which some of us never outgrow, when we have not yet discovered that this imperfection resides in the person who receives the happiness and not in the person who gives it, might have been tempted to put her disappointment down to myself. I preferred that she should impute it to circumstances which, arranged by myself, would not give us an opportunity of being alone together, while at the same time preventing her from remaining in the casino and on the beach without me. And so I had asked her that day to come with me to Doncières, where I was going to meet Saint-Loup. With a similar hope of occupying her mind, I advised her to take up painting, in which she had had lessons in the past. While working, she would not ask herself whether she was happy or unhappy. I would gladly have taken her also to dine now and again with the Verdurins and the Cambremer, who would certainly have been delighted to see any friend introduced by myself, but I must first make certain that Madame Picpus was not yet at La Raspallière. It was only by going there in person that I could make sure of this, and as I knew beforehand that on the next day but one Albertine would be going on a visit with her aunt, I had seized this opportunity to send Madame Verdurins a telegram asking her whether she would be at home upon Wednesday. If Madame Picpus was there, I would manage to see her maid, ascertain whether there was any danger of her coming to Baalbec, and if so, find out when, so as to take Albertine out of reach on that day. The little local railway, making a loop which did not exist at the time when I had taken it with my grandmother, now extended to Doncières-la-Goupille, a big station at which important trains stopped, among them the express by which I had come down to visit Saint-Loup from Paris, and the corresponding express by which I had returned. And, because of the bad weather, the omnibus from the Grand Hotel took Albertine and myself to the station of the little tram, Baalbec-Plage. The little train had not yet arrived, but one could see, lazy and slow, the plume of smoke that it had left in its wake, which, confined now to its own power of locomotion as an almost stationary cloud, was slowly mounting the green slope of the cliff of Criquetot. Finally, the little tram, which it had preceded by taking a vertical course, arrived in its turn at a leisurely crawl. The passengers who were waiting to board it stepped back to make way for it, but without hurrying, knowing that they were dealing with a good-natured, almost human traveller who, guided like the bicycle of a beginner by the obliging signals of the station master, in the strong hands of the engine driver, was in no danger of running over anybody, and would come to a halt at the proper place. My telegram explained the Verdurins telephone message, and had been all the more opportune since Wednesday, the day I had fixed, happened to be a Wednesday, was the day set apart for dinner parties by Madame Verdurins at La Raspallière as at Paris, a fact of which I was unaware. Madame Verdurins did not give dinners, but she had Wednesdays. These Wednesdays were works of art. While fully conscious that they had not their match anywhere, Madame Verdurins introduced shades of distinction between them. "Last Wednesday was not as good as the one before," she would say, "but I believe the next one will be one of the best I've ever given." Sometimes she went so far as to admit, "This Wednesday was not worthy of the others, but I have a big surprise for you next week." In the closing weeks of the Paris season, before leaving for the country, the mistress would announce the end of the Wednesdays. It gave her an opportunity to stimulate the faithful. "There are only 3 more Wednesdays left. There are only 2 more," she would say in the same tone as though the world were coming to an end. "You aren't going to miss next Wednesday for the finale." But this finale was a sham, for she would announce, "Officially there will be no more Wednesdays. Today was the last for this year, but I shall be at home all the same on Wednesday. We have a little Wednesday to ourselves. I dare say these little private Wednesdays will be the nicest of all." At La Raspallière, the Wednesdays were of necessity restricted, and since, if they had discovered a friend who was passing that way, they would invite him for one or another evening, almost every day of the week became a Wednesday. "I don't remember all the guests, but I know there's Madame la Marquise de Cambremer," the lift boy had told me. His memory of our discussion of the name Cambremer had not succeeded in definitely supplanting that of the old word, whose syllables, familiar and full of meaning, came to the young employee's rescue when he was embarrassed by this difficult name, and were immediately preferred and readopted by him, not by any means from laziness, or as an aid, or as an old and ineradicable usage, but because of the need for logic and clarity which they satisfied. We hastened in search of an empty carriage in which I could hold Albertine in my arms throughout the journey. Having failed to find one, we got into a compartment in which there was already installed a lady with a massive face, old and ugly, with a masculine expression, very much in her Sunday best, who was reading the Revue des Deux Mondes. Notwithstanding her commonness, she was eclectic in her tastes, and I found amusement in asking myself to what social category she could belong. I at once concluded that she must be the manager of some large brothel, a procuress on holiday. Her face, her manner, proclaimed the fact aloud. Only I had never yet supposed that such ladies read the Revue des Deux Mondes. Albertine drew my attention to her with a wink and a smile. The lady wore an air of extreme dignity, and as I, for my part, bore within me the consciousness that I was invited 2 days later to the terminal point of the little railway by the famous Madame Verdurins, that at an intermediate station I was awaited by Robert de Charlus, and that a little further on I had it in my power to give great pleasure to Madame de Cambremer by going to stay at Verdurins. My eyes sparkled with irony as I studied this self-important lady, who seemed to think that, because of her elaborate attire, the feathers in her hat, her Revue des Deux Mondes, she was a more considerable personage than myself. I hoped that the lady would not remain in the train much longer than Monsieur Nissim Bernard, and that she would alight at least at Toutain-Ville, but no. The train stopped at Évreville. She remained seated. Similarly at Montmartin-sur-Mer, at Parvis-la-Bannière, at Anqueterville, so that in despair, when the train had left Saint-Frichou, which was the last station before Doncières, I began to embrace Albertine without bothering about the lady. At Doncières, Saint-Loup had come to meet me at the station with the greatest difficulty, he told me, for, as he was staying with his aunt, my telegram had only just reached him, and he could not, having been unable to make any arrangements beforehand, spare me more than an hour of his time. This hour seemed to me, alas, far too long, for as soon as we left the train, Albertine devoted her whole attention to Saint-Loup. She never talked to me, barely answered me if I addressed her, repulsed me when I approached her. With Robert, on the other hand, she laughed her provoking laugh, talked to him volubly, played with the dog he had brought with him, and, as she excited the animal, deliberately rubbed against its master. I remembered that on the day when Albertine had allowed me to kiss her for the first time, I had had a smile of gratitude for the unknown seducer who had wrought so profound a change in her, and had so far simplified my task. I thought of him now with horror. Robert must have noticed that I was not unconcerned about Albertine, for he offered no response to her provocations, which made her extremely annoyed with myself. Then he spoke to me as though I had been alone, which, when she realized it, raised me again in her esteem. Robert asked me if I would not like to meet those of his friends with whom he used to make me dine every evening at Doncières when I was staying there, who were still in the garrison. And as he himself adopted that irritating manner which he rebuked in others, "What is the good of your having worked so hard to charm them if you don't want to see them again?" I declined his offer, for I did not wish to run any risk of being parted from Albertine, but also because now I was detached from them, which is to say, from myself. We passionately long that there may be another life in which we shall be similar to what we are here below, but we do not pause to reflect that, even without waiting for that other life, in this life, after a few years, We are unfaithful to what we have been, to what we wished to remain immortally. Even without supposing that death is to alter us more completely than the changes that occur in the course of a lifetime, if in that other life we were to encounter the self that we have been, we should turn away from ourselves, as from those people with whom we were once on friendly terms, but whom we have not seen for years, such as Saint Lou's friends, whom I used so much to enjoy meeting again every evening at the Faïssin Doré, and whose conversation would now have seemed to me merely a boring importunity. In this respect, and because I preferred not to go there in search of what had pleased me there in the past, a stroll through Doncières might have seemed to me a prefiguration of an arrival in paradise. We dream much of paradise, or rather of a number of successive paradises, but each of them is, long before we die, a paradise lost, in which we should feel ourselves lost too. He left us at the station. "But you may have about an hour to wait," he told me. "If you spend it here, you'll probably see my uncle Charlus, who is going by the train to Paris 10 minutes before yours. I've said goodbye to him already, because we have to go back before his train starts. I didn't tell him about you, because I hadn't got your telegram." To the reproaches which I heaped upon Albertine when Saint Loup had left us, she replied that she intended, by her coldness towards me, to destroy any idea that he might have formed if, at the moment when the train stopped, he had seen me leaning against her with my arm around her waist. He had indeed noticed this attitude. I had not caught sight of him, otherwise I should have adopted one that was more correct, and had had time to murmur in my ear, "So that's how it is, one of those priggish little girls you told me about, who wouldn't go near Mademoiselle Stermaria because they thought her fast." I had indeed mentioned to Robert, and in all sincerity, when I went down from Paris to visit him at Doncières, and when we were talking about our time at Baalbec, that there was nothing to be had from Albertine, that she was the embodiment of virtue. And now that I had long since discovered for myself that this was false, I was even more anxious that Robert should believe it to be true. It would have been sufficient for me to tell Robert that I was in love with Albertine. He was one of those people who are capable of denying themselves a pleasure to spare their friend sufferings which they would feel even more keenly if they themselves were the victims. "Yes, she is still rather childish, but you don't know anything against her?" I added anxiously. "Nothing except that I saw you clinging together like a pair of lovers." "Your attitude destroyed absolutely nothing," I told Albertine, when Saint Loup had left us. "Quite true," she said. "It was stupid of me. I hurt your feelings. I'm far more unhappy about it than you are. You'll see, I shall never be like that again. Forgive me," she pleaded, holding out her hand with a sorrowful air. At that moment, from the entrance to the waiting room in which we were sitting, I saw advance slowly, followed at a respectful distance by a porter loaded with his baggage, Monsieur de Charlus. In Paris, where I had encountered him only in evening dress, immobile, straight-laced in a black coat, maintained in a vertical posture by his proud aloofness, his thirst for admiration, the soar of his conversation, I had never realized how far he had aged. Now, in a light travelling suit which made him appear stouter, as he swaggered through the room, balancing a pursy stomach and an almost symbolical behind. The cruel light of day broke up into paint upon his lips, rice powder fixed by cold cream, on the tip of his nose, black upon his dyed moustaches, whose ebon tint formed a contrast to his grizzled hair, all that by artificial light had seemed the animated colouring of a man who is still young. While I stood talking to him, though briefly because of his train, I kept my eye on Albertine's carriage to show her that I was coming. When I turned my head towards M. de Charlus, he asked me to be so kind as to summon a soldier, a relative of his, who was standing on the other side of the platform, as though he were waiting to take our train, but in the opposite direction, away from Baalbek. "He's in his regimental band," said M. de Charlus. "As you are so fortunate as to be still young enough, and I, unfortunately, am old enough for you to save me the trouble of going across to him." I took it upon myself to go across to the soldier he pointed out to me, and saw from the lyres embroidered on his collar that he was a bandsman. But just as I was preparing to execute my commission, what was my surprise, and I may say my pleasure, on recognizing Morel, the son of my uncle's valet, who recalled to me so many memories. They made me forget to convey M. de Charlus' message. "What, are you at Doncières?" "Yes, and they put me in the band attached to the batteries." But he made this answer in a dry and haughty tone. He had become an intense poseur, and evidently the sight of myself, reminding him of his father's profession, was not pleasing to him. Suddenly I saw M. de Charlus descending upon us. My delay had evidently taxed his patience. "I should like to listen to a little music this evening," he said to Morel, without any preliminaries. "I pay 500 francs for the evening, which may perhaps be of interest to one of your friends, if you have any in the band." Knowing, as I did, the insolence of M. de Charlus, I was astonished at his not even saying "How do you do" to his young friend. The Baron did not, however, give me time to think. Holding out his hand in the friendliest manner, "Goodbye, my dear fellow," he said, as a hint that I might now leave them. I had, as it happened, left my dear Albertine too long alone. "Do you know," I said to her as I climbed into the carriage, "life by the seaside and travelling make me realize that the theatre of the world is stocked with fewer settings than actors, and with fewer actors than situations." "What makes you say that?" "Because M. de Charlus asked me just now to fetch one of his friends, whom this instant on the platform of this station I've just discovered to be one of my own." But as I uttered these words, I began to wonder how the Baron could have bridged the social gap to which I had not given a thought. It occurred to me, first of all, that it might be through Jupien, whose niece, as the reader may remember, had seemed to show a preference for the violinist. What did baffle me completely was that, when due to leave for Paris in 5 minutes, the Baron should have asked for a musical evening. But visualizing Jupien's niece again in my memory, I was beginning to find that recognitions did indeed play an important part in life, when all of a sudden the truth flashed across my mind, and I realized that I had been absurdly innocent. M. de Charlus had never in his life set eyes upon Morel, nor Morel upon M. de Charlus, who, dazzled but also terrified by a warrior, albeit he bore no weapon but a lyre, had called upon me in his emotion to bring him the person whom he had never suspected that I already knew. In any case, the offer of 500 francs must have made up to Morel for the absence of any previous relations, for I saw that they continued to talk, without reflecting that they were standing close beside our tram. As I recalled the manner in which M. de Charlus had come up to Morel and myself, I saw at once the resemblance to certain of his relatives when they picked up a woman in the street. Only the desired object had changed its sex. After a certain age, and even if different evolutions are occurring in us, the more we become ourselves, the more our characteristic features are accentuated. For nature, while harmoniously contributing the design of her tapestry, breaks the monotony of the composition thanks to the variety of the intercepted forms. Besides, The arrogance with which M. de Charlus had accosted the violinist is relative, and depends upon the point of view one adopts. It would have been recognized by 3 out of 4 of the men in society who nodded their heads to him, not by the prefect of police who, a few years later, was to keep him under observation. "The Paris train is signalled, sir," said the porter who was carrying his luggage. "But I'm not going by the train. Put it in the cloakroom, damn you," said M. de Charlus, as he gave 20 francs to the porter, astonished by the change of plan and charmed by the tip. This generosity at once attracted a flower seller. "Buy these coronations. Look, this lovely rose, kind gentleman. It will bring you luck." M. de Charlus, out of patience, handed her a couple of francs, in exchange for which the woman gave him her blessing and her flowers as well. "Good God, why can't she leave us alone?" said M. de Charlus, addressing himself in an ironical and complaining tone, as of a man distraught, to Morel, to whom he found a certain comfort in appealing. "We've quite enough to talk about as it is." Perhaps the porter was not yet out of earshot. Perhaps M. de Charlus did not care to have too numerous an audience. Perhaps these incidental remarks enabled his lofty timidity not to approach too directly the request for an assignation. The musician, turning with a frank, imperative, and decided air to the flower seller, raised a hand which repulsed her, and indicated to her that they did not want her flowers, and that she was to get out of their way as quickly as possible. M. de Charlus observed with ecstasy this authoritative, virile gesture, made by the graceful hand for which it ought still to have been too weighty, too massively brutal, with a precocious firmness and suppleness which gave to this beardless adolescent the air of a young David capable of waging war against Goliath. The Baron's admiration was unconsciously blended with the smile with which we observe in a child an expression of gravity beyond his years. "This is the person I should like to accompany me on my travels and help me in my business. How he would simplify my life," M. de Charlus said to himself. The train for Paris, which M. de Charlus did not take, started. Then we took our seats in our own train, Albertine and I, without my knowing what had become of M. de Charlus and Morel. "We must never quarrel any more. I beg your pardon again," Albertine repeated, alluding to the Saint-Lô incident. "We must always be nice to each other," she said tenderly. "As for your friend Saint-Lô, if you think that I am the least bit interested in him, you're quite mistaken. All that I like about him is that he seems so very fond of you." "He's a very good fellow," I said, taking care not to supply Robert with those imaginary excellences which I should not have failed to invent out of friendship for himself, had I been with anybody but Albertine. "He's an excellent creature, frank, devoted, loyal, a person you can rely on to do anything." In saying this, I confined myself, held in check by my jealousy, to telling the truth about Saint-Lô, but what I said was literally true. It found expression in precisely the same terms that Madame de Villeparisis had employed in speaking to me of him when I did not yet know him, imagined him to be so different, so proud, and said to myself, "People think him good because he is a great gentleman," just as when she had said to me, "He would be so pleased." I imagined, after seeing him outside the hotel, preparing to drive away, that his aunt's speech had been a mere social banality, intended to flatter me. And I realized afterwards that she had said what she did sincerely, thinking of the things that interested me, of my reading, because she knew that that was what Saint-Lô liked, as it was to be my turn to say sincerely to someone who was writing a history of his ancestor La Rochefoucauld the author of the Maxime, who wished to consult Robert about him. "He will be so pleased." It was simply that I learned to know him. But when I set eyes on him for the first time, I had not supposed that an intelligence akin to my own could be enveloped in so much outward elegance of dress and attitude. By his feathers, I had judged him to be a bird of another species. It was Albertine now who, perhaps a little because Saint Loup in his kindness to myself had been so cold to her, said to me what I had already thought. "Ah, he's as devoted as all that. I notice that people always find all the virtues in other people when they belong to the Faubourg Saint-Germain." Now, that Saint Loup belonged to the Faubourg Saint-Germain was a thing of which I had never once thought in the course of all these years in which, stripping himself of his prestige, he had displayed to me his virtues. A change in our perspective in looking at other people, more striking already in friendship than in merely social relations, but how much more striking still in love, where desire on so vast a scale increases to such proportions the slightest degree of coolness, that far less than the coolness Saint Loup had shown me in the beginning had been enough to make me suppose at first that Albertine scorned me, imagine her friends to be creatures marvellously inhuman, and ascribe merely to the indulgence that people feel for beauty and for a certain elegance Elster's judgment when he said to me of the little band, with just the same sentiment as Madame de Villeparisis speaking of Saint Loup, "They are good girls." But this was not the opinion that I would instinctively have formed when I heard Albertine say, "In any case, whether he is devoted or not, I sincerely hope I shall never see him again, since he's made us quarrel. We must never quarrel again. It isn't nice." I felt, since she had seemed to desire Saint Loup, almost cured, for the time being, of the idea that she cared for women, which I had supposed to be incurable. And faced by Albertine's mackintosh, in which she seemed to have become another person, the tireless vagrant of rainy days, and which, close-fitting, malleable, and grey, seemed at that moment not so much intended to protect her garments from the rain as to have been soaked by her and to be clinging to my mistress's body as though to take the imprint of her form for a sculptor, I tore apart that tunic, which jealously espoused a longed-for bosom, and, drawing Albertine towards me, "But won't you, indolent traveller, dream upon my shoulder, resting your brow upon it?" I said, taking her head in my hands, and showing her the wide meadows, flooded and silent, which extended in the gathering dusk to the horizon, closed by parallel openings of valleys far and blue. 2 days later, on the famous Wednesday, in that same little train, which I had again taken at Balbec to go and dine at La Raspalière, I was taking care not to miss Cottard at Graincourt-Saint-Vaast, where a second telephone message from Madame Verdurins had told me that I should find him. He was to join my train and would tell me where we had to get out to pick up the carriages that would be sent from La Raspalière to the station. And so, as the little train barely stopped for a moment at Graincourt, the first station after Doncières, I was standing in readiness at the open window, so afraid was I of not seeing Cottard, or of his not seeing me. Vain fears! I had not realized to what an extent the little clan had moulded all its regular members after the same type, so that they, being moreover in full evening dress, as they stood waiting upon the platform, let themselves be recognized immediately by a certain air of assurance, fashion, and familiarity by a look in their eyes which seemed to sweep, like an empty space in which there was nothing to arrest their attention, the serried ranks of the common herd, watched for the arrival of some fellow member who had taken the train at an earlier station, and sparkled in anticipation of the talk that was to come. This sign of election, with which the habit of dining together had marked the members of the little group, was not all that distinguished them. When numerous, in full strength, they were massed together, formed a more brilliant patch in the midst of the troop of passengers, what Brichot called the Pecus, upon whose dull countenances could be read no conception of what was meant by the name Verdurins, no hope of ever dining at La Raspallière. To be sure, these common travellers would have been less interested than myself had anyone quoted in their hearing, notwithstanding the notoriety that several of them had achieved, the names of those faithful whom I was astonished to see continuing to dine out, when many of them had already been doing so, according to the stories that I had heard, before my birth, at a period at once so distant and so vague that I was inclined to exaggerate its remoteness. The contrast between the continuance, not only of their existence, but of the fullness of their powers, and the annihilation of so many friends whom I had already seen, in one place or another, pass away, gave me the same sentiment that we feel when, in the stop-press column of the newspapers, we read the very announcement that we least expected, for instance that of an untimely death, which seems to us fortuitous, because the causes that have led up to it have remained outside our knowledge. This is the feeling that death does not descend upon all men alike, but that a more oncoming wave of its tragic tide carries off a life placed at the same level as others, which the waves that follow will long continue to spare. We shall see later on that the diversity of the forms of death that circulate invisibly is the cause of the peculiar unexpectedness presented in the newspapers by their obituary notices. Then I saw that, with the passage of time, not only do the real talents that may coexist with the most commonplace conversation reveal and impose themselves, but furthermore that mediocre persons arrive at those exalted positions attached in the imagination of our childhood to certain famous elders, when it never occurred to us that, after a certain number of years, their disciples, become masters, would be famous also, and would inspire the respect and awe that once they felt. But if the names of the faithful were unknown to the Pecus, their aspect still singled them out in its eyes. Indeed, in the train, when the coincidence of what one or other of them might have been doing during the day assembled them all together, having to collect at a subsequent station only an isolated member, the carriage in which they were gathered, ticketed with the elbow of the sculptor ski, flagged with Cotard's ton, stood out in the distance like a special saloon, and rallied at the appointed station the tardy comrade. The only one who might, because of his semi-blindness, have missed these welcoming signals was Brichot. But one of the party would always volunteer to keep a lookout for the blind man, and as soon as his straw hat, his green umbrella and blue spectacles caught the eye, he would be gently but hastily guided towards the chosen compartment. So that it was inconceivable that one of the faithful, without exciting the gravest suspicions of his being on the loose, or even of his not having come by the train, should not pick up the others in the course of the journey. Sometimes the opposite process occurred. One of the faithful had been obliged to go some distance down the line during the afternoon, and was obliged in consequence to make part of the journey alone before being joined by the group. But even when thus isolated, alone of his kind, he did not fail, as a rule, to produce a certain effect. The future towards which he was travelling marked him out to the person on the seat opposite, who would say to himself, "That must be somebody," who would discern round the soft hat of Cotard or of the sculptor Ski a vague aureole, and would be only half astonished when at the next station an elegant crowd, if it were their terminal point, greeted the faithful one at the carriage door and escorted him to one of the waiting carriages, all of them reverently saluted by the factotum of Deauville station, or if it were an intermediate station, invaded the compartment. This was what was done, and with precipitation, for some of them had arrived late, just as the train, which was already in the station, was about to start, by the troop which Cotard led at a run towards the carriage in the window of which he had seen me signalling. Brichot, who was among these faithful, had become more faithful than ever in the course of these years which had diminished the assiduity of others. As his sight became steadily weaker, he had been obliged, even in Paris, to reduce more and more his working hours after dark. Besides, he was out of sympathy with the modern Sorbonne, where ideas of scientific exactitude, after the German model, were beginning to prevail over humanism. He now confined himself exclusively to his lectures and to his duties as an examiner, and so had a great deal more time to devote to his social pursuits. That is to say, to evenings at the Verdurins, or to those parties that now and again were offered to the Verdurins by one of the faithful, tremulous with emotion. It is true that on 2 occasions love had almost succeeded in achieving what his work could no longer do, in detaching Brichot from the little clan, but Madame Verdurin, who kept her eyes open, and moreover, having acquired the habit in the interests of her salon, had come to take a disinterested pleasure in this sort of drama and execution, had immediately brought about a coolness between him and the dangerous person, being skilled in, as she expressed it, putting things in order, and applying the red-hot iron to the wound. This she had found all the more easy in the case of one of the dangerous persons, who was simply Brichot's laundress, and Madame Verdurin, having the right of entry into the professor's 5th-floor rooms, crimson with rage, when she deigned to climb his stairs, had only to shut the door in the wretched woman's face. "What?" the mistress had said to Brichot. "A woman like myself does you the honour of calling upon you, and you receive a creature like that?" Brichot had never forgotten the service that Madame Verdurin had rendered him by preventing his old age from foundering in the mire, and became more and more strongly attached to her. Whereas, in contrast to this revival of affection, and possibly because of it, the mistress was beginning to be tired of a too docile follower, and of an obedience of which she could be certain beforehand. But Brichot derived from his intimacy with the Verdurins a distinction which set him apart from all his colleagues at the Sorbonne. They were dazzled by the accounts that he gave them of dinner parties to which they would never be invited, by the mention made of him in the reviews, the exhibition of his portrait in the salon by some writer or painter of repute, whose talent the occupants of the other chairs in the Faculty of Arts esteemed, but without any prospect of attracting his attention, not to mention the elegance of the mundane philosopher's attire, an elegance which they had mistaken at first for slackness, until their colleague kindly explained to them that a tall hat is naturally laid on the floor when one is paying a call, and is not the right thing for dinners in the country, however smart, where it should be replaced by a soft hat, which goes quite well with a dinner jacket. For the first few moments after the little group had plunged into the carriage, I could not even speak to Cottard, for he was suffocated, not so much by having run in order not to miss the train, as by his astonishment at having caught it so exactly. He felt more than the joy inherent in success, almost the hilarity of an excellent joke. "Ah, that was a good one," he said when he had recovered himself. "A minute later! 'Pon my soul, that's what they call arriving in the nick of time," he added, with a wink intended not so much to inquire whether the expression were apt, for he was now overflowing with assurance, but to express his satisfaction. At length he was able to introduce me to the other members of the little clan. I was annoyed to see that they were almost all in the dress which, in Paris, is called smoking. I had forgotten that the Verdurins were beginning a timid evolution towards fashionable ways, retarded by the Dreyfus case, accelerated by the new music, an evolution which for that matter they denied, and continued to deny until it was complete, like those military objectives which a general does not announce until he has reached them, so as not to appear defeated if he fails. In addition to which, society was quite prepared to go halfway to meet them. It went so far as to regard them as people to whose house nobody in society went, but who were not in the least perturbed by the fact. The Verdurins salon was understood to be a temple of music. It was there, people assured you, that Vinteuil had found inspiration, encouragement. Now, even if Vinteuil's sonata remained wholly unappreciated and almost unknown, his name, quoted as that of the greatest of modern composers, had an extraordinary effect. Moreover, certain young men of the Faubourg, having decided that they ought to be more intellectual than the middle classes, there were 3 of them who had studied music, and among these Vinteuil's sonata enjoyed an enormous vogue. They would speak of it, on returning to their homes, to the intelligent mothers who had incited them to acquire culture, and, taking an interest in what interested their sons, at a concert these mothers would gaze with a certain respect at Madame Verdurin in her front box, following the music in the printed score. So far, this social success latent in the Verdurins was revealed by 2 facts only. In the first place, Madame Verdurin would say of the Principessa di Caprarola, "Ah, she's intelligent, she's a charming woman. What I cannot endure are the imbeciles, the people who bore me. They drive me mad," which could have made anybody at all perspicacious realize that the Principessa di Caprarola, a woman who moved in the highest society, had called upon Madame Verdurin. She had even mentioned her name in the course of a visit of condolence which she had paid to Madame Swann after the death of her husband, and had asked whether she knew them. Odette had asked with a sudden wistfulness. "Verdurin! Oh yes, of course," she had continued in a plaintive tone. "I don't know them, or rather, I know them without really knowing them. They're people I used to meet at people's houses years ago. They're quite nice." When the Principessa di Caprarola had gone, Odette would fain have spoken the bare truth, but the immediate falsehood was not the fruit of her calculations, but the revelation of her fears, of her desires. She denied not what it would have been adroit to deny, but what she would have liked not to have happened, even if the other person was bound to hear an hour later that it was a fact. A little later, she had recovered her assurance, and would indeed anticipate questions by saying, so as not to appear to be afraid of them, "Madame Verdurins? Why, I used to know her terribly well," with an affectation of humility, like a great lady who tells you that she has taken the tram. "There's been a great deal of talk about the Verdurins lately," said Madame de Souvray. Odette, with the smiling disdain of a duchess, replied, "Yes, I do seem to have heard a lot about them lately. Every now and then there are new people who arrive like that in society," without reflecting that she herself was among the newest. "The Principesse di Caprarola has dined there," Madame de Souvray went on. "Ah," replied Odette, accentuating her smile, "that does not surprise me. That sort of thing always begins with the Principessa di Caprarola, and then someone else follows suit, like Comtesse Mollet." Odette, in saying this, appeared to be filled with a profound contempt for the two great ladies who made a habit of house-warming in recently established drawing-rooms. One felt from her tone that the implication was that she, Odette, was, like Madame de Souvray, not the sort of person to let herself in for that sort of thing. End of section 16. Section 17 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. M de Charlus dines with the Verdurins. After the admission that Madame Verdurin had made of the Principessa di Caprarola's intelligence, the second indication that the Verdurins were conscious of their future destiny was that, without, of course, their having formally requested it, they became most anxious that people should now come to dine with them in evening dress. Monsieur Verdurin could now have been greeted without shame by his nephew, the one who was in the cart. Among those who entered my carriage at Grandcourt was Sagnette, who long ago had been expelled from the Verdurins by his cousin Forcheville, but had since returned. His faults, from the social point of view, had originally been, notwithstanding his superior qualities, something like Cotard's: shyness, anxiety to please, fruitless attempts to succeed in doing so. But if the course of life, by making Cotard assume, if not at the Verdurins, where he had, because of the influence that past associations exert over us when we find ourselves in familiar surroundings, remained more or less the same, at least in his practice, in his hospital ward, at the Academy of Medicine, a shell of coldness, disdain, gravity that became more accentuated while he rewarded his appreciative students with puns, had made a clean cut between the old Cotard and the new. The same defects had, on the contrary, become exaggerated in Sagnette the more he sought to correct them. Conscious that he was frequently boring, that people did not listen to him, instead of then slackening his pace, as Cotard would have done, of forcing their attention by an air of authority, not only did he try, by adopting a humorous tone, to make them forgive the unduly serious turn of his conversation, he increased his pace, cleared the ground, used abbreviations in order to appear less long-winded, more familiar with the matters of which he spoke, and succeeded only by making them unintelligible in seeming interminable. His self-assurance was not like that of Cotard, freezing his patients, who, when other people praised his social graces, would reply, "He's a different man when he receives you in his consulting room, with your face to the light, and he with his back to it, and those piercing eyes." It failed to create an effect, and one felt that it was cloaking an excessive shyness, that the merest trifle would be enough to dispel it. Saniette, whose friends had always told him that he was wanting in self-confidence, and who had indeed seen men whom he rightly considered greatly inferior to himself attain with ease to the success that was denied to him, never began telling a story without smiling at its drollery, fearing lest a serious air might make his hearers underestimate the value of his wares. Sometimes, giving him credit for the comic element which he himself appeared to find in what he was about to say, people would do him the honour of a general silence, but the story would fall flat. A fellow guest, who was endowed with a kind heart, would sometimes convey to Saniette the private, almost secret encouragement of a smile of approbation, making it reach him furtively without attracting attention, as one passes a note from hand to hand. But nobody went so far as to assume the responsibility to risk the glaring publicity of an honest laugh. Long after the story was ended and had fallen flat, Saniette, crestfallen, would remain smiling to himself, as though relishing in it and for himself the delectation which he pretended to find adequate and which the others had not felt. As for the sculptor Ski, so styled on account of the difficulty they found in pronouncing his Polish surname, and because he himself made an affectation, since he had begun to move in a certain social sphere, of not wishing to be confused with certain relatives, perfectly respectable, but slightly boring and very numerous, he had, at 44, and with no pretension to good looks, a sort of boyishness, a dreamy wistfulness, which was the result of his having been, until the age of 10, the most charming prodigal imaginable, the darling of all the ladies. Madame Verdurins maintained that he was more of an artist than Elster. Any resemblance that there may have been between them was, however, purely external. It was enough to make Elster, who had met Ski once, feel for him the profound repulsion that is inspired in us less by the people who are our exact opposite than by those who resemble us in what is least good, in whom are displayed our worst qualities, the faults of which we have cured ourselves, who irritate by reminding us of how we may have appeared to certain other people before we became what we now are. But Madame Verdurins thought that Ski had more temperament than Elster, because there was no art in which he had not a facility of expression, and she was convinced that he would have developed that facility into talent if he had not been so lazy. This seemed to the mistress to be actually an additional gift, being the opposite of hard work, which she regarded as the lot of people devoid of genius. Ski would paint anything you asked, on cufflinks or on the panels over the doors. He sang with the voice of a composer, played from memory, giving the piano the effect of an orchestra, less by his virtuosity than by his vamped basses, which suggested the inability of the fingers to indicate that at a certain point the cornet entered, which for that matter he would imitate with his lips, choosing his words when he spoke so as to convey an odd impression, just as he would pause before banging out a chord to say ping, so as to let the brasses be heard. He was regarded as marvellously intelligent, but, as a matter of fact, his ideas could be boiled down to 2 or 3, extremely limited. Bored with his reputation for whimsicality, he had set himself to show that he was a practical, matter-of-fact person, whence a triumphant affectation of false precision, of false common sense, aggravated by his having no memory and a fund of information that was always inaccurate. The movement of his head, neck, limbs would have been graceful if he had been still 9 years old, with golden curls, a wide lace collar, and little boots of red leather. Having reached Grandcourt station with Cottard and Brichot, with time to spare, he and Cottard had left Brichot in the waiting room and had gone for a stroll. When Cottard proposed to turn back, Ski had replied, "But there's no hurry. It isn't the local train today, it's the departmental train." Delighted by the effect that this refinement of accuracy produced upon Cottard, he added, with reference to himself, "Yes, because Ski loves the arts, because he models in clay. People think he's not practical. Nobody knows this line better than I do." Nevertheless, they had turned back towards the station when, all of a sudden, catching sight of the smoke of the approaching train, Cottard, with a wild shout, had exclaimed, "We shall have to put our best foot foremost." They did, as a matter of fact, arrive with not a moment to spare, the distinction between local and departmental trains never having existed, save in the mind of Ski. "But isn't the princess on the train?" came in ringing tones from Brichot, whose huge spectacles, resplendent as the reflectors that laryngologists attach to their foreheads to throw a light into the throats of their patients, seemed to have taken their life from the professor's eyes, and possibly because of the effort that he was making to adjust his sight to them, seemed themselves, even at the most trivial moments, to be gazing at themselves with a sustained attention and an extraordinary fixity. Brichot's malady, as it gradually deprived him of his sight, had revealed to him the beauties of that sense, just as frequently we have to have made up our mind to part with some object, to make a present of it, for instance, before we can study it, regret it, admire it. No, the princess went over to Manneville with some of Madame Verdurin's guests who are taking the Paris train. It is within the bounds of possibility that Madame Verdurin, who had some business at Saint-Marc, may be with her. In that case she'll be coming with us, and we shall all travel together, which will be delightful. We shall have to keep our eyes skinned at Manneville and see what we shall see. Oh, well, that's nothing. You may say that we came very near to missing the bus. When I saw the train, I was dumbfoundered. That is what is called arriving at the psychological moment. Can't you picture us missing the train, Madame Verdurin seeing the carriages come back without us? Tableau! Added the doctor, who had not yet recovered from his emotion. That would be a pretty good joke, wouldn't it? Now then, Brichot, what have you to say about our little escapade? Inquired the doctor, with a note of pride. Upon my soul, replied Brichot, why, yes, if you had found the train gone, that would have been what the late Villemain used to call a wipe in the eye. But I, distracted at first by these people who were strangers to me, was suddenly reminded of what Cottard had said to me in the ballroom of the little casino, and just as though there were an invisible link uniting an organ to our visual memory, the vision of Albertine leaning her breasts against André's caused my heart a terrible pain. This pain did not last. The idea of Albertine's having relations with women seemed no longer possible since the occasion 48 hours earlier, when the advances that my mistress had made to Saint-Loup had excited in me a fresh jealousy which had made me forget the old. I was simple enough to suppose that one taste of necessity excludes another. At Aron-Bouville, as the tram was full, a farmer in a blue blouse, who had only a third-class ticket, got into our compartment. The doctor, feeling that the princess must not be allowed to travel with such a person, called a porter, showed his card, describing him as a medical officer to one of the big railway companies, and obliged the station-master to make the farmer get out. This incident so pained and alarmed Sagnet's timid spirit that, as soon as he saw it beginning, fearing already lest, in view of the crowd of peasants on the platform, it should assume the proportions of a rising, he pretended to be suffering from a stomach ache, and so that he might not be accused of any share in the responsibility for the doctor's violence, wandered down the corridor, pretending to be looking for what Cottard called the water. Failing to find one, he stood and gazed at the scenery from the other end of the twister. "If this is your first appearance at Madame Verdurin's, sir," I was addressed by Brichot, anxious to show off his talents before a newcomer, "you will find that there is no place where one feels more the amenities of life, to quote one of the inventors of dilettantism, of pococurantism, of all sorts of words ending in ism that are in fashion among our little snobesses. I refer to Monsieur le Prince de Talleyrand," for when he spoke of these great noblemen of the past, he thought it clever and in the period to prefix a Monsieur to their titles, and said, "Monsieur le Duc de la Rochefoucauld, Monsieur le Cardinal de Retz," referring to these also as "that struggle for lifer de Gondy, that boulangiste de Marcillac," and he never failed to call Montesquieu, with a smile, when he referred to him, "Monsieur le Président Secondin de Montesquieu." An intelligent man of the world would have been irritated by a pedantry which reeked so of the lecture-room. But in the perfect manners of the man of the world, when speaking of a prince, there is a pedantry also, which betrays a different caste, that in which one prefixes the emperor to the name William, and addresses a royal highness in the third person. "Ah, no, that is a man," Brichot continued, still referring to Monsieur le Prince de Talleyrand, "to whom we take off our hats. He is an ancestor." "It is a charming house," Cottard told me. "You will find a little of everything, for Madame Verdurin is not exclusive. Great scholars like Brichot, the high nobility, such as the Princess Sherbatov, a great Russian lady, a friend of the Grand Duchess Eudoxie, who even sees her alone at hours when no one else is admitted." As a matter of fact, the Grand Duchess Eudoxie, not wishing Princess Sherbatov, who for years past had been cut by everyone, to come to her house when there might be other people, allowed her to come only in the early morning, when her Imperial Highness was not at home to any of those friends to whom it would have been as unpleasant to meet the princess as it would have been awkward for the princess to meet them. As for the last 3 years, as soon as she came away, like a manicurist, from the Grand Duchess, Madame Sherbatov would go on to Madame Verdurin, who had just awoken, and stuck to her for the rest of the day. One might say that the princess's loyalty surpassed even that of Brichot, constant as he was at those Wednesdays, both in Paris, where he had the pleasure of fancying himself a sort of Chateaubriand at l'Abbaye aux Bois, and in the country, where he saw himself becoming the equivalent of what might have been in the salon of Madame de Châtelet, the man whom he always named, with an erudite sarcasm and satisfaction, Monsieur de Voltaire. Her want of friends had enabled Princess Sherbatov to show for some years past to the Verdurins a fidelity which made her more than an ordinary member of the faithful, the type of faithfulness, the ideal, which Madame Verdurin had long thought unattainable, and which now, in her later years, she at length found incarnate in this new feminine recruit. However keenly the mistress might feel the pangs of jealousy, it was without precedent that the most assiduous of her faithful should not have failed her at least once. The most stay-at-home yielded to the temptation to travel, the most continent fell from virtue, the most robust might catch influenza, the idlest be caught for his month's soldiering, the most indifferent go to close the eyes of a dying mother. And it was in vain that Madame Verdurin told them then, like the Roman empress, that she was the sole general whom her legion must obey, like the Christ or the Kaiser, that he who loved his father or mother more than her, and was not prepared to leave them and follow her, was not worthy of her, that instead of slacking in bed, or letting themselves be made fools of by bad women, they would do better to remain in her company, by her, their sole remedy and sole delight. But destiny, which is sometimes pleased to brighten the closing years of a life that has passed the mortal span, had made Madame Verdurins meet the Princess Sherbatov. Out of touch with her family, an exile from her native land, knowing nobody but the Baroness Putbus and the Grand Duchess Eudoxie, to whose houses, because she herself had no desire to meet the friends of the former, and the latter no desire that her friends should meet the princess, she went only in the early morning hours, when Madame Verdurins was still asleep, never once, so far as she could remember, having been confined to her room since she was 12 years old, when she had had the measles, having on the 31st of December replied to Madame Verdurins, who, afraid of being left alone, had asked her whether she would not shake down there for the night, in spite of its being New Year's Eve. "Why, what is there to prevent me any day of the year? Besides, tomorrow is a day when one stays at home, and this is my home." Living in a boarding house, and moving from it whenever the Verdurins moved, accompanying them upon their holidays, the princess had so completely exemplified to Madame Verdurins the line of Vigny, "Thou only didst appear that which one seeks always," that the lady president of the little circle, anxious to make sure of one of her faithful even after her death, had made her promise that whichever of them survived the other should be buried by her side. Before strangers, among whom we must always reckon him to whom we lie most barefacedly, because he is the person whose scorn we should most dread, ourself, Princess Sherbatov took care to represent her only 3 friendships with the Grand Duchess, the Verdurins, and the Baroness Putbus, as the only ones not which cataclysms beyond her control had allowed to emerge from the destruction of all the rest, but which a free choice had made her elect in preference to any other, and to which a certain love of solitude and simplicity had made her confine herself. "I see nobody else," she would say, insisting upon the inflexible character of what appeared to be rather a rule that one imposes upon oneself than a necessity to which one submits. She would add, "I visit only 3 houses," as a dramatist who fears that it may not run to a 4th announces that there will be only 3 performances of his play. Whether or not Monsieur and Madame Verdurins believed in the truth of this fiction, they had helped the princess to instill it into the minds of the faithful, and they in turn were persuaded both that the princess, among the thousands of invitations that were offered her, had chosen the Verdurins alone, and that the Verdurins, courted in vain by all the higher aristocracy, had consented to make but a single exception in favour of the princess. In their eyes, the princess, too far superior to her native element not to find it boring, among all the people whose society she might have enjoyed, found the Verdurins alone entertaining, while they, in return, deaf to the overtures with which they were bombarded by the entire aristocracy, had consented to make but a single exception in favour of a great lady of more intelligence than the rest of her kind, the Princess Sherbatov. The princess was very rich. She engaged for every first night a large box, to which, with the assent of Madame Verdurins, she invited the faithful and nobody else. People would point to this pale and enigmatic person, who had grown old without turning white, turning red rather, like certain sere and shrivelled hedgerow fruits. They admired both her influence and her humility, for having always with her an academician, Brichot, a famous scientist, Cottard, the leading pianist of the day, at a later date M de Charlus, she nevertheless made a point of securing the least prominent box in the theatre, remaining in the background, paid no attention to the rest of the house, lived exclusively for the little group, who, shortly before the end of the performance, would withdraw in the wake of this strange sovereign, who was not without a certain timid, fascinating, faded beauty. But if Madame Charbatov did not look at the audience, remained in shadow, it was to try to forget that there existed a living world which she passionately desired and was unable to know. The coterie in a box was to her what is to certain animals their almost corpse-like immobility in the presence of danger. Nevertheless, the thirst for novelty and for the curious, which possesses people in society, made them pay even more attention perhaps to this mysterious stranger than to the celebrities in the front boxes, to whom everybody paid a visit. They imagined that she must be different from the people whom they knew, that a marvellous intellect, combined with a discerning bounty, retained round about her that little circle of eminent men. The princess was compelled, if you spoke to her about anyone or introduced anyone to her, to feign an intense coldness, in order to keep up the fiction of her horror of society. Nevertheless, with the support of Cottard or Madame Verdurins, several newcomers succeeded in making her acquaintance, and such was her excitement at making a fresh acquaintance that she forgot the fable of her deliberate isolation and went to the wildest extremes to please the newcomer. If he was entirely unimportant, the rest would be astonished. How strange that the princess, who refuses to know anyone, should make an exception of such an uninteresting person. But these fertilizing acquaintances were rare, and the princess lived narrowly confined in the midst of the faithful. Cottard said far more often, "I shall see him on Wednesday at the Verdurins," than "I shall see him on Tuesday at the Academy." He spoke too of the Wednesdays as of an engagement equally important and inevitable. But Cottard was one of those people, little sought after, who make it as imperious a duty to respond to an invitation as if such invitations were orders, like a military or judicial summons. It required a call from a very important patient to make him fail the Verdurins on a Wednesday, the importance depending, moreover, rather upon the rank of the patient than upon the gravity of his complaint. For Cottard, excellent fellow as he was, would forego the delights of a Wednesday not for a workman who had had a stroke, but for a minister's cold. Even then he would say to his wife, "Make my apologies to Madame Verdurins. Tell her that I shall be coming later on. His Excellency might really have chosen some other day to catch cold." One Wednesday, their old cook, having opened a vein in her arm, Cottard, already in his dinner jacket to go to the Verdurins, had shrugged his shoulders when his wife had timidly inquired whether he could not bandage the cut. "Of course I can't, Leontine," he had groaned. "Can't you see I've got my white waistcoat on?" So as not to annoy her husband, Madame Cottard had sent post-haste for his chief dresser. He, to save time, had taken a cab, with the result that, his carriage entering the courtyard just as Cottard's was emerging to take him to the Verdurins, 5 minutes had been wasted in backing to let one another pass. Madame Cottard was worried that the dresser should see his master in evening dress. Cottard sat cursing the delay, from remorse perhaps, and started off in a villainous temper which it took all the Wednesday's pleasures to dispel. If one of Cottard's patients were to ask him, "Do you ever see the Guermantes?" it was with the utmost sincerity that the professor would reply, "Perhaps not actually the Guermantes, I can't be certain, but I meet all those people at the house of some friends of mine. You must, of course, have heard of the Verdurins. They know everybody. Besides, they certainly are not people who have come down in the world. They've got the goods all right. It is generally estimated that Madame Verdurin is worth 35 million. Gad! 35 million, that's a pretty figure. And so she doesn't make 2 bites at a cherry. You mentioned the Duchesse de Guermantes. Let me explain the difference. Madame Verdurin is a great lady. The Duchesse de Guermantes is probably a nobody. You see the distinction, of course. In any case, whether the Guermantes go to Madame Verdurin's or not, she entertains all the very best people, the de Charbatovs, the de Forchevilles, tutti quanti, people of the highest flight, all the nobility of France and Navarre, with whom you would see me conversing as man to man. Of course, those sort of people are only too glad to meet the princes of science," he added, with a smile of fatuous conceit, brought to his lips by his proud satisfaction, not so much that the expression formerly reserved for men like Potin and Charcot should now be applicable to himself, as that he knew at last how to employ all these expressions that were authorized by custom, and, after a long course of study, had learned them by heart. And so, after mentioning to me Princess Charbatov as one of the people who went to Madame Verdurin's, Cottard added with a wink, "That gives you an idea of the style of the house, if you see what I mean." He meant that it was the very height of fashion. Now, to entertain a Russian lady who knew nobody but the Grand Duchess Eudoxie was not fashionable at all. But Princess Sherbatov might not have known even her. It would in no way have diminished Cottard's estimate of the supreme elegance of the Verdurin salon, or his joy at being invited there. The splendour that seems to us to invest the people whose houses we visit is no more intrinsic than that of kings and queens on the stage, in dressing whom it is useless for a producer to spend hundreds and thousands of francs in purchasing authentic costumes and real jewels, when a great designer will procure a far more sumptuous impression by focusing a ray of light on a doublet of coarse cloth studded with lumps of glass, and on a cloak of paper. A man may have spent his life among the great ones of the earth, who to him have been merely boring relatives or tiresome acquaintances, because the familiarity engendered in the cradle had stripped them of all distinction in his eyes. The same man, on the other hand, need only have been led by some chance to mix with the most obscure people, for innumerable Cottards to be permanently dazzled by the ladies of title whose drawing-rooms they imagined as the centres of aristocratic elegance, ladies who were not even what Madame de Villeparisis and her friends were, great ladies fallen from their greatness, whom the aristocracy that had been brought up with them no longer visited. No, those whose friendship has been the pride of so many men, if these men were to publish their memoirs, and to give the names of those women and of the other women who came to their parties, Madame de Cambremer would be no more able than Madame de Guermantes to identify them. But what of that? A Cottard has thus his marquise, who is to him the Baronne, as in Marivaux, the Baronne whose name is never mentioned, so much so that nobody supposes that she ever had a name. Cottard is all the more convinced that she embodies the aristocracy, which has never heard of the lady, in that the more dubious titles are, the more prominently coronets are displayed upon wine-glasses, silver, note-paper, luggage. Many Cottards, who have supposed that they were living in the heart of the Faubourg Saint-Germain have had their imagination perhaps more enchanted by feudal dreams than the men who really did live among the princes, just as with the shopkeeper who on Sundays goes sometimes to look at old-time buildings, it is sometimes from those buildings every stone of which is in our own time, the vaults of which have been by the pupils of Viollet-le-Duc painted blue and sprinkled with golden stars, that they derive the strongest sensation of the Middle Ages. The princess will be at Manavie. She will be coming with us, but I shall not introduce you to her at once. It will be better to leave that to Madame Verdurins, unless I find a loophole. Then you can rely on me to take the bull by the horns." "What were you saying?" asked Sagnette, as he rejoined us, pretending to have gone out to take the air. "I was quoting this gentleman," said Brichot, "a saying which you will remember, of the man who, to my mind, is the first of the fin de siècle, of the 18th century, that is, by the name Charles Maurice, Abbé de Périgord. He began by promising to be an excellent journalist, but he made a bad end, by which I mean that he became a minister. Life has these tragedies. A far from scrupulous politician to boot, who, with the lofty contempt of a thoroughbred politician, did not hesitate to work in his time for the King of Prussia, there are no two ways about it, and died in the skin of a left-centre. At Saint-Pierre-des-Ifs we were joined by a glorious girl who, unfortunately, was not one of the little group. I could not tear my eyes from her magnolia skin, her dark eyes, her bold and admirable outlines. A moment later she wanted to open a window, for it was hot in the compartment, and not wishing to ask leave of everybody, as I alone was without a greatcoat, she said to me in a quick, cool, jocular voice, "Do you mind a little fresh air, sir?" I would have liked to say to her, "Come with us to the Verdurins," or "Give me your name and address." I answered, "No, fresh air doesn't bother me, mademoiselle." Whereupon, without stirring from her seat, "Do your friends object to smoke?" And she lit a cigarette. At the third station she sprang from the carriage. Next day I inquired of Albertine who could she be, for, stupidly thinking that people could have but one sort of love, in my jealousy of Albertine's attitude towards Robert, I was reassured so far as other women were concerned. Albertine told me, I believe quite sincerely, that she did not know. "I should so much like to see her again," I exclaimed. "Don't worry, one always sees people again," replied Albertine. In this particular instance she was wrong. I never saw her again, nor did I ever identify the pretty girl with the cigarette. We shall see, moreover, why, for a long time, I ceased to look for her, but I have not forgotten her. I find myself at times, when I think of her, seized by a wild longing. But these recurrences of desire oblige us to reflect that if we wish to rediscover these girls with the same pleasure, we must also return to the year which has since been followed by 10 others, in the course of which her bloom has faded. We can sometimes find a person again, but we cannot abolish time. And so on, until the unforeseen day, gloomy as a winter night, when we no longer seek for that girl, or for any other, when to find her would actually frighten us, for we no longer feel that we have sufficient attraction to appeal to her, or strength to love her. Not, of course, that we are, in the strict sense of the word, impotent. As for loving, we should love her more than ever, but we feel that it is too big an undertaking for the little strength we have left. Eternal rest has already fixed intervals which we can neither cross nor make our voice be heard across them. To set our foot on the right step is an achievement like not missing the perilous leap. To be seen in such a state by a girl we love, even if we have kept the features and all the golden locks of our youth. We can no longer undertake the strain of keeping pace with youth. All the worse if our carnal desire increases instead of failing. We procure for it a woman whom we need make no effort to attract, who will share our couch for one night only, and whom we shall never see again. End of section 17. Section 18 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. M de Charlus dines with the Verdurins. 2. Still no news, I suppose, of the violinist, said Cottard. The event of the day in the little clan was, in fact, the failure of Madame Verdurin's favourite violinist. Employed on military service near Doncières, he came 3 times a week to dine at La Raspallière, having a midnight pass. But 2 days ago, for the first time, the faithful had been unable to discover him on the tram. It was supposed that he had missed it, but albeit Madame Verdurin had sent to meet the next tram, and so on until the last had arrived, the carriage had returned empty. He's certain to have been shoved into the guard-room. There's no other explanation for his desertion. Gad! In soldiering, you know, with these fellows, it only needs a bad-tempered sergeant. It will be all the more mortifying for Madame Verdurin, said Brichot, if he fails again this evening, because our kind hostess has invited to dinner for the first time the neighbours from whom she has taken La Raspallière, the Marquis and the Marquise de Cambremer. This evening? The Marquis and the Marquise de Cambremer? Exclaimed Cottard. But I knew absolutely nothing about it. Naturally, I knew, like everybody else, that they would be coming one day, but I had no idea that it was to be so soon. Sapristi! He went on, turning to myself. What did I tell you? The Princess Sherbatov, the Marquis and the Marquise de Cambremer. And after repeating these names, lulling himself with their melody, You see that we move in good company, he said to me. However, as it's your first appearance, you'll be one of the crowd. It's going to be an exceptionally brilliant gathering. And turning to Brichot, he went on, The mistress will be furious. It is time we appeared to lend her a hand. Ever since Madame Verdurin had been at La Raspallière, she had pretended, for the benefit of the faithful, to be at once feeling and regretting the necessity of inviting her landlords for one evening. By so doing, she would obtain better terms next year, she explained, and was inviting them for business reasons only. But she pretended to regard with such terror, to make such a bugbear of the idea of dining with people who did not belong to the little group, that she kept putting off the evil day. The prospect did, for that matter, alarm her slightly, for the reasons which she professed, albeit exaggerating them, if at the same time it enchanted her for reasons of snobbishness, which she preferred to keep to herself. She was therefore partly sincere. She believed the little clan to be something so matchless throughout the world, one of those perfect wholes which it takes centuries of time to produce, that she trembled at the thought of seeing introduced into its midst these provincials, people ignorant of the ring and the Meistersinger, who would be unable to play their part in the concert of conversation, and were capable, by coming to Madame Verdurin's, of ruining one of those famous Wednesdays, masterpieces of art, incomparable and frail, like those Venetian glasses which one false note is enough to shatter. Besides, they're absolutely bound to be anti and militarists, Monsieur Verdurin had said. Oh, as for that, I don't mind. We've heard quite enough about all that business, had replied Madame Verdurin, who, a sincere Dreyfusard, would nevertheless have been glad to discover a social counterpoise to the preponderant Dreyfusism of her salon. For Dreyfusism was triumphant politically, but not socially. Laborie, Reinach, Picard, Zola were still, to people in society, more or less traitors, who could only keep them aloof from the little nucleus. And so, after this incursion into politics, Madame Verdurin was determined to return to the world of art. Besides, were not Indy, Debussy on the wrong side in the case? So far as the case goes, we need only remember Richaud, she said, the Don being the only one of the faithful who had sided with the general staff, which had greatly lowered him in the esteem of Madame Verdurin. There's no need to be eternally discussing the Dreyfus case. No, the fact of the matter is that the Cambremer bore me. As for the faithful, no less excited by their unconfessed desire to make the Cambremer's acquaintance than dupes of the affected reluctance which Madame Verdurin said she felt to invite them, they returned day after day in conversation with her to the base arguments with which she herself supported the invitation, tried to make them irresistible. "Make up your mind to do it once and for all," Cottard repeated, "and you will have the better terms for next year. They will pay the gardener. You will have the use of the meadow. That will be well worth a boring evening. I'm thinking only of yourselves," he added, albeit his heart had leapt on one occasion when, in Madame Verdurin's carriage, he had met the carriage of the old Madame de Cambremer, and, what was more, he had been abased in the sight of the railwaymen when, at the station, he had found himself standing beside the Marquis. For their part, the Cambremer, living far too remote from the social movement ever to suspect that certain ladies of fashion were speaking with a certain consideration of Madame Verdurin, imagined that she was a person who could know none but bohemians, was perhaps not even legally married, and, so far as people of birth were concerned, would never meet any but themselves. They had resigned themselves to the thought of dining with her, only to be on good terms with a tenant who, they hoped, would return again for many seasons, especially after they had, in the previous month, learned that she had recently inherited all those millions. It was in silence and without any vulgar pleasantries that they prepared themselves for the fatal day. The faithful had given up hope of its ever coming, so often had Madame Verdurin already fixed in their hearing a date that was invariably postponed. These false decisions were intended not merely to make a display of the boredom that she felt at the thought of this dinner party, but to keep in suspense those members of the little group who were staying in the neighbourhood and were sometimes inclined to fail. Not that the mistress guessed that the great day was as delightful a prospect to them as to herself, but in order that, having persuaded them that this dinner party was to her the most terrible of social duties, she might make an appeal to their devotion. "You're not going to leave me all alone with those Chinese mandarins. We must assemble in full force to support the boredom. Naturally, we shan't be able to talk about any of the things in which we are interested. It will be a Wednesday spoiled, but what is one to do?" "Indeed," Richaud explained to me, "I fancy that Madame Verdurin, who is highly intelligent and takes infinite pains in the elaboration of her Wednesdays, was by no means anxious to see these bumpkins of ancient lineage but scanty brains. She could not bring herself to invite the Dowager Marquise, but has resigned herself to having the son and daughter-in-law." "Ah, we are to see the Marquise de Cambremer," said Cottard, with a smile into which he saw fit to introduce a leer of sentimentality, albeit he had no idea whether Madame de Cambremer were good-looking or not. But the title Marquise suggested to him fantastic thoughts of gallantry. "Ah, I know her," said Ski, who had met her once when he was out with Madame Verdurins. "Not in the biblical sense of the word, I trust," said the doctor, darting a sly glance through his eyeglass. This was one of his favourite pleasantries. "She's intelligent," Ski informed me. "Naturally," he went on, seeing that I said nothing, and dwelling with a smile upon each word, "she is intelligent, and at the same time she is not. She lacks education, she is frivolous, but she has an intellect for beautiful things. She may say nothing, but she will never say anything silly. And besides, her colouring is charming. She would be an amusing person to paint," he added, half shutting his eyes, as though he saw her posing in front of him. As my opinion of her was quite the opposite of what Ski was expressing with so many fine shades, I observed merely that she was the sister of an extremely distinguished engineer, Monsieur Legrandin. "There, you see, you are going to be introduced to a pretty woman," Brichot said to me, "and one never knows what may come of that. Cleopatra was not even a great lady. She was a little woman, the unconscious, terrible little woman of our Maillac, and just think of the consequences, not only to that idiot Antony, but to the whole of the ancient world." "I have already been introduced to Madame de Cambremer," I said. "Ah, in that case you will find yourself on familiar ground." "I shall be all the more delighted to meet her," I answered him, "because she has promised me a book by the former curé of Cambrai about the place names of this district, and I shall be able to remind her of her promise. I'm interested in that priest, and also in etymologies." "Don't put any faith in the ones he gives," replied Brichot. "There is a copy of the book at La Raspallière, which I have glanced through, but without finding anything of any value. It is a mass of error. Let me give you an example. The word brique is found in a number of place names in this neighbourhood. The worthy cleric has the distinctly odd idea that it comes from briga, a height, a fortified place. He finds it already in the Celtic tribes, Latobriges, Nemetobriges, and so forth, and traces it down to such names as Briand, Brion, and so forth. To confine ourselves to the region in which we have the pleasure of your company at this moment, Briquebeuse means the wood on the height, Briqueville, the habitation on the height, Briquebec, where we shall be stopping presently before coming to Manneville, the height by the stream. Now, there is not a word of truth in all this, for the simple reason that brique is the old Norse word, which simply means a bridge. Just as fleur, which Madame de Cambremer's protégé takes infinite pains to connect in one place with the Scandinavian words floy or flow, in another with the Irish word a or air, is beyond any doubt the fjord of the Danes, and means harbour. So, too, the excellent priest thinks that the station of Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu, which adjoins La Raspallière, means Saint-Martin-le-Vieux, Vetus. It is unquestionable that the word vieux has played a great part in the toponymy of this region. Vieux comes as a rule from vadum, meaning a passage, as at the place called Les Vieux. It is what the British call Ford, Oxford, Hereford. But in this particular instance, Vetu is derived not from Vetus, but from Vastus, a place that is devastated and bare. You have round about here Sottavast, the vast of Setold, Briavast, the vast of Berold. I'm all the more certain of the curé's mistake, in that Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu was formerly called Saint-Marc-du-Cast, and even Saint-Marc-de-Terregat. Now, the V and the G in these words are the same letter. We say dévasté, but also gâché. Jachère and Gattin, from the High German Wastina, have the same meaning. Terra gat is therefore terra vasta. As for Saint-Mère, formerly, save the mark, Saint-Merde, it is Saint-Médardus, which appears variously as Saint-Médard, Saint-Mère, Saint-Marc, Cinq-Mare, and even Damas. Nor must we forget that quite close to here, places bearing the name of Mars are proof simply of a pagan origin, the god Mars, which has remained alive in this country, but which the holy man refuses to see. The high places dedicated to the gods are especially frequent, such as the Mount of Jupiter, Gemont. Your curé declines to admit this, but on the other hand, wherever Christianity has left traces, they escape his notice. He has gone so far afield as to Loc Tudi, a barbarian name, according to him, whereas it is simply Locus Sancti Tudeni. Nor has he in Samarcol divined Sanctus Martialis. Your curé, Brichot continued, seeing that I was interested, derives the terminations on, from the word hol, holus, a hill, whereas it comes from the Norse holm, an island, with which you are familiar in Stockholm, and which is so widespread throughout this district. Laum, engo taum, robbaum, neum, ketum, and so forth. These names made me think of the day when Albertine had wished to go to Infreville-la-Bigot, from the name of 2 successive lords of the manor, Brichot told me, and had then suggested that we should dine together at Robbaum. As for Manneville, we were just coming to it. Isn't Neum, I asked, somewhere near Carquetuit and Clitour? Precisely. Neum is the home, the island or peninsula of the famous Viscount Nigel, whose name has survived also in Neville. The Carquetuit and Clitour that you mention furnish Madame de Cambremer's protégé with an occasion for further blunders. No doubt he has seen that Carque is a church, the Kirche of the Germans. You will remember Kerkaville, not to mention Dunkirk. For there we should do better to stop and consider the famous word dun, which to the Celts meant high ground. And that you will find over the whole of France. Your abbé was hypnotized by Dundeville, which recurs in the Eure-et-Loire. He would have found Châteaudun, Dun-le-Roi in the Cher, Nièvre, Dun-Eau in the Sarthe, Dun in the Ariège, Dun-les-Places in Nièvre, and many others. This word Dun leads him into a curious error with regard to Douville, where we shall be alighting and shall find Madame Verdurins' comfortable carriages awaiting us. Douville, in Latin Don Villa, says he. As a matter of fact, Douville does lie at the foot of high hills. Your curé, who knows everything, feels all the same that he has made a blunder. He has indeed found in an old cartulary the name Domvilla, whereupon he retracts. Douville, according to him, is a fief belonging to the abbot, Domino Abbati, of Mont Saint-Michel. He is delighted with the discovery, which is distinctly odd when one thinks of the scandalous life that, according to the capitulary of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte, was led at Mont Saint-Michel, though no more extraordinary than to picture the King of Denmark as suzerain of all this coast, where he encouraged the worship of Odin far more than that of Christ. On the other hand, the supposition that the N has been changed to M does not shock me, and requires less alteration than the perfectly correct Lyon, which is also derived from Dun, Lug Dunum. But the fact is, the abbé is mistaken. Douville was never Donville, but Deauville, Eudonis Villa, the village of Eudes. Douville was formerly called Escalcliffe, the steps up the cliff. About the year 1233, de la Bouteille, Lord of Escalcliffe, set out for the Holy Land. On the eve of his departure, he made over the church to the Abbey of Blanchelande. By an exchange of courtesies, the village took his name, whence we have Douville today. But I must add that toponymy, of which, moreover, I know little or nothing, is not an exact science. Had we not this historical evidence, Douville might quite well come from Ouville, that is to say, the waters. The forms in aigues morte, from aqua, are constantly changed to or ou. Now there were quite close to Douville certain famous springs, Carcatuit. You might suppose that the curé was only too ready to detect their Christian origin, especially as this district seems to have been pretty hard to convert, since successive attempts were made by Saint Ursule, Saint Gauffoy, Saint Barsanor, Saint Laurent de Brévedin, who finally handed over the task to the monks of Beaubec. But as regards Tuit, the writer is mistaken. He sees in it a form of tuft, a building, as in cricto, ecto, yveto, whereas it is the tveit, the clearing, the reclaimed land, as in bracatuit, letuit, renetuit, and so forth. Similarly, if he recognizes in clitour the Norman thorp, which means village, he insists that the first syllable of the word must come from clivus, a slope, whereas it comes from cliff, a precipice. But his biggest blunders are due not so much to his ignorance as to his prejudices. However loyal a Frenchman one is, there is no need to fly in the face of the evidence and take Saint Laurent en Bray to be the Roman priest so famous at one time, when he is actually St. Lawrence O'Toole, Archbishop of Dublin. But even more than his patriotic sentiments, your friend's religious bigotry leads him into strange errors. Thus you have not far from our hosts at La Raspalière two places called Montmartin, Montmartin-sur-Mer, and Montmartin-en-Gragne. In the case of Gragne, the good curé has been quite right. He has seen that Gragne, in Latin grania, in Greek crane, means ponds, marshes. How many instances of Crézamay, Croin, Grémeville, Langron might we not adduce? But when he comes to Montmartin, your self-styled linguist positively insists that these must be parishes dedicated to St. Martin. He bases his opinion upon the fact that the saint is their patron, but does not realize that he was only adopted subsequently. Or rather, he is blinded by his hatred of paganism. He refuses to see that we should say Mont Saint-Martin, as we say Mont Saint-Michel, if it were a question of Saint Martin, whereas the name Montmartin refers in a far more pagan fashion to temples consecrated to the god Mars, temples of which, it is true, no other vestige remains, but which the undisputed existence in the neighbourhood of vast Roman camps would render highly probable, even without the name Montmartin, which removes all doubt. You see that the little pamphlet which you will find at La Raspalière is far from perfect. I protested that at Cambremer the curé had often told us interesting etymologies. He was probably better on his own ground. The move to Normandy must have made him lose his bearings. Nor did it do him any good, I added, for he came here with neurasthenia and went away again with rheumatism. Ah, his neurasthenia is to blame. He has lapsed from neurasthenia to philology, as my worthy master Poquelin would have said. Tell us, Cotard, do you suppose that neurasthenia can have a disturbing effect on philology? Philology, a soothing effect on neurasthenia, and the relief from neurasthenia lead to rheumatism? Undoubtedly, Rheumatism and neurasthenia are subordinate forms of neuroarthritism. You may pass from one to the other by metastasis. The eminent professor, said Brichot, expresses himself in French as highly infused with Latin and Greek as Monsieur Bourgon himself, of Molièresque memory. My uncle, I referred to our national Sarcy, but he was prevented from finishing his sentence. The professor had leapt from his seat with a wild shout. "The devil!" he exclaimed, on regaining his power of articulate speech. "We have passed Manneville, do you hear? And Renneville too." He had just noticed that the train was stopping at Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu, where most of the passengers alighted. "They can't have run through without stopping. We must have failed to notice it while we were talking about the Cambremer. Listen to me, Ski. Pay attention. I'm going to tell you a good one," said Cottard, who had taken a fancy to this expression, in common use in certain medical circles. "The princess must be on the train. She can't have seen us, and will have got into another compartment. Come along and find her. Let's hope this won't land us in trouble." And he led us all off in search of Princess Sherbatov. He found her in the corner of an empty compartment, reading the Revue des Deux Mondes. She had long ago, from fear of rebuffs, acquired the habit of keeping in her place, or remaining in her corner, in life as on the train, and of not offering her hand until the other person had greeted her. She went on reading as the faithful trooped into her carriage. I recognized her immediately. This woman, who might have forfeited her position, but was nevertheless of exalted birth, who, in any event, was the pearl of a salon such as the Verdurins, was the lady whom, on the same train, I had put down 2 days earlier as possibly the keeper of a brothel. Her social personality, which had been so vague, became clear to me as soon as I learned her name, just as when, after racking our brains over a puzzle, we at length hit upon the word which clears up all the obscurity, and which, in the case of a person, is his name. To discover 2 days later who the person is with whom one has travelled in the train is a far more amusing surprise than to read in the next number of a magazine the clue to a problem set in the previous number. Big restaurants, casinos, local trains are the family portrait galleries of these social enigmas. "Princess, we must have missed you at Manneville. May we come and sit in your compartment?" "Why, of course," said the princess, who, upon hearing Cottard address her, but only then, raised from her magazine a pair of eyes which, like the eyes of M. de Charlus, although gentler, saw perfectly well the people of whose presence she pretended to be unaware. Cottard, coming to the conclusion that the fact of my having been invited to meet the Cambremer was a sufficient recommendation, decided, after a momentary hesitation, to introduce me to the princess, who bowed with great courtesy, but appeared to be hearing my name for the first time. "Cré non!" cried the doctor. "My wife has forgotten to make them change the buttons on my white waistcoat. Ah, those women, they never remember anything. Don't you ever marry, my boy," he said to me. And as this was one of the pleasantries which he considered appropriate when he had nothing else to say, he peeped out of the corner of his eye at the princess and the rest of the faithful, who, because he was a professor and an academician, smiled back, admiring his good temper and freedom from pride. The princess informed us that the young violinist had been found. He had been confined to bed the evening before by a sick headache, but was coming that evening, and bringing with him a friend of his father, whom he had met at Doncières. She had learnt this from Madame Verdurins, with whom she had taken luncheon that morning, she told us in a rapid voice, rolling her R's with her Russian accent softly at the back of her throat, as though they were not R's but L's. "Ah, you had luncheon with her this morning," Cottard said to the princess, but turned his eyes to myself, the purport of this remark being to show me on what intimate terms the princess was with the mistress. "You are indeed a faithful adherent." "Yes, I love the little circle. So intelligent, so agreeable, never spiteful, quite simple, not at all snobbish, and clever to their fingertips." "Nom d'une pipe! I must have lost my ticket. I can't find it anywhere," cried Cottard, with an agitation that was, in the circumstances, quite unjustified. He knew that at Deauville, where a couple of landaus would be awaiting us, the collector would let him pass without a ticket, and would only bare his head all the more humbly, so that the salute might furnish an explanation of his indulgence, to wit, that he had, of course, recognized Cottard as one of the Verdurins' regular guests. "They won't shove me in the lock-up for that," the doctor concluded. "You were saying, sir," I inquired of Brichot, "that there used to be some famous waters near here. How do we know that?" "The name of the next station is one of a multitude of proofs. It is called Fervache." "I don't understand what he's talking about," mumbled the princess, as though she were saying to me out of politeness, "He's rather a bore, ain't he?" "Why, princess, Fervache means hot springs, fervide aquae." "But to return to the young violinist," Brichot went on, "I was quite forgetting, Cottard, to tell you the great news. Had you heard that our poor friend Deschambre, who used to be Madame Verdurin's favourite pianist, has just died? It's terribly sad." "He was quite young," replied Cottard, "but he must have had some trouble with his liver. There must have been something sadly wrong in that quarter. He had been looking very queer indeed for a long time past." "But he was not so young as all that," said Brichot. "In the days when Elster and Swann used to come to Madame Verdurin's, Deschambre had already made himself a reputation in Paris, and what is remarkable, without having first received the baptism of success abroad. Ah, he was no follower of the gospel according to St. Barnum, that fellow." "You are mistaken. He could not have been going to Madame Verdurin's at that time. He was still in the nursery." "But unless my old memory plays me false, I was under the impression that Deschambre used to play Vinteuil's sonata for Swann when that clubman, who had broken with the aristocracy, had still no idea he was one day to become the embourgeoised prince consort of our national Odette." "It is impossible. Vinteuil's sonata was played at Madame Verdurin's long after Swann ceased to come there," said the doctor, who, like all people who work hard and think that they remember many things which they imagine to be of use to them, forget many others, a condition which enables them to go into ecstasies over the memories of people who have nothing else to do. "You are hopelessly muddled, though your brain is as sound as ever," said the doctor with a smile. Brichot admitted that he was mistaken. The train stopped. We were at La Sogne. The name stirred my curiosity. "How I should like to know what all these names mean," I said to Cottard. "You must ask Monsieur Brichot. He may know, perhaps." "Why, La Sogne is La Cicogne, Ciconia," replied Brichot, whom I was burning to interrogate about many other names. Forgetting her attachment to her corner, Madame Sherbatov kindly offered to change places with me, so that I might talk more easily with Brichot, whom I wanted to ask about other etymologies that interested me, and assured me that she did not mind in the least whether she travelled with her face or her back to the engine, standing or seated, or anyhow. She remained on the defensive until she had discovered a newcomer's intentions, but as soon as she realized that these were friendly, she would do everything in her power to oblige. At length the train stopped at the station of Deauville-Féterne, which, being more or less equidistant from the villages of Verdurins and Deauville, bore for this reason their hyphenated name. "S'appelle les Popettes!" exclaimed Dr. Cottard, when we came to the barrier where the tickets were collected, and, pretending to have only just discovered his loss, "I can't find my ticket! I must have lost it!" But the collector, taking off his cap, assured him that it did not matter, and smiled respectfully. The princess, giving instructions to the coachman, as though she were a sort of lady-in-waiting to Madame Verdurins, who, because of the Cambremer, had not been able to come to the station, as for that matter she rarely did, took me and also Brichot with herself in one of the carriages. The doctor, Sagnette, and Ski got into the other. The driver, although quite young, was the Verdurins' first coachman, the only one who had any right to the title. He took them in the daytime on all their excursions, for he knew all the roads, and in the evening went down to meet the faithful, and took them back to the station later on. He was accompanied by extra helpers, whom he selected if necessary. He was an excellent fellow, sober and capable, but with one of those melancholy faces on which a fixed stare indicates that the merest trifle will make the person fly into a passion, not to say nourish dark thoughts. But at the moment he was quite happy, for he had managed to secure a place for his brother, another excellent type of fellow, with the Verdurins. We began by driving through Deauville. Grassy knolls ran down from the village to the sea, in wide slopes, to which their saturation in moisture and salt gave a richness, a softness, a vivacity of extreme tones. The islands and indentations of Rivebelle, far nearer now than at Baalbec, gave this part of the coast the appearance, novel to me, of a relief map. We passed by some little bungalows, almost all of which were let to painters, turned into a track upon which some loose cattle, as frightened as were our horses, barred our way for 10 minutes, and emerged upon the cliff road. "But by the immortal gods," Brichot suddenly asked, "let us return to that poor Deschambre. Do you suppose Madame Verdurins knows? Has anyone told her?" Madame Verdurins, like most people who move in society simply because she needed the society of other people, never thought of them again for a single day, so soon as, being dead, they could no longer come to the Wednesdays, nor to the Saturdays, nor dine without dressing. And one could not say of the little clan, a type in this respect of all salons, that it was composed of more dead than living members, seeing that, as soon as one was dead, it was as though one had never existed. But to escape the nuisance of having to speak of one of the deceased, in other words, to postpone one of the dinners, a thing impossible to the mistress, as a token of mourning, Monsieur Verdurins used to pretend that the death of the faithful had such an effect on his wife that, in the interest of her health, it must never be mentioned to her. Moreover, and perhaps just because the death of other people seemed to him so conclusive, so vulgar an accident, the thought of his own death filled him with horror, and he shunned any consideration that might lead to it. As for Brichot, since he was the soul of honesty and completely taken in by what Monsieur Verdurins said about his wife, he dreaded for his friend's sake the emotions that such a bereavement must cause her. "Yes, she knew the worst this morning," said the princess. "It was impossible to keep it from her." "Ah, thousand thunders of Zeus!" cried Brichot. "Ah, it must have been a terrible blow. A friend of 25 years standing. There was a man who was one of us." Of course. What can you expect? Such incidents are bound to be painful. But Madame Verdurins is a brave woman. She's even more cerebral than emotive." "I don't altogether agree with the doctor," said the princess, whose rapid speech, her murmured accents, certainly made her appear both sullen and rebellious. "Madame Verdurins, beneath a cold exterior, conceals treasures of sensibility. Monsieur Verdurins told me that he had had great difficulty in preventing her from going to Paris for the funeral. He was obliged to let her think that it was all to be held in the country. The devil! She wanted to go to Paris, did she? Of course, I know that she has a heart, too much heart, perhaps. Pour des chambres, as Madame Verdurins remarked not 2 months ago. Compared with him, Planté, Paderewski, Riesler himself are nowhere." "Ah, he could say with better reason than that limelighter Nero, who has managed to take in even German scholarship, qualis artifex pereo. But he, at least, Deschambre, must have died in the fulfilment of his priesthood, in the odour of Beethovenian devotion. And gallantly, I've no doubt. He had every right, that interpreter of German music, to pass away while celebrating the Mass in D. But he was, when all is said, the man to greet the unseen with a cheer, for that inspired performer would produce at times from the Parisianized champagne stock of which he came the swagger and smartness of a guardsman." From the height which we had now reached, the sea suggested no longer, as at Baalbek, the undulations of swelling mountains, but, on the contrary, the view beheld from a mountain top, or from a road winding round its flank, of a blue-green glacier, or a glittering plain, situated at a lower level. The lines of the currents seemed to be fixed upon its surface, and to have traced there for ever their concentric circles. The enamelled face of the sea, which changed imperceptibly in colour, assumed, towards the head of the bay, where an estuary opened, the blue whiteness of milk, in which little black boats that did not move seemed entangled like flies. I felt that from nowhere could one discover a vaster prospect, but at each turn in the road a fresh expanse was added to it, and when we arrived at the Douville toll-house, the spur of the cliff, which until then had concealed from us half the bay, withdrew, and all of a sudden I descried upon my left a gulf as profound as that which I had already seen before me, but one that changed the proportions of the other and doubled its beauty. The air at this lofty point acquired a keenness and purity that intoxicated me. I adored the Verdurins. That they should have sent a carriage for us seemed to me a touching act of kindness. I should have liked to kiss the princess. I told her that I had never seen anything so beautiful. She professed that she too loved this spot more than any other. But I could see that to her, as to the Verdurins, the thing that really mattered was not to gaze at the view like tourists, but to partake of good meals there, to entertain people whom they liked, to write letters, to read books, in short, to live in these surroundings, passively allowing the beauty of the scene to soak into them, rather than making it the object of their attention. After the toll-house, where the carriage had stopped for a moment at such a height above the sea that, as from a mountain-top, the sight of the blue gulf beneath almost made one dizzy, I opened the window. The sound, distinctly caught, of each wave that broke in turn, had something sublime in its softness and precision. Was it not like an index of measurement which, upsetting all our ordinary impressions, shows us that vertical distance may be coordinated with horizontal, in contradiction of the idea that our mind generally forms of them, and that, though they bring the sky nearer to us in this way, they are not great, that they are indeed less great for a sound which traverses them as did the sound of those little waves, the medium through which it has to pass being purer. And in fact, if one went back but a couple of yards below the toll house, one could no longer distinguish that sound of waves which 600 feet of cliff had not robbed of its delicate, minute, and soft precision. I said to myself that my grandmother would have listened to it with the delight that she felt in all manifestations of nature or art, in the simplicity of which one discerns grandeur. I was now at the highest pitch of exaltation, which raised everything round about me accordingly. It melted my heart that the Verdurins should have sent to meet us at the station. I said as much to the princess, who seemed to think that I was greatly exaggerating so simple an act of courtesy. I know that she admitted subsequently to Cottard that she found me very enthusiastic. He replied that I was too emotional, required sedatives, and ought to take to knitting. I pointed out to the princess every tree, every little house smothered in its mantle of roses. I made her admire everything. I would have liked to take her in my arms and press her to my heart. She told me that she could see that I had a gift for painting, that of course I must sketch, that she was surprised that nobody had told her about it, and she confessed that the country was indeed picturesque. We drove through where it perched upon its height, the little village of Anglesqueville. Engelberti Villa, Brichot informed us. But are you quite sure that there will be a party this evening, in spite of Deschambr's death, Princess? He went on, without stopping to think that the presence at the station of the carriage in which we were sitting was in itself an answer to his question. Yes, said the princess. Monsieur Verdurins insisted that it should not be put off, simply to keep his wife from thinking. And besides, after never failing for all these years to entertain on Wednesdays, such a change in her habits would have been bound to upset her. Her nerves are very bad just now. Monsieur Verdurins was particularly pleased that you were coming to dine this evening, because he knew that it would be a great distraction for Madame Verdurins, said the princess, forgetting her pretence of having never heard my name before. I think it will be as well not to say anything in front of Madame Verdurins, the princess added. Ah, I'm glad you warned me, Brichot artlessly replied. I shall pass on your suggestion to Cottard. The carriage stopped for a moment. It moved on again, but the sound that the wheels had been making in the village street had ceased. We had turned into the main avenue of La Raspalière, where Monsieur Verdurins stood waiting for us upon the steps. I did well to put on a dinner jacket, he said, observing with pleasure that the faithful had put on theirs, since I've such smart gentlemen in my party. And as I apologized for not having changed, why, that's quite all right. We're all friends here. I should be delighted to offer you one of my own dinner jackets, but it wouldn't fit you. The hand clasp throbbing with emotion which, as he entered the hall of La Raspalière, and by way of condolence at the death of the pianist, Brichot gave to our host, elicited no response from the latter. I told him how greatly I admired the scenery. Ah, all the better. You've seen nothing. We must take you round. Why not come and spend a week or two here? The air is excellent. Brichot was afraid that his hand-clasp had not been understood. Ah, poor Deschambre, he said, but in an undertone, in case Madame Verdurins was within earshot. It is terrible, replied Monsieur Verdurins lightly. So young, Brichot pursued the point. Annoyed at being detained over these futilities, Monsieur Verdurins replied in a hasty tone and with an embittered groan, not of grief, but of irritated impatience. Why, yes, of course, but what's to be done about it? It's no use crying over spilt milk. Talking about him won't bring him back to life, will it? And his civility returning with his joviality, Come along, my good Brichot. Get your things off quickly. We have a bouillabaisse which mustn't be kept waiting. But in heaven's name, don't start talking about des chambres to Madame Verdurins. You know that she always hides her feelings, but she is quite morbidly sensitive. I give you my word, when she heard that des chambres was dead, she almost cried, said Monsieur Verdurin, in a tone of profound irony. One might have concluded, from hearing him speak, that it implied a form of insanity to regret the death of a friend of 30 years' standing, and, on the other hand, gathered that the perpetual union of Monsieur Verdurin and his wife did not preclude his constantly criticizing her and her frequently irritating him. If you mention it to her, she will go and make herself ill again. It is deplorable, 3 weeks after her bronchitis. When that happens, it is I who have got to be sick nurse. You can understand that I have had more than enough of it. Grieve for des chambres' fate in your heart as much as you like. Think of him, but do not speak of him. I was very fond of des chambres, but you cannot blame me for being fonder still of my wife. Here's Cottard now. You can ask him. And indeed, he knew that a family doctor can do many little services, such as prescribing that one must not give way to grief. The docile Cottard had said to the mistress, "Upset yourself like that, and tomorrow you will give me a temperature of 102, as he might have said to the cook, "Tomorrow you will give me a riz de veau." Medicine, when it fails to cure the sick, busies itself with changing the sense of verbs and pronouns. End of section 18.